Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. The voice of Emperor Zhuai rang, as you command, under the leadership of Jade Pomelu. Huang Wei quickly arrived at the Soul Arena and was now inside the Soul Arena. He appeared as an ordinary person and watched the Soul Master fighting here. The fight was fierce, especially the 7-person group fight. It's very lively here. Jade Pomelu directly found the person in charge here and arranged a VIP room. Huang Wei entered inside, holding a glass of juice, shaking it gently while watching the game below. Huang Wei drank the juice in the cup and said calmly, under normal circumstances, it would be fun for me to go out to participate in the competition, but now that I'm invincible against the titled Douluo, going out to play is just boring. Jade Pomelu said, with the strength of the Holy Sun, I can only come here to watch. Generally speaking, the cultivation level in this place in Soto City is relatively low. If the Holy Sun wants to go to a high level place, then he has to go to Heaven, Fighting City, and even some dark underground fighting arenas. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door behind him. Go and see who it is, Huang Wei said. Jade Pomelu walked over and opened the door. The visitor was none other than Bishop Federly. Federly respectfully reported, Holy Sun, I have followed your instructions to find Shrek Academy, but that place is really shabby and poor. Huang Wei, let's go over there and have a look. In a remote place with mountains and deserted villages, there is a relatively large open space surrounded by simple buildings. At the door, there is an extremely ordinary wooden plaque with half of it hanging down. There were 3 big words written on it. Shrek. Chapter 91 Conversation. Guessing and reasoning. This place is really shabby. Huang Wei sighed with emotion. The 3 of them had arrived not far from Shrek's gate. But now there is no one in here, and it seems that everyone has gone out. The 3 of them walked in to take a look. Just wandered around. Just left. Huang Wei also truly saw the poverty of Shrek Academy. Obviously, with the cultivation of a few people as soul saints and soul emperors, they can get very good rewards in the Xiandao Empire. But if they have to save face and have no money, then they will naturally become poor without background. They will naturally be suppressed. Now that Tang Xin is gone, I wonder if that guy Uzaya gang is still in Notting City or has come here too. If I meet you, you won't be able to escape this time. Huang Wei had an idea in his mind. The 3 of them left Shrek Academy. They had no choice but to see nothing. At the same time, Flender and others led their students to compete in the Soul Arena. It's still 7 years old, so there are only 3 of them. Mahangjin, Oscar and Dame Yubei. The plot has changed a lot now, and it's hard to tell what's going to happen in the future. In the following days, Huang Wei visited the entire Soto City and then left, heading towards Xiandao City. That place was the richest city in the Xiandao Empire. In the Xiandao Empire, Crown Prince Zuking had long received the news that the Holy Sun had come out. There are a lot of things that need to be dealt with recently, so I just took my hands away now. As for what happened in Soto City before, he also learned about the situation through the news sent back by the secret agent of Wuhan Palace. Many people don't know this, but she does. It must have a great relationship with the Holy Sun. Huang Wei. Those people disappeared, and there is still no trace of them. It's enough to see the bizarre methods. Where did those people go? Zuking frowned and looked at the balcony. This was not the first time she said this. Today she wanted to leave the palace to meet the Holy Sun and learn about his power. However, as the prince, he is not allowed to go out at will and needs to report to his majesty. So she went. It was no longer the time to go to court, so the Zhuai emperor could not be here, but in another place. She headed directly towards the other party's mansion. The servant outside the door stopped the prince. His Royal Highness, your majesty is having a meeting with the master of the Kibeo glazed sect inside. Zhu King narrowed his eyes slightly and then smiled. It doesn't matter. The master of Kibeo glazed sect is my teacher. I just came here to see him. The servants outside the door were stunned. The other party had already mentioned that it would be wrong for them to stop them anymore, so they hurriedly opened the door. Seeing this, Zuking showed a satisfied smile. He walked directly inside. After walking in, follow the corridor and head directly towards the courtyard. I heard two voices talking inside. From their words, Zuking roughly guessed what they were talking about, but it was about the bizarre incident in Soto City. She narrowed her eyes slightly and thought to herself, 3 days have passed since that incident, and now we are talking, and the mosquitoes have all gone. She didn't understand why the other party was talking about it now. Could it be that there is something delaying the Kibeo glazed sect? She just walked inside. In the backyard, Emperor Zuai was talking to Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kibeo glazed sect, and there was an old man with long hair beside them. This man is full of sword energy and holds his head upright. He is none other than Sword Douluo Chen Xin, one of the guardian elders of the Kibeo glazed sect. He didn't speak, but listened quietly. Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment and said, this may be a new type of power. There is no such person in Wuhan Palace, so we can rule out that it is Wuhan Palace. Could it be an evil soul master? Emperor Zuai narrowed his eyes. Now there are evil soul masters in this period. Everyone can kill evil soul masters. They have executed many secretly. Evil soul masters need to use the power of evil to practice. This evil power also has the ability to devour outsiders for its own use, sacrifice a whole village of people, etc. The most important thing is to see the specialness of the evil spirit. Ning Fengzi analyzed calmly, we cannot rule out this possibility. It has been 3 days since the incident, and there is no movement in Soto City. It will be difficult to trace it. No, there is still news. This is the news that I sent to Soto City just now, Emperor Zuai said as he handed an encrypted envelope in his hand to Ning Fengzi. However, at this moment, Emperor Zuai's face showed a look of anger and complexity that was not there just now. Ning Fengzi also noticed this unusual. There must be something big on this envelope. Take it and open it. You will see that the content above has been specially encrypted. Ning Fengzi couldn't understand. So Emperor Zuai explained, the content recorded above is that the two suspects are still in Soto City, and they just came out of Wuhanzi Palace not long ago, and returned to Wuhanzi Palace. If that's really the case, then we can now add to the exclusion of Wuhan Palace. This is one of the clues. Emperor Zuai's face was slightly downcast. Chen Xin's eyes were cold and he said, Your Majesty, you think Wuhan Palace is colluding with the evil soul master? What he hates the most is the people in Wuhan Palace. Of course only a few high-level people. As for the people at the bottom, he doesn't bother to pay attention. After all, they are just minions. However, Ning Fengzi spoke up, interrupted Chen Xin's words, looked at Emperor Zuyi in front of him, and said, I had this suspicion before, but Your Majesty, I don't think the Spirit Hall is colluding with the evil soul master. Emperor Zuyi said, I don't know, Sect Master Ning. Please tell me your opinion, Ning Fengzi said. Can you describe the appearance of those two people? There is a drawing of the appearance. Emperor Zuai quickly took out 2 parchment scrolls from the soul guide. When he opened it, he didn't know who it was at first. These were also 2 pictures that the Death Guards got back from Soto City. According to the news from the Death Guard, someone in Soto City secretly destroyed these pictures. So these 2 pictures are also the most valuable clues at present. Ning Fengzi took it and took a look. The eyes that were looking at him gradually widened from squinting. Chen Xin behind him showed a hint of danger. Uncle Jian, is this age similar to that of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace? Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Xin. Chen Xin nodded. Yes, it seems that it is probably him. After all, when the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace ascended the throne that day, there were also people from his 7 treasures glazed sect there who came back to report the news to him. But he didn't care too much. After all, there was already a saint before. But what the spies said was that this person's martial spirit was a big turtle, but it had very terrifying defensive power and even the ability to retaliate. At that time, he was clearly only level 33, but he killed a level 45 person. The melee attack broke out, and the Soul Master blew himself up on the spot and died. Of course, there are some titled Douluo who are behind this thinking of this. I suddenly felt much more comfortable. He didn't believe anyone could be so powerful. Chapter 92 result. Ning Fengxi pressed his finger on one of the sheepskin scrolls and said, I can confirm that this person must be the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Emperor Zuyi stared at the parchment scroll in front of him, and suddenly thoughts came to his mind. By the way, Sect Master Ning, there is another very important thing. Someone saw that his fourth soul ring is a red 100,000-year soul. Huan, do you think this is possible? He actually doesn't think this question is important, because he doesn't believe it in his self-awareness. After all, hearing is false, and seeing is believing, but sometimes what the eyes see may not be true. When Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin heard this, they immediately laughed in their hearts. They looked at each other, and firmly believed that it was absolutely impossible. Ning Fengxi shook his head. Your Majesty, don't worry, this is absolutely impossible. If a person's fourth soul ring absorbs a 100,000-year-old soul beast, then this person will definitely explode and die. Chapter 77. He is the Holy Son, and Wuhan Palace must attach great importance to him, so it is absolutely impossible to take this risk. So, the news about the spy's return is either wrong, or the soul skill provided to him by the soul beast in his fourth soul ring is an ability that tends to simulate colors and change colors, probably related to the chameleon lineage, or chameleon turtles. Ning Fengxi smiled confidently, showing off his aura, as if he had seen everything clearly. Chen Xin also nodded, agreeing with Ning Fengxi's words. I also agree with Sect Master Ning's point of view, so this is completely a false worry, Emperor. Zhu Yi immediately laughed when he heard this. With these two speaking for sure, everything can be explained. It was really what he thought before. But he was curious, if that's the case, then where did those people go? Is there any soul skill that can make so many people disappear out of thin air? There are still 3 contrasts inside. Not only that, but the surrounding trees have also disappeared. Hearing this, Ning Fengxi thought deeply. Chen Xin spoke, Your Majesty, I guess this is probably the work of the titled Douluo secretly sent by Wuhan Palace. Wuhan Palace has many methods, and there are also things we don't know about. It's possible that the person following him is too. No matter what, we will know after we go to Soto City in person, but it's hard to tell about the Wuhan Palace. There are too many titled Douluo behind it. Ning Fengxi said, his face a little solemn, especially Chen Xin, who knew that there was a very terrifying peerless Douluo in Wuhan Palace, and even his father, the 97th peak Douluo, died on the other side hands. And his father also told him how powerful the gap was at each level after level 95. With his current 96th level titled Douluo strength, he simply cannot shake the spirit hall. He went to the other party's place and ended up like his father. But if it is the son of Soto City, as long as he can intimidate the other party, maybe he can be forced out. As for destroying Wuhanzi Palace, or killing the people inside, he would certainly not be stupid enough to do that. After all, the current Kibao glazed sect has not really broken up with Wuhan Palace. If he really does that, then he will face the wrath of Wuhan Palace. It is impossible for the 7 treasure glazed sect to survive the siege of so many titled Douluo. This is a very unwise behavior, so from this aspect, they are still very afraid of Wuhan Palace. If you can avoid being an enemy, you naturally don't want to be an enemy. What's more, the people who were disappeared from the Xiandao Empire, not from his 7 treasures glazed sect. This was also the most important factor. When the time comes, just go to that place and show off. Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin almost thought of going together. Although they support the Xiandao Empire, they also have their own sect and naturally have selfish motives. Emperor Zuyi burst out laughing when he heard this. That's great. With 2 people on the scene, this matter will surely come to light soon. At this time, they all noticed the footsteps in the corridor. In fact, they had noticed it earlier. Chen Xin knew that the person coming was Zuking, otherwise he would have stopped him. Their conversation is basically over. What Emperor Zuyi wanted was what Ning Fengxi just said. Everyone has his own selfish thoughts in his heart. In fact, this is nothing but a very common thing. My son, I pay my respects to my father. Greetings to the teacher and your majesty. Sword Douluo, Zhu king came to the front of the 3 people and immediately raised his hands and said, "In this special courtyard, those death guards are always there secretly. The person watching the door just now was just a cover. The real danger lies here. Ambush from all sides. There is also a 96th level titled Douluo and a 79th level peak soul saint point, although the opponent is restricted by the martial spirit and cannot break through level 80 for the rest of his life. The Kibeo glazed pagoda, the continent's #1 auxiliary weapon, the martial spirit, cannot stop him. Point those who can achieve this level of cultivation, plus the bonus of the auxiliary ability. Effect, the titled Douluo can have a huge improvement. Therefore, there is a saying that people who awaken the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda are not afraid of finding powerful attacking soul masters. Unfortunately, the shortcomings are also very obvious, and it is very fragile. If someone cuts into the back row, there is a 90% chance of death. Point this is just a conservative estimate, and the reality may be even higher. However, it is generally impossible for a soul master whose martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to walk alone. They or their partner must be a powerful attacking soul master. Show up together. This has become a destined law. Well, what's the matter with my son coming here? After Emperor Zuai saw his son, his original good mood became even better. Zuking immediately handed over his hand and said, "Father, I feel that it is difficult to break through. After staying in the palace, I want to go out and travel around to open up my mind. It just so happens that we are going to Soto City as well. Why not come together?" Ningfeng smiled politely. This is just the right time. Emperor Zuai nodded and agreed. Point with the 2 of them here, he no longer needs to worry about Zuking's safety point. But Zuking didn't think so at the moment. His heart sank, but his face remained normal. Point he immediately raised his hands and said, "Father, I'm afraid this won't work." "Teacher, why?" Emperor Zuai frowned, curious and puzzled. Point the same goes for Ningfeng Xi and Chen Xin. Point Zuking immediately said to avoid being suspected, "I guess the teacher and your majesty saw Douluo want to go to Soto City to find out what's going on, right?" "Not bad." Ningfeng Xi and Chen Xin nodded. Point Zuking said, "If the disciple follows you too, it will slow down your progress. Because the disciple needs to take a carriage and start from Xiandao City. Move forward slowly to see the vast things in the world and cultivate your mind. You can't be in a hurry." "That's it." The 3 nodded after hearing this. "That's fine. You don't need to worry about too much danger near Xiandao City. Just let Contra's guards accompany you. You can leave at any time." "Emperor Zuai said, point, no matter where you are, the prince leaving the palace is a big event and you have to be cautious. My son understands. In that case, I will resign first." Saying that, Zuking immediately left the place. His purpose of coming here this time has been achieved. There is no need to stay any longer. "Want you 2 to follow me? Are you kidding me? I am going to see the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Point. If you follow me, how can I possibly get rid of you?" Chapter 93 Khan Rink succumbs to fight. Xiandao City is the center of the Xiandao Empire. Point it is also the richest city in the Xiandao Empire. Point all the military ministers are here. Point at night, Huang Wei's carriage had arrived in a large forest outside Xiandao City. This place was extremely vast. The cold wind was blowing at night, and there was no sound of footsteps. It was eerily quiet. Point Jade Pomelo appeared, lit a bonfire in front, and cooked the food brought from Soto City. The 2 figures happened to pass by Ningfeng Xi and Chen Xin, who had just set off. The path they took was one to the east and the other to the west. "Holy Son, dinner is ready." Jade Pomelo swept a burning stick on the ground and looked at Huang Wei, who was lying on the side looking at the moon with a respectful tone. Huang Wei looked at the moon quietly, thinking about the 5th soul ring. He sighed inwardly. "I wonder if Kai and Aolio can help me find the 5th soul ring. If it doesn't work, take someone to the far north to give it a try." Hearing Jade Pomelo's call, he came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and walked over there. At this moment, there was a sense of crisis around him. Huang Wei looked at it with his eyes narrowed. Indifferent. Jade Pomelo sneered. "You dare to come here, even if you are a small pack of wolves." Under his mental exploration, There were a total of 50,000 year level demonic wolves around. He must have come here smelling the smell. He just slightly released his 84th level contract cultivation, and the 50,000 year level demonic wolves around him exploded in an instant and fled in terror. The carriage on the other side sensed what was happening here and stopped. Your Highness, there are changes ahead. There was a group of guards around the carriage. One of the captains was at the contra level. There are 3 soul saints and soul emperors left. Then there are 6 people plus contra, which is 7. It happens to be a good team, and it is also a powerful force in other places. Although the deterrence of this force will be weakened in Xiandao Empire and Xiandao City, it is still very powerful. Sensing the movement ahead, they all went on alert. At this moment, when they came here, Shilong and Nahuan Douluo had been watching secretly. Moreover, the 7 people who came out to guard Zuking this time, including the Soul Douluo, were all undercover agents secretly replaced by Wuhan Palace. In order to do their best to assist Khan Rinxu in seeking power and usurping the throne, and using the easiest means to seize the throne, all the authority of the Xiandao Empire. Zuking has slowly begun to poison Emperor Zhu Yi's food, and everything is progressing perfectly according to the plot in the original work. When the time comes, it's time to plot to seize the throne. However, at this moment, a red figure quickly fell towards this side in the sky. At the same time, Shilong's figure quickly appeared beside the carriage, and the other 7 personnel also showed symbolic signs of vigilance. Don't be nervous, we are on our own. Nihong's soft voice sounded. No wonder the breath is so familiar. It turns out to be you, Nihong. Shilong saw this person, and upon hearing the words from his mouth, he immediately relaxed and said with a slight smile, although he is not worried that others will harm Khan Rinxu, who is now pretending to be Zuking. I've seen Nihong man. The other 7 people immediately saluted with great respect. Nihong has met the eldest lady. Nihong saluted inside the carriage. From a certain point of view, Khan Rinxu's status is stronger than that of Saint Huang Wei and Saint Lina. This is definitely not alarmist. They secretly killed the real Zuking and asked Khan Rinxu to pretend to enter the Xiandao royal family as an informant. Only the senior officials of Wuhan Palace knew about it, except for the people who were arranged to go there. There was usually no one like the 7 people in front of them knew. Khan Rinxu walked out and nodded. Elder Nihong, where is the Holy Sun now? Chapter 78. She has wanted to meet him for a long time. Now that I finally have this opportunity, I will naturally not let it go. Nihong said, it's right in front. I've checked the surrounding area. There's no one else there. Just don't worry, miss. Shilong said, miss, go ahead. We are here to watch. If anyone comes over, shoot and kill. Okay, thank you Uncle Shi and Sister Ni. After Khan Rinxu finished speaking, she headed directly towards the fire pit not far ahead. On Huang Wei's side, he sensed someone walking towards this side. He said to the Jade Pomelu, go and see who is coming. Yes. Jade Pomelu nodded and walked directly over there. At this time, Nihong appeared and blocked Jade Pomelu's path. Elder Nihong. Jade Pomelu immediately handed over his hand. Just let him pass. There is no need to stop him. After saying that, she disappeared. Yes. Jade Pomelu nodded. Soon, I saw a man walking towards this side. He saw Huang Wei, and Huang Wei also saw him. Could he be Zuking? No, it's Khan Rinxu. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes. If the opponent was Zuking, then he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive to get here. It's better to be famous than to see him. I've long heard that the Holy Sun is extraordinary. At only 7 years old, he has the soul power of a pseudo 50th level Soul King. I want to see if it's true. As soon as Khan Rinxu came out, she looked at the young man in front of her. As she spoke, he directly showed off his strength. His angelic martial soul bloomed, and 6 soul rings emerged from his body. The aura that burst out had a level 65 soul power. Although she is the inheritor of the Seraphim martial spirit, her current cultivation level is only enough to manifest a 4-winged angel. This martial soul is quite special. She only has her first pair of wings. When she reaches level 30. The second pair appears after level 60, also commonly known as the four-winged angels after level 30, and then level 90. The third pair will appear, which are the real seraphs. Growth is based on level 30 as a unit point. The appearance of each pair would bring a terrifying growth to her and Wuhan. She had never fought against Huang Wei, and she had long wanted to do it again. Let's see which one is the opponent's martial soul that is more powerful in defending against turtles, or which one is the martial soul inherited from gods. But she is very confident that she can win the opponent. After all, she is a divine martial spirit, but the other party is not. At least that's the news she got. Huang Wei looked at the guy in front of him. He showed such a strong fighting spirit as soon as he came out. Moreover, Zuking no longer pretended to be a woman and turned into the original woman. Very beautiful, so beautiful. She looks very similar to Bibi Dong, but because Bibi Dong is taking grass jelly at the moment, she is more delicate, charming and sexy than the other person. After all, the other party is a beautiful woman, and the one in front of her is just a little girl. You must be Grandpa Khan's granddaughter, Khan Ringsu, right? Huang Wei looked at the other party without any hint of timidity. Not bad. Khan Ringsu nodded proudly. Holy son Huang Wei, fight with me. Khan Ringsu summoned the angel holy sword and pointed at Huang Wei. The power of divine light blooms, swallowing up the surrounding darkness. Shilong and Eli Huang immediately unleashed their own power to form a magnetic field and spread it out, shielding the scene as much as possible. The location here is relatively remote, which Huang Wei deliberately chose. Chapter 94. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, and it was terrible to look back. Aren't you a seraph? Why do you only have 4 wings? While Huang Wei was eating, he looked at the angel martial spirit behind Khan Ringsu, blinked and spoke. He did not immediately answer Khan Ringsu's request for a fight. When Huang Wei asked this question, the scene fell silent instantly. The others looked over and suddenly realized this problem. Right, not a seraph, why only 4 wings? When Khan Ringsu heard this, her chest rose up and down in anger. She took a deep breath and said angrily, HMPH, what do you know? Seraphim are god-level inherited martial arts spirits with the ability to grow. They only grow 1 pair every 30 levels! Exclamation mark. When I reach the 9th level of the title Douluo, I will grow a 3rd pair of wings and become a seraph. Huang Wei nodded slightly, without much surprise on his face. He nodded secretly and said, I see, the god-level martial spirit is different. I'm just a big turtle martial spirit. Hearing this, Khan Ringsu also became proud and said, you are not bad either, the martial soul turtle. You have become the 50 level soul king at a young age. You shouldn't have obtained the 5th soul ring, right? Huang Wei shook his head. No, I'm worrying about which one to choose for the 5th soul ring. Grandpa Khan helped me find it. I have been waiting for news from him. Khan Ringsu pouted, feeling a little unhappy. She didn't expect her grandfather to be so kind to him. I felt disgraced. She snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a fight. Miss Khan Ringsu, it's not that I'll look down on you. Even if I don't activate my martial soul, you, the current 6th ring soul emperor, can't break through my body's defense. It's better not to waste your energy and come over to eat with me. Huang Wei looked at her indifferently. Damn it. Stop looking down on me. You're going to regret it, little brat. Watch out. After listening to Huang Wei's words, Khan Ringsu felt that the other person was extremely arrogant and was still humiliating her. She was immediately furious. When had her gifted daughter been spoken to like this? So arrogant. He even said that he couldn't break through his physical defense without summoning his martial spirit. No one can bear this. When the others saw this, Jade Pomilu was also a little curious. As for Shilong and the other 7 soul masters, they also felt that the other party was arrogant. Looking at Nahuang aside, uncertainty flashed across Nahuang's face. Khan Ringsu used the angel holy sword and slashed directly at Huang Wei's left arm point. Although the current angel holy sword is not the real one, it is just a phantom clone condensed by the power of the angel, and it is not a soul skill point. Therefore, the power naturally cannot be very strong. Facing a seemingly ferocious attack, it was nothing to Huang Wei. He really didn't use his martial soul or soul ring. He just gently raised a finger. He kept a calm face, kept a slight smile, and showed no fear at all. Seeing his demeanor, Kyan Ringsu was stunned for a moment, feeling a little regretful in her heart. Was this guy really a fool for not summoning his martial soul to resist? Isn't he afraid? This sword has the power of a powerful angel when it comes down. But she didn't know that Huang Wei's transparent armor could withstand any attack from the Soul Saint point. Even if she is a god-level inherited martial soul, the power she unleashes does not exceed that of a Soul Saint, so it is still within the range that the armor can easily withstand. The most important thing is that this armor veil is an awesome treasure with growth potential. The damage it can currently withstand is no problem even for Soul Saints. So no matter what, Kyan Ringsu couldn't break through his defense. Bang! While Kyan Ringsu was thinking about it, her attack had already landed, and her pupils subconsciously shrank. But the next moment, his pupils shrank again. Really? She crooned. Because Huang Wei only used one finger to steadily catch her attack with the Angel Holy Sword. The others were also shocked. After double confirmation, this person really did not activate the martial spirit. How can this be? Everyone screamed in surprise. Nothing is impossible. Huang Wei smiled lightly. Pushed away the Angel Holy Sword. I don't believe it. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. Kyan Ringsu refused to admit defeat. She bit her silver teeth and the first yellow soul ring on her body lit up, and she rushed straight towards Huang Wei again. This time is completely different from the attack just now. But, bang, Huang Wei raised his fingers and clamped the opponent's sword edge. A force burst out at this moment. However, it was offset by Huang Wei's armor and spread out. Kyan Ringsu and others could not see this scene. They only saw that Huang Wei was fine at all. The fifth soul skill, Angel Judgment. Kyan Ringsu wanted to cry. She refused to admit defeat again and fell hard towards Huang Wei. She had never been so frustrated. This time, the power was completely different. The divine light falls, bringing with it the power to judge all evil in the world. This is angelic judgment. Bang! The powerful force impacted all around, causing a large area of trees to collapse. But Huang Wei still had nothing wrong with him. Impossible. Impossible. Kyan Ringsu's pupils tightened. How could your defense be so terrible? If you activate your martial spirit, how strong will your defense be? Kyan Ringsu exclaimed. She felt so wronged this time. Release your martial spirit and show me. Damn it, don't look down on me. Chapter 79. Kyan Ringsu gritted her teeth and said angrily, don't waste your efforts, you can't beat me. Huang Wei sighed, too lazy to pay attention to her. Kyan Ringsu was unhappy, summoned angel wings and flew up, and then the sixth soul skill on her body bloomed and lit up. The energy of divine radiance condenses rapidly. The sixth soul skill, Angelic Light. As a proud shout rang out, terrifying energy shot directly towards Huang Wei. In the night sky, a long golden light occupies the sky. The last soul skill has been used, so I'll give you something noodles. Since you want to see my martial spirit so much, then I, the Holy Sun, will make it happen for you. Looking at the light wave coming in front of him, Huang Wei was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked calmly and said. Then with a thought, a powerful soul power emerged from his body. A giant black turtle standing tall on the sky and the earth appeared, and the terrifying aura of turtle dominance spread in all directions. Those who had seen it were fine, but those who had not seen it swallowed their saliva and said, damn, it's so big. What a big turtle. Kyan Ringsu, who was beaten out, was stunned when she saw this. As soon as he came out, Huang Wei directly used the second soul skill, otherwise he was worried that Kyan Ringsu would be injured to death. At that time, only angels and gods can come in person to save us. If the other party is dead and cold, Kyan Daoliu will definitely go berserk and kill him. He didn't dare to take the risk. He is still growing now, and when he reaches the age where he can withstand the power of demigods, he will no longer be afraid. Everything can be done naturally. What a wonderful thing this is. A green armor possessed him, and the huge turtle shell instantly enveloped him. Boom. There was a sound and an impact. The situation at the scene comes out instantly. The turtle shell easily reached the angel's light, and despite such a terrifying attack, the opponent didn't do anything at all. Inside the turtle shell, there was a huge energy ball condensed in Huang Wei's hand. This energy ball was something he had stored until now. He plans to make a vitality bomb as big as it comes out, and then he will throw it at whoever is upset. Chapter 95 Kan Ringsu's recruitment. Seeing this scene, Kan Ringsu was completely lost. If she gritted her teeth and continued to exert force, she would not be able to break the opponent's shell. Her martial spirit is a god level martial spirit. How could he lose to a turtle? Although this turtle is relatively large. On the angel holy sword, the light shines brighter and brighter. The golden divine light was dispersed and dotted in the mid-air. I told you, don't waste your efforts. You are no match for me, and you can't break my defense. Huang Wei said lightly. Immediately afterwards, the soul bone skill on his body moved, leaving only an after image on the spot. It appeared again, already behind Kan Ringsu. Huang Wei took out a silver knife from the soul guide and held it against Kan Ringsu on the spine of her neck. You lose, Miss Snow. Huang Wei's plain voice sounded. Who said that? Kan Ringsu was stunned. Her pupils shrank. Soul bone skills. And it's so fast. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately spread his wings and flew. Huang Wei teleported again to follow. Kicked Kan Ringsu on the back. The opponent let out a cry and fell towards the ground, but unfortunately Huang Wei's own attack power was still too poor. As for the power of the energy ball, he couldn't control it and couldn't throw it. As for the fourth soul skill, it is impossible for him to use it. The opponent with the first soul skill is even worse. Huang Wei teleported to the back of Kan Ringsu again and kicked him out again. Damn it. Take your feet away. Kan Ringsu turned over and swept out her sword in anger, but unfortunately, the sword broke immediately and Huang Wei used his own defense power to turn into gravity, so he pressed it down. Kan Ringsu looked panicked. She didn't expect that the opponent's defense was so outrageous, and the angelic holy sword actually broke. Bang! The next second, under the eyes of everyone, Kan Ringsu was pressed down by Huang Wei and smashed to the ground. Her four-winged angel spirit was immediately lifted. Miss. The few people watching the show came to their senses, were startled, and immediately ran forward. No matter whether they are the Holy Sun or Miss Zhu, they cannot afford to offend them. But Kan Ringsu is the granddaughter of Kan Daoliu. But the sun is not. Under certain circumstances, it is still necessary to favor Kan Ringsu. However, Jade Pomilu did not run up, but waited aside. He has only one master, and that is the Holy Sun Huang Wei. Kan Ringsu is naturally not as important as Huang Wei in his heart, not to mention that this is only the first time he has met Kan Ringsu. Huang Wei also wisely left Kan Ringsu's back. The martial spirit was also lifted. Okay, the results are out. You didn't listen to what I just said, Huang Wei shrugged, expressing his innocence. The opponent can't beat him, no matter what point, unless he breaks through to title Douluo now, then he will throw out the energy ball that has been gathering. Anyway, it is locked on the target, and cannot be escaped. When the time comes, he also wants to see such a big energy ball. How will title Douluo survive? Can you resist it? Kan Ringsu endured the pain, and was helped up. She long stood in front of Huang Wei with a helpless look on his face. The other person was the Holy Sun, and had the same status as him, and he was also one of Pope Bibi Dong's direct disciples. He did not dare to move, so he could only do this. As for Huang, she didn't say anything. She wanted to see what Kan Ringsu would be like first. Kan Ringsu glared at Huang Wei angrily, looking unconvinced. It was so irritating. Even though I used my strongest trick, I couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, and my sword even broke. It's so bullying. Thinking of this, she felt very wronged and wanted to cry, but she stopped herself. She said in an unhappy tone, "Don't be proud. Sooner or later I will take care of you. Break your smelly turtle shell." Huang Wei nodded. "Miss Zhu, come on. I'll wait for the day you break my turtle shell." HMPH. Kan Ringsu's chest was rising and falling, obviously very angry. Suddenly she rolled her eyes and said, "Holy Sun, do you want to come over to my side and help me? I will never treat you badly." The others were a little surprised. Is this blatant poaching? But I feel relieved when I think of the other party's identity. If others really don't dare point in addition to her, Perhaps the only powerful beings in the Wuhan palace such as Qin Daoliu, the great priest, dared to do. So Huang Wei looked at her seriously, and she looked at him seriously. Then Huang Wei turned away and said indifferently, "I won't go." "Why? Is this lady worse than your teacher?" Qin Rinxu became even more unhappy and asked. Huang Wei turned around, looked at her breasts, then recalled Bibi Dong's, and after comparing them, he came to a conclusion. Still the latter is powerful. After all, Qin Rinxu is still in the development stage. "I don't want to go." "Okay, I've seen you before. I still have things to deal with. You can go back, Malu. Let's go." Huang Wei turned around and waved his hand, too lazy to pay attention to Qin Rinxu's solicitation. "Let's go. Return to Xiandao City." Qin Rinxu snorted loudly, then turned and walked away. As she spoke, there was a golden halo around her body, and the next second she was a woman, and she instantly transformed into Zhu King's man body. He promised Emperor Zhu Yi to come out for training, so naturally he couldn't go back to the Xiandao royal family so quickly, but went to wander around Xiandao City. Jade Pomelu followed Huang Wei. They got into the carriage and galloped away. "Holy Sun, where are we going?" Milu asked. "Sunset Forest." Huang Wei said. "Yes." Milu nodded without asking why. "I have to follow." "Nhuang and Shilong looked at each other and said. Shilong nodded. "Okay, so Nhuang left." "Don't leave yet, Zhu." King's carriage was about to leave, but Qin Rinxu's voice came from inside. "Miss, what do you want?" Shilong asked. Qin Rinxu's red lips outlined. "Uncle Snake, aren't you curious about what that guy is doing in Sunset Forest?" Long was stunned. He was really not curious. "The Holy Sun should be going to obtain the 5th soul ring," Shilong said. Qin Rinxu said, "Impossible. According to the information my grandpa passed on to me, that guy's 4th soul ring is 100,000 years old and was sacrificed by a rabbit, so his 5th soul ring is at least no less than 100,000 years old. Even if it were around 80,000 to 90,000 years, he would never be able to fight against that contrap." Chapter 80. Nhuang is gone, Shilong reminded. Qin Rinxu said, "There are no 100,000-year soul beasts in Sunset Forest." "I understand it." Shilong was also speechless for a moment. "Miss, are you that curious?" "So, miss, do you want to follow?" Shilong said hesitantly. This was the only answer he could guess. Qin Rinxu nodded. "That's right. Let's sneak up and take a look." "Okay." Shilong nodded. Huang Wei's carriage was very fast, and he was traveling at night, but Contra's vision was very good and would not be greatly affected by the night. Huang Wei was lying on the carriage, and the image of Qin Rinxu flashed in his mind. "This guy is so beautiful." He still didn't know that the other party was following behind him secretly. Outside of Xiandao City, Sunset Forest is also very close to here. So in about half a stick of incense time, their carriage successfully arrived at the outermost edge of the Sunset Forest. The outermost area looks like a village and county, with hotels and hunting teams. Chapter 96. Return to the Sunset Forest. Huang Wei. "It's getting late. Find a hotel to rest. We'll set out early tomorrow morning to enter the Sunset Forest." He is already familiar with the location of the Ice and Fire Eyes, so there is no need to worry. "Yes." After receiving the order, Jade Pomelu nodded and parked the carriage in a hotel. There were many hotels in B/U0026Bs nearby. Because there were many hunting teams and the daily business was very busy, most people also adhered to the principle of staying close. Find these places to live. They rented 2 houses and slept separately. At the same time, there was a carriage and a group of people outside. They had changed their clothes, and the carriage had been replaced by an ordinary wine-chasing horse. This group of people is exactly Qin Rinxu's group. The Holy Sun and the others are sleeping. Then, let's go to bed. Just go to the hotel next door. Qin Rinxu thought for a while and gave the order. Yes. Soon, they all arranged it. Time passed by, and stars moved across the sky. The day's plan begins in the morning. Many people finish their breakfast early in the morning and start running their business. Huang Wei also woke up amidst the noise. Jade Pomelu, dressed in ordinary people's clothes, was waiting outside his room early, holding a plate with breakfast in his hand. After Huang Wei woke up, He was naturally a little impatient, but after thinking about the current conditions, he decided to forget it. I took the breakfast and ate it while looking at the busy crowd below. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. No matter which world we go to, people are so busy. If I hadn't traveled through time, I would still be working overtime now. After eating, the two of them set off quickly. The chasing wind carriage is parked in the stables here. After paying the money, a dedicated person will take care of it and feed it. Huang Wei and Jade Pomalu walked quickly toward the Sunset Forest. On the way, there were many people shouting about the lack of support, speed, and exploration of the Soul Master position in the team. These improvised teams have sinister hearts and are highly unreliable. If ordinary people were not really helpless, they would definitely not choose such a team with no guarantee at all. Their business is to hunt soul beasts, to sell and help others hunt for soul rings. Of course, if a private team has been together for a long time and is stable, it is still very reliable to do daily business, but the price is naturally more expensive. There is no way, no matter where you go, it is the same. You get the quality of the goods for every price. Except for some black businessmen and profiteers, they do not follow this rule. The shouts of these people were ignored by Huang and Wei. They entered Sunset's Forest directly from the east. Not far behind, Qian Ringsu and others were already following behind. In the morning, all the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are fast asleep in their nests. They are active users at night. In the early morning, it was already an extravagant hope to find some soul beasts in the periphery. After all, the number of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest was no longer as abundant as in the Stardao Forest, after being hunted by humans, making an already scarce area even rarer. Where on earth are they going? No, it should be where he is going. Qian Ringsu, who was not far away, stopped and frowned. There were no birds or beasts nearby. It was very desolate. Most people would not come to this location. She was very confused. Uncle Snake, what do you think? Qian Ringsu asked. Shilong's figure appeared at the side, shook his head and said, Miss, I don't know either. You'll know if you follow me. Maybe that guy Nihang knows. Shilong replied. I don't know either. Nihang's figure appeared quietly. Everyone called him one after another. Nihang slightly, and then said, since Miss is so curious, how about you go up and ask the Holy Sun directly? Qian Ringsu's face clearly showed a sign of reluctance, and her mouth moved slightly. It was obvious that she was still brooding over the scene of being tortured last night, and couldn't let go of it. After all, she is the one following Huang Wei now. It's better to follow first. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Hearing this, Nihang smiled slightly and said nothing. So she disappeared again. Shilong is also hiding in the dark. Qian Ringsu's team continued to move forward. At the same time, in Soto City, Ning Fengxi and Chen Xin had arrived. When I came to the desolate area outside Soto City, I was shocked. There were no traces of fighting here, and there was a lot of desolation. It's like disappearing into thin air. Fengxi, what do you think? Chen Xin frowned. Ning Fengxi frowned and shook his head. I can't tell. Can you sense anything, Chen? Xin shook his head. It's been too long. It would have been fine if it happened just now, but now I can't feel it. Hearing this, Ning Fengxi pondered. That's a bit troublesome. Those who reported the news have no news at all after such a long time. What kind of soul skills can do this to quietly let a group of people news? There are also soul saints and soul saints among them. Douluo, no matter what, there is a high chance that this is the work of the title Douluo of Wuhan Palace. If it is the title Douluo of Wuhan Palace in the past, I can't find out who did it, but I don't know if there are any new title Douluo in Wuhan Palace now. I know, let alone soul skills. Not long ago, we received news that Tang Hao and Haoshan Douluo of the Haoshan sect died in the siege of the title Douluo of the Wuhan Palace. However, they chose to self-destruct in death and took away the ghost leopard and turtle, 3 Douluo and demon bear. As for the other title Douluo from the spirit hall, they are also injured. Ning Fengxi's words sounded, and Chen Xin said, with that angel in the Wuhan Palace, it is not difficult to recover these injured title Douluo. Anyway, the most important news for us is that the Wuhan Palace is gone. 3 Douluo, although these 3 should be the weaker ones among the martial spirits, that's good news too, but based on the experience of Wuhan Palace, it is absolutely impossible to sit still and wait for death. We will train 3 new Douluo to make up for it. Chen Xin's words also made Ning Fengxi solemn, and then he sighed. Our 7 treasure-glazed sect is weak and cannot stop Wuhan Palace. If we join forces with the 3 sects, there may be some hope, but it is a pity. Although the 3 upper sects share the same spirit, everything is just superficial. Then, how should we give an explanation to His Majesty? Chen Xin asked. Ning Fengxi looked at Wuhanzi Palace and said, go and inquire in person. This is the territory of the Xiandao Empire. Wuhanzi Palace can't do anything, let alone you here. Then let's go, Wuhandian. Chen Xin looked at Wuhanzidian and snorted slightly. So he took Ning Fengxi over. In the sunset forest, Huang Wei came to a thick poisonous fog. This poisonous mist looked very strong, but it was completely incomparable to what Huang Wei had encountered before. After all, the 7 absolute flowers of Bifosphorus have been taken away by Huang Wei, so naturally these rich flowers are not as powerful as that time. But it is also very lethal to people with titles like Douluo and below. But Huang Wei has a physique that is immune to all poisons and is not afraid of these poisonous fogs. If the title Douluo attacks with poisonous energy, he still needs to be afraid to leave. After a while, he wanted to use his 4th soul skill again to see if he could contain the ice and fire spring pool. He looked at the jade pomelo and said, Malu, wait for me outside. If I don't come out with a stick of incense, let Nahuan go in and save me. No, holy son, this is extremely poisonous. Upon hearing this, Jade Pomelu was immediately frightened. Holy son, Amma must be too courageous. This poisonous mist made him afraid. Chapter 97. Return to the ice and fire eyes. Hearing this, Huang Wei gently waved his hand to show that he didn't care. It doesn't matter, I have the blessing of the Holy Throne, and it's nothing to worry about. You just wait for me outside and stick to the mission I gave you. That's it. Holy son. Jade Pomelu was still worried. Huang Wei's superior aura instantly rose, and he looked at him with an indifferent expression. This is an order. I obey the order. Jade Pomelu's body trembled, and for some reason, he was filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to say another word. Huang Wei was about to go in. Their conversation was also heard by Anai Huang in the dark. Nahuan quickly appeared behind the 2 to stop Huang Wei. Holy son, no. This poisonous fog is difficult to deal with under the title Douluo. Although your defense is strong, facing the poisonous fog is no joke. Elder Nahuang, do you want to stop me? Huang Wei looked at her with an indifferent expression that was intimidating and majestic. Nahuan looked at each other, and for some reason something was captured in her heart. This is an order. This holy son will not joke with his own life. I don't want to say it anymore. Just follow this holy son's order. Under the title Douluo, don't go inside, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. After saying that, Huang Wei stepped directly into the thick poisonous mist. Your Majesty Nahuang, please follow me quickly. Jade Pomelu looked at Nahuang and said, the other party is a title Douluo, so it's okay. Nahuang nodded, summoned his martial spirit, ignited flames all over his body, and rushed directly into the poisonous mist. That guy is really a madman. Shilong, you should follow him just in case. Chapter 81. Qian Ringsu, who was following from a distance, was also anxious. When she saw this, she looked at Shilong aside and said. Shilong looked at the poisonous mist in front of him, with a look of fear in his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded, summoned the snake spear martial spirit, to use a body protecting soul skill, and rushed in. Elder Shilong. Jade Pomelu looked at the 3rd figure entering in front of him and was stunned. Then he turned around and looked. He saw Qian Ringsu walking towards him. Miss Qian. Jade Pomelu saluted immediately. Yeah. Qian Ringsu nodded. Qian Ringsu stared at the poisonous mist ahead. Let's go in and take a look. I want to see what he wants to do. After saying that, he walked in. Jade Pomelu's pupils shrank, and she immediately stopped in front of her. Miss Qian, no. You absolutely can't go in. What do you mean? You have to stop me. Qian Ringsu narrowed her eyes, and the expressions of the 7 people following behind her also changed. Miss, the people behind you can't go in, because the Holy Son's 4th soul skill, titled Douluo, will all be implicated. Wonder if you know what happened in Soto City? Jade Pumalu said. You mean, this was not done by our spirit all titled Douluo? But it was done by that guy's fourth soul skill? Kyan Ringsu's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She had naturally heard about what happened in Soto City. She, Ning Fengxi and others all had the same idea, and they all believed that this was done by the titled Douluo of Wuhan Palace who was secretly following Huang Wei. But I didn't expect that a different statement would be spoken by the person in front of me. This person followed the Holy Sun all the way and shouldn't lie to her. But the next second, she realized something was wrong. No. You are also a contra player. So why weren't you involved? This also means that the Holy Sun soul skill can be controlled, right? Kyan Ringsu felt that she suddenly became smarter, and she had seen through everything. This is the truth of the matter. Jade Pumalu shook his head. The Holy Sun also asked me to stay 1 kilometer away from him at that time, so I was not implicated. But the group of soldiers who went after the Holy Sun and the 7 generals of the Ballot Kingdom, they all disappeared in that soul skill, and I still don't know where they went, just like they disappeared from the world. And the Holy Sun said he couldn't control that soul skill. We don't know how far inside this poisonous mist is. If the Holy Sun happens to use his 4th soul skill, you who go in will definitely be implicated. Then he knows what's inside? Does he need to use the 4th soul skill? Kyan Ringsu was extremely shocked and asked in confusion. Jade Pumalu shook his head. The Holy Sun is sure of his actions, and he will never do anything he is not sure of, so those of us who have not reached the level of title Douluo should wait outside here, and don't go in to cause trouble. Anyway, Enai Huang Miangsha and Shilong Miangsha have already entered, and if anything happens, they will definitely rescue the Holy Sun as soon as possible. Okay, let's wait outside for a while. When Kyan Ringsu heard this, although she was unwilling to give in, what the other party said was reasonable, and she felt a pity in her heart. In this way, Jade Pumalu breathed a sigh of relief. Within the poisonous mist, the poisonous mist was corroding Huang Wei's body, but the body had a magical power that miraculously purified the poison. It can be seen that these poisons are still among the hundreds of poisons, otherwise, the current Huang Wei would be directly attacked. But he is not afraid. After all, he is also a man with the Yalxiang Kilo immortal grade. If he takes it out directly, the poisonous mist will dissipate. He used soul bone skills to teleport forward continuously. He quickly broke through the poisonous fog and entered a place that was familiar to him. It is the secluded place of Dugubo, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Unfortunately, now only the ice and fire spring pool below is left. After Huang Wei broke through the encirclement, Nihong appeared closely, followed by Shilong. Nihong's face was relatively relaxed, while Shilong was a little worried. There was something special about this poisonous mist. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were suddenly shocked. I didn't expect there was such a place here. Holy Sun, you were actually able to break out of this poisonous mist without our protection. How did you do it? Shilong looked at the young man in front of him with admiration. Nihong also looked away from the scene here and looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei said calmly, this Holy Sun only has means, otherwise how can I ascend to this holy throne? Nihong and Shilong looked at each other and felt that what the other party said was correct. Holy Sun, have you known that there is such a place here a long time ago? Nihong asked, grabbing the key point. Huang Wei had no intention of hiding it and nodded slightly. Yes, I have been to this place once with my teacher. This place is the Ice and Fire Ice Spring Pool. It is a terrifying treasure. What you see now is no longer its original appearance. Then he said calmly, Ice and Fire Ice Spring Pool. The two of them were stunned for a moment. This was the first time they heard this name, and then they looked at the blue and red pools at the bottom of the canyon. That must be what the Holy Sun said. Holy Sun, why did it become like this? The two were puzzled. Huang Wei said, there are some things that you don't know yet. This is an order given by the teacher. I will tell you when the time comes. Good. The two of them were not fools, so they nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Huang Wei asked, two elders, can you find out if there is anyone here? People. The two were startled and immediately released their mental power to explore their surroundings. Chapter 98 Empty Shell. Damn it. After Huang and Shilong took a closer look, they found that there was no one here, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Answer to Huang Wei. Holy sun, except for the three of us, there are no outsiders here. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and said, this place is Douluo's old residence. If we come in here, he will definitely sense it. Just in case, it's better for you to go out and guard outside. Poison. Douluo, Douluo, over there in the Xiandao Empire. Shilong narrowed his eyes and said, this guy's poison is terrifying. Shilong continued, no wonder this thick poisonous mist makes me feel heartbroken. It turns out to be that guy's territory. No wonder, in this case, the situation is not good. If the other party comes over, he will definitely find Miss Zua and the others. If he finds out that we are in the same group, it will be terrible. Let them leave immediately. They must not be suspected anymore. Huang and Shilong looked at each other and turned to leave again. This matter is related to the general trend of Wuhan Palace, and there must be no mistakes, otherwise everything will be in vain. Of course, there is another way, which is to wait for Douluo to come and kill the other party to completely solve the hidden danger, but the battle between Douluo is not as simple as imagined. Moreover, the opponent's use of poison obviously has a very great restraint effect on them. If the other party is forced into a hurry, the consequences will be serious. Seeing this, Huang Wei did not hesitate and teleported directly to the ice and fire Liangai spring pool, and the soul power in his body completely emerged. A yellow, purple, and red soul ring appeared, and a huge black turtle came out, standing tall and majestic, shocking everything. After using it, it will consume a lot of money for me. It's okay if it succeeds, but it will be terrible if it doesn't succeed. No, now the armor spirit space of my third soul skill has become larger. I don't know if I can accommodate it. Let's try it first. Try it. Huang Wei thought for a while and then started to move. The third soul skill is activated. The armor spirit space, within 1 kilometer of himself. The target he designated can be included in the space. He directly targeted the ice and fire spring pool. The next second, a powerful force rose up. The surrounding ground rumbled loudly. A strange mysterious rune appeared on the ice and fire spring pool and clung to it. Then, Huang Wei discovered that his power was rapidly passing away. This change made his expression change. He didn't expect that the third soul skill would also play this trick, but soon, the ice and fire spring pool turned into a Taiji light point, which directly entered the turtle's mouth. When Huang Wei excitedly explored the Jialing space, he found that the ice and fire spring pool was quietly placed in the center of all the fairy grass. How could it be so simple? Aren't there the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? Even if their bodies are dead, their souls must not be dead either. Huang Wei frowned, and his mind went deep into the ice and fire spring pool, and suddenly found that there was nothing inside, only the ice and fire spring pool, and there were no bodies and souls of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King, let alone 200,000-year-old soul bones. He was stunned. No? How is this possible? Could it be that the empty shells are just taken in, and the real essence remains here underground, right? Huang Wei looked straight ahead. Ahead was a bottomless super abyss. Under the abyss, there seemed to be angry eyes staring at him, which made him feel very worried. It seems that my level is not enough. I only brought an empty shell. Huang Wei finally understood this. It was exactly what he thought. It seems that the bodies of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King are at the bottom of the abyss system. If I go down now, will I die? Huang Wei asked uncertainly. Although the system is semi-intelligent, it may not be able to answer this question, but a chance of survival is better than nothing. The ice and fire spring pool is formed by the fusion of the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King after death. To imitate the yin and yang, it can be said that this spring pool is their largest and final container of support, and the strongest combat power is also in it. Now that the host has brought them into the armor spirit space, they lose this connection and their strength will disappear instantly. Even if there are souls still alive, they are still very weak now. If time goes by, their souls will completely dissipate, so it may be dangerous for the host to go down now, but he won't die. It will be safer to go down later. The system gave this result. Huang Wei was shocked. Damn it, I didn't expect it to have such an effect. He suddenly laughed. Hahaha, it really came out of nothing. I didn't expect that my unintentional move allowed me to obtain those 2 soul bones more safely. System, are those 2 soul bones there? Suddenly, he asked again immediately. System, here. Hahaha. Huang Wei laughed even more. Absorbing soul bones can also increase soul power. He had previously absorbed the soul bone of the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. Due to the limitation of the 5th soul ring, he had not been able to rise above 50 levels. If he obtained the 5th soul ring, it should increase by several levels. With these 2 soul bones, reaching level 60 or even level 70 is no longer a problem. He was extremely excited when he thought of this. Set a small goal and become a titled Douluo before the age of 10. Huang Wei was extremely excited and set a small goal for himself that was absolutely impossible for others to achieve. The soul ring is a problem. If he doesn't care about the pretense problem, he can actually get one that is 10,000 years old. There is no need for 100,000 years. After all, the soul ring can only upgrade into the black turtle to absorb energy and release the black turtle skills that originally belonged to him. Moreover, in the original book, 100,000-year soul ring would give 2 soul skills, but now he was given 1. Huang Wei did not rush, but waited above point at this moment. Under the abyss, an angry dragon roar continued to sound. Huang Wei was a little depressed and immediately retreated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. At this moment, after Nihuang and Shalong outside the poisonous mist informed Qian Ringsu of the situation, the other party also felt that it made sense and quickly left the place with their people. Absolutely nothing can happen right now. But at this time, a dragon roar was heard coming from inside. Dragon cry? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and looked over. The holy sun won't be in danger, right? Jade Pomerou's expression changed drastically. You leave first. I will take him in later. Nihuang looked at Qian Ringsu and others who stopped and said, okay. Qian Ringsu nodded and left immediately. However, at this moment, in Xiandao City, Douluo, who was practicing, once again felt someone entering his territory. His face was extremely cold. The last time he was escaped by that person, this time he would never be able to do it. So get up and set off quickly. Qian Ringsu and others quickly left in the direction they came in. Let's go back to that hotel and check the situation. At the same moment, in the deepest part of the Star Forest, in the Lake of Life, Yashi suddenly sensed the aura of the same kind, and inside she heard the familiar roar of a dragon. Dishan appears again. This is the unique resonance of their dragon clan. My lord, it's the cry of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Dishan said immediately. The voice inside was cold. That direction is the Sunset Forest. Go and explore it alone. Yes. Shan's heart was filled with fire, and he turned into a huge dragon, soared into the sky, and flew towards the Sunset Forest. Chapter 99. Double Divine Bones of Ice and Fire. System operation. Please help me find the typus. If you find the typus, send a message directly to the location of the typus, and I will correct them. At this moment, Nihuang didn't care so much, and rushed directly into the poisonous mist with the Jade Pomelu, and flew towards here. These poisonous mist made Jade Pomelu feel the terrifying meaning of death. He had already covered his whole body with black balls of thoughts, and the outermost layer was still attached to the flames of Neophonics. Even so, he had such a palpitating sense of danger. It is conceivable that even without the Jade Phosphorus 7 Dew Flowers, Douluo's poison alone is still very terrifying. No wonder that in the original work, Lonely Bow might not be able to defeat any titled Douluo, the weakest person among the titled Douluo, but he could leave only titled Douluo in the whole world. This is absolutely no joke. Either win over such people and become one of your own, or kill them as early as possible in the cradle. Huang Wei inside waited for a moment, then jumped directly into the abyss. The soul bone of his right arm emits bright green light and is wrapped with mysterious runes. He activates teleportation to continuously extend the extreme distance point. It's really deep down here, so deep. Huang Wei dragged it for 10 kilometers without reaching the end point above. Nihong and Jade Pomeru came in and saw that there was no one here. The Holy Sun Huang Wei also disappeared, and he suddenly became anxious. When the two came to the canyon below, Nihong's pupils shrank. The original spring pool disappeared, leaving only a huge abyss. Nihong scanned the surroundings with her mental power and found that there was no one there. Jade Pomeru pointed to the black hole in front of him and said, "The Holy Sun won't go down, right? The roar of the dragon just now came from this abyss. You wait for me up here. If we don't come out for too long, you can find a way to contact His Majesty the Pope and bring someone over." Nihong thought for a while and said to the Jade Pomeru, "No, Nihong man, what if Douluo comes by then?" Jade Pomeru said. Nihong said, "Then let's go down together." Jade Pomeru looked at it and nodded. "Okay, I'm not afraid anyway." The two jumped down directly at the same time in the sunset forest. Douluo came from the nearby Xiandao city, so he naturally had to arrive relatively quickly. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, and he felt a very terrifying and powerful spirit beast breath coming from behind him. This breath comes from the sky. Douluo did not hesitate to hide his aura for a moment, looked over, and the next second he saw a figure with dragon horns flying rapidly from the distance. The visitor was none other than Dishan, who came quickly from the Stardao forest. Dishan's cultivation level is equivalent to that of a peerless Douluo, and he is also a dragon, so his flying speed is naturally extremely fast. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the guy in front of him, Douluo's hair suddenly exploded, and he broke into a cold sweat in fear. What? A terrifying aura of power. It's definitely not an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast. Its strength is definitely above me. I don't know where this guy's going. I must leave here as soon as possible. Douluo was scared out of his wits, turned around and fled towards the sunset forest. You must know that humans and soul beasts are mortal enemies. Although he wanted to go to his secluded place to see who had come to steal, his life was more important now. After all, no matter what, there are no valuable things in that place, and there is only an unknown lake left. It is not a big problem to go early or late. After thinking about it, he left decisively. At the same time, as a peerless Douluo, Dishan was very powerful, so how could he not discover Douluo? But now he has no time to pay attention to this Douluo. Instead, they flew towards the direction where the dragon roars of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King appeared. And he also sensed that the guy in front of him didn't have the aura he wanted at all, so he didn't waste time on him. Under the abyss, Huang Wei extreme experienced distance teleportation again and again, and finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The tidal body refining that should have been here has now disappeared, because the ice and fire liquid is gone. This news is not bad, at least for Huang Wei. It can be passed easily. At this moment, there was endless darkness in front of him, and he could not see his fingers. He felt a strong sense of depression. He used the soul beast to possess him. His eyes turned yellow, and he had the ability of night vision. The next second he was shocked by the scene in front of him. This is the earth vein formed by the huge dragon body circling at both ends. It was extremely huge, much bigger than the black turtle he was wearing now. And he could also feel the very terrifying dragon breath on the two huge dragon bodies. These are the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The shock in Huang Wei's eyes disappeared. The next moment, he saw two groups of light not far ahead. One red and one blue. 100,000-year soul bone. No, it should be the divine bone. Huang Wei suddenly became excited and immediately stepped forward and grabbed the two soul bones in his hands. The next second he discovered that they were actually soul bones on the left and right. It looks like they are still the right and left arm bones at this moment. Huang Wei was in trouble. I already have a right arm bone, and this soul skill is very suitable for me. In this case, I can only absorb one piece. What should I do with the remaining right arm bone? Just when he was thinking about this, the next moment, he felt a breath coming from above. And it's familiar. Huang is here. Huang Wei thought of this and looked at the soul bone in his hand. He didn't intend to let the other party discover it. He kept doing it and directly stored it in the Jialing space, not even the soul guide. After all, it didn't feel safe. The soul guide was something outside the body after all. The soul bone was successfully put in, but he felt something was wrong. Why couldn't it be absorbed into it? Could it be because the dragon souls of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King were not dead at that time, and because his level was not enough? For now, this is the only way to go about it. No matter what, being able to get these 2 soul bones now is worth it more than anything else. After returning to Wuhan Hall, I will take it out and plan carefully. It has been detected that the host has a right arm bone that is 100,000 years old. Should the Ice Dragon King's right arm bone be fused with the Fire Dragon King's left arm bone to form a left arm bone? However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Huang Wei's mind. At this moment, Huang Wei was stunned for a moment, feeling that happiness came so suddenly. Yes. Without hesitation in his heart, he said yes immediately. Immediately afterwards, he felt a mysterious force entering his armor spirit space, forcibly rubbing the Ice Dragon King's soul bones and Fire Dragon King's soul bones together, and they were directly enveloped by a ray of light. A ball of light was formed and placed there without further movement. At this time, from high in the sky, Nihon came down with the Jade Pomeranium. Holy son, it's great that you are here as expected. We thought something bad happened to you. Under the firelight, Nihong's eyes saw Huang Wei's figure, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the 2 of them were shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. Chapter 100 Emperor Xian arrives. Crisis. Keep looking this. Such a big dragon body. How could there be such a thing down here? Nihong's words were extremely shocking, and she felt like she had never felt anything before. This was the first time she had seen such a scene in her entire life. What a huge dragon body. And there are still 2 in front of me. Although they were all dead and only a skeleton was left, it was still shocking enough. Huang Wei said, this is the real secret of the Ice and Fire Eyes. I don't know what kind of dragons these 2 dragons are, but they are definitely very powerful ancient dragons. Nihong said, His Majesty the Pope must be informed about this matter and let him come over to find out. I really didn't expect. Huang Wei nodded. Let the teacher come over. He looked at everything in front of him, and there were many intricate roads leading to them that he couldn't tell at all. This must have been created by the concrete bodies of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King. Over the years the 3 of them walked around here and gained a lot of experience. Outside, Di Xian has arrived here. He looks at the poisonous mist below with complete disdain. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power blows away the poisonous mist in an instant. He flew directly in and was shocked by the scene in front of him because it's too barren. Chapter 83. These are traces of excavation. Looking at that abyss, Di Xian's expression changed and his pupils shrank suddenly. Are the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King down there? Not good. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he now feels that the breath of the 2 Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire is completely cut off, which means that he is really dead. Damn it, don't let me know who disrupted the order here, or I will destroy you all. Di Xian was extremely angry, and the terrifying dragon's breath on his body rose into the sky. It flew directly towards the abyss cave. The 3 people from Huang and Wei below were about to go up, but the next second they felt a very terrifying aura coming towards the bottom at great speed. This is the breath of a soul beast. Such a terrifying breath of a soul beast. There was a look of fear on Huang's face. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and his martial spirit became sluggish. Run. Quickly, you must not leave from this place again. Nihong came back to her senses, and pulled Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu directly into one of the secret passages. Huang Wei was also frightened by that aura, which was very scary. Now, even if he uses the black turtle to defend himself, he will definitely be beaten to death. Could it be Di Xian's fellow? That's not right. This guy never appeared in the first part of Douluo. It's impossible for him to appear here. Could it be the butterfly effect? It's because I destroyed the ecology here. No. It must be the roar of the Ice and Fire Dragon King before. It must be a resonance among the Dragon Clan. Thinking of this, Huang Wei secretly broke into a cold sweat. Now that we can't go up the road, we can only see if there is another way to go. Hide our breath as much as possible. Huang Wei reminded the three people who kept running away. Huang immediately restrained all his breath. The same is true for Huang Wei and Jade Pomeranium. The three of them are now three ants who can be crushed to death at will. Dishan moved very quickly and landed below. He looked at everything in front of him with angry eyes and was startled. Then he immediately made a respectful gesture and bowed in worship to Lord Dragon Kings. Really dead? Dishan was extremely sad and heartbroken. These two were the powerful men of his dragon clan. What exactly happened here? Looking around, he felt the presence of humans. His eyes were cold. Humans. But he couldn't take action because it would destroy the bodies of the two dragon kings. The two dragon kings might have something left here, and he needed to go in and take a look. Things belonging to the dragon clan must never be given to humans. Just in time, he executed the humans who disturbed the rest of the two dragon kings. Huang and Wei just kept running towards the intricate places ahead. It's like finding a way out. After twisting and turning, the three of them came to a cliff. I didn't expect that there would be such a cliff at such a deep place. There is no road at all on the other side of the cliff. The three of them looked at each other. Huang Wei said, "Seal that road." So the three of them took action. The terrifying aura is getting closer and closer. Huang Wei immediately told the answer he had analyzed. The one who came must be the same kind of dragon among the soul beasts. Otherwise the other party would not need to search so hard and just violently smash everything here. That's okay. We won't be able to escape when the time comes. Huang and Jade Pomeru heard this and felt that it was very reasonable. It would be great if they just destroyed everything here in order to find people. It seems that it is good for us to be cautious. At least the other party does not dare to use too much force. Huang Wei has arrived at the edge of the cliff. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe we will get something unexpected, Huang Wei said, but it's too dangerous down there and we don't know anything about it. Huang said. Huang Wei, it's just as dangerous if you stay here and get caught. Humans and spirit beasts are fighting to the death and are incompatible with each other. It's not like you don't know that, Elder. Huang was silent for a moment. Then Jade Pomeru nodded. I will advance and retreat with the Holy Sun. With that said, he came directly to Huang Wei's side. There is only one way to go now. Although the road ahead is complicated, there is only one way out in the end, and this complicated way is not as difficult to find as imagined. If you look back, the chance of death will be even greater. So, then we will, boom. Huang wanted to say something else, but the next second there was a huge impact from behind, and he flew backwards and hit Huang Wei. Huang Wei's head was hit by two chests, making him dizzy. The whole person also flew out and fell directly under the cliff. Ahem. Huang vomited blood and was injured. One can imagine how terrible the impact of the blow just now was. Jade Pomeru exclaimed and jumped down. At this time, Dishan had already arrived at this place. Just in time to see the three people in front of him. He sneered. That's great. A mere weak human dares to come to our dragon clan holy land to seek death. Dishan flashed forward and was about to hit the front. But the next second, Huang Wei didn't care about that much anymore. The black turtle defense is displayed, and the golden turtle shield is also used, pushing defense to the extreme. Sure enough, it's the beast Dishan. Huang Wei secretly thought in his heart, and suddenly became furious. This guy is very scary. Now he simply cannot resist the opponent's attack. The next second, he gritted his teeth, and threw up the green energy ball in his hand. The target is Dishan. Facing this powerless energy ball, Dishan showed disdain, raised his huge dragon claw, and struck it directly, intending to kill the energy ball and the three people in front of him together. Chapter 101 Emperor Shan Seal. However, the accident came so suddenly. When Dishan's huge dragon claw fell, the green energy exploded instantly. A loud rumbling sound sounded here, and the huge explosion instantly flooded Dishan. Dishan was startled, and the next second, he felt that his whole body was wrapped in milky white electricity. Immediately afterwards, the stinging sensation of paralysis and electric shock swept through his body instantly. The energy of these counter-injury critical strikes absolutely ignores level and defense, and enters the body directly. Dishan's roar sounded in the explosion point at this moment. Huang and Wei have fallen under the cliff point. The huge explosion shattered the surrounding walls and stones, and even the dragon's body was shattered bit by bit point. Although it is a dragon body without a god, it is still as hard as ever. The rocks fell, big and big, all heading towards the bottom of the cliff. Seeing this scene, the three Huang and Wei people became even more dangerous. They didn't know how far away they were, but the three of them felt an extremely powerful suction force sucking them from below, and they couldn't get rid of this suction force, no matter how hard they struggled. What the hell is this? Huang Wei was startled and looked down, and suddenly found a vortex shape below, a small twisted hole, like a black hole. The three of them struggled hard, but they were still sucked into it the next second. Dishan dragged his stinging body, and rushed out of the explosion smoke. His face was extremely horrified. He didn't expect that there was still human power in this world that could make his dragon body feel such severe pain. And this kind of damage is still all over the body. He is beyond description. Damn humans, we must not stay. Dishan roared angrily, and looked down, but he was stunned in place. Huh? Where are the people? He looked down. It was already very dark, and even with his longer night vision, he couldn't see the existence of the three people. The peerless Douluo's mental power was quickly released, making him even more dumbfounded and confused. Those three guys literally disappeared. This is absolutely impossible. Dishan didn't believe it. The dragon's body shook suddenly, and the terrifying dragon power swept through his body to resist the stinging pain on his body. These stinging pains appeared directly from inside his body. His body was strong, but it was superficial at best. Still very fragile on the inside. Many of the wounds that appear on the body arise from within. However, with his strong recovery power, the wound healed quickly. If this power is controlled by me, it might be able to threaten those damn gods. Dishan clenched his fists tightly, and the terrifying power of the dragon soul beast spread again, sprinting directly downwards. He didn't believe that the other party really disappeared out of thin air. Dishan was extremely fast and fell vertically downwards, his body shrouded in arrogance. Long Yan narrowed his eyes, and he really couldn't find where those three people were. It's dark down here and there's nothing. How come? He didn't believe it. Keep digging into it. Now he seemed to be in an endless nothingness. Nothing but darkness was darkness. Even if there was a dragon eye, all he could see was darkness. Dishan snorted coldly. You are lucky. Don't let me encounter you again, otherwise you will die. After saying that, he didn't bother to look for it anymore. The most important thing was to reply the message here to the superior. And in such a dark place, if those three people want to survive, the chance is probably very low. He quickly walked out of the cliff and came to the corpses of the two dragon kings. He bowed and worshipped again. After leaving the abyss cave entrance, he directly used the powerful dragon power to seal off the cave entrance and the surrounding areas within 1 kilometer. Chapter 84. Unless there is a peerless Douluo or a being that surpasses him, there is no way to escape. Even if those three people didn't die and came out, if they couldn't break the energy barrier, what awaited them would be death. So Dishan wasn't worried. After doing all this, he flew directly up and quickly returned to the Star Forest to recover. Why haven't they come out yet? Outside the Star Forest, in a hotel, Qian Ringsu, who had been staring ahead, had noticed an extremely powerful force approaching before, but it suddenly disappeared. She thought it was an illusion and ignored it. But at this moment, she suddenly flew out again, and she saw a figure with dragon horns moving quickly in another direction. Who is that person? Did that aura just appear from him? This breath. I have only felt it from my grandfather. Is he the same peerless Douluo as grandpa? Qian Ringsu's complexion changed drastically, and her pupils suddenly shrank. If that's the case, that's too bad. Why is there still a peerless Douluo? Aren't there only 3 deities on Douluo continent? Miss, the aura just now was not human. I felt a powerful dragon power from it. It was a spirit beast. She long appeared with a solemn expression, looking in the direction where Dishan disappeared. Go and take a look. The Holy Sun and the others may be in danger. That guy was probably attracted by the sound of the dragon just now. Qian Ringsu said hurriedly. Shilong also realized this. It's just that the other party was here just now, and he didn't dare to go there, even if he killed him. What's more, his mission is to protect Kan Ringsu's safety. He is no match for the other party. If Kan Ringsu is still there, then he will be distracted, let alone opponent. Kan Ringsu will die just like him. Soul beasts and humans are feuding, and they will never be afraid of Wuhan Palace, and will definitely kill them. What's more, the opponent is also a powerful Douluo, which makes it even more impossible. Those are all powerful soul beasts that have surpassed the 100,000 year level. He really can't beat it. The two of them set off quickly, while the others stayed here and waited. If they don't come back within half a stick of incense, go back immediately and report to His Majesty the Pope to notify the Grand Priest to come to the rescue point. These human soul emperor soul saints soul Douluo can only die in the past, which is of no use. Soon Kan Ringsu and Shilong had arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Kan Ringsu came in safely under the leadership of Shilong and the protection of her own angelic light point. As soon as he entered, he ran into an energy barrier. There is a terrifying and familiar dragon power on this barrier. Sealed. Shilong raised his hand and touched the barrier in front of him, feeling depressed. The Holy Sun, Nihong and Jade Pomilu have not come out. They must have entered the cave in trance. It is not known what the fate is now. Kan Ringsu summoned her martial spirit and used her angel wings to fly directly. She looked at the cave in trance in front of her with a solemn expression. Now I can only pray that nothing will happen to the three of them. Shilong looked at Kan Ringsu and said, let's go. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Go back and tell the big worshipper about this situation. Miss, you quickly lead the troops back. Just now I also felt Ugubo coming. You can't be discovered by him if you go there. Endpoint. Leave the situation here to me. Kan Ringsu was not a fool. She put the overall situation first and nodded. That to left. Everyone goes to complete their own things. One is to return to the Xiandao royal family and wait for news. One may rush to the Wuhan City Enshrinement Hall to report the news. Chapter 102 Dimensional Space Water Hyacinth. In the dark, silent space, there was a sequential sound of dripping water on the ground. 3 people were lying. These 3 people formed a triangular posture. Not sure how much time had passed, Huang Wei woke up in a daze. The first thing he did after waking up was stroke his head and murmured, my brain hurts. Where is this? Huang Wei looked at the dark environment in front of him. It's like a big square here. It is surrounded by black stone bricks. The sound of water. He looked in the direction where his ears heard it and immediately saw an extra long vine climbing up the rock to nowhere, with water dripping from the end under the vine. Below the vines is a lake. This lake is very large. Due to the environment, it is impossible to see how deep the water is. The place they are currently at is really good. At the edge of the lake and pond, Huang Wei used martial arts to possess him. His eyes turned yellow like snake pupils, and he looked over. Going up the vine, I suddenly found a blue gourd growing in the middle of the vine. There is only one. Nothing else. Good. It's it the gourd vine. But why are there gourd vines and gourds in this place? Huang Wei showed a look of astonishment. The next second, both Jade Pomilu and Nihuang reacted. The two of they gradually woke up and both felt that the place in front of them was very strange. What the hell is this place? Holy Sun, it's great that you have nothing to do. The moment Jade Pomilu and Nihuang saw Huang Wei, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nihuang hated the darkness, so he summoned the martial soul flame to light it, threw it up, and suspended it in midair. It illuminates this space. The next second Nihuang felt uncomfortable all over. Just now she was hit one after another by the impact force, and her whole body was very weak. Huang Wei looked at her and said, Elder Nihuang, you can take a good rest here. Milu and I will take a look and study this place. Well, Holy Sun, please be careful. Don't go too far. We may have entered the bottom of the cliff, and we don't know how deep it is. Nihuang nodded weakly and said she had to reply as soon as possible, otherwise she would become a hindrance. Huang Wei entered the water. Nihuang originally wanted to stop him, but Huang Wei spoke first. My martial spirit is the black turtle, which is best at water. As for the Jade Pomilu, he was looking at it on land. Guided by the flames, he also saw the vines not far ahead, as well as the gourds on the vines at this moment. Huang Wei dived into the water and found that there was nothing here, but there was a deeper vertical abyss in the water. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei suddenly felt uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, this place is not the bottom, but there is a deeper place. Now they don't even know how to get out. Then, he turned his attention to the vines and the good in front of him. The only way out now is to keep flying up. If he keeps using teleportation, that might be a solution. But Jade Pomelo is not good, and it will consume a lot of money. If he takes people to teleport. It is better to wait for Huang to reply, and then summon her martial spirit to fly up. System, where am I now? What is this? Huang Wei wanted to try again to see if the semi-intelligent system would give him a reply. He did not get a reply from the system immediately, but after a few seconds, the system answered, the host is currently in a dimensional space within the Douluo star. What is in front of the host is a good vine, and the one above is a water hyacinth. This place has been contained for 90,000 years. These 90,000 years are the real years, not cultivation. What the hell? Dimensional space? A 90,000-year-old water hyacinth? Do you think it's a calabash baby, Huang? Wei was dumbfounded. Then, does this good vine count as a 90,000-year-old soul beast? Plus the water hyacinth means it has 2 heads. Huang Wei's logic suddenly came to him. The system said, this is logically true, but if the water hyacinth falls, the good vine will be completely absorbed into the water hyacinth's body, allowing it to break through the 100,000 year level. Will it turn into a soul ring if you kill it? Huang Wei asked. The system said, yes, but it's not a sacrifice. I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb it. Huang Wei frowned and thought deeply. The system said, although it can exceed 100,000 years, it has not produced intelligence after the system's testing. With the host's current physical strength, it is not a problem. Then when will it fall? Huang Wei said. System, wait. It will be soon. After finishing speaking, there was no sound. Huang Wei swam back. In addition to the situation of the good, he told the 2 of them some things about the possibility that they had entered another dimension. The 2 of them were immediately at a loss after hearing this. Then, how should we get out now? Jade Pomelo asked hurriedly. Perhaps we can wait until Elder Huang recovers from his injuries and then try flying up. If it doesn't work. As he said that, Huang Wei looked at the center of the lake and said, we have no choice but to go down. Our place is not the deepest. There is an even deeper abyss in the center of the lake, but I don't want this to be the result. I have a dark fear. Hearing this, the 2 people's expressions suddenly became stern. This is really not good news. Jade Pomelu remembered something and immediately took out a token from the soul guide. Holy Son, this is the token given to me by His Majesty the Pope. Do you want to give it a try, Huang? Wei looked over and remembered this, so he nodded. Let's give it a try. He just asked the system how to get out, and the answer the system gave him was that, if he wanted to get out, he had to wait for the water hyacinth to naturally fall and merge into a 100,000-year water hyacinth, and then there would be a way out. So now he has no choice. This thing has not dropped in 90,000 years. It has been here all the time, and he doesn't know when it will drop. Chapter 85. But the system says it will be very fast, but I don't know how fast it will be. So the Jade Pomelo started to operate. There seemed to be no reaction on the token, but it was hard to say whether Bibi Dong had received it. After all, this place is in dimensional space. The message has been sent. The next step was to get the food out of the 3 soul guides, because in the next few days, I will probably need to stay here for a long time. So they have to make arrangements for food. Huang Wei said, you 2 can share this food. I, the Holy Son, can replenish my energy without eating. Ah, how is this possible? Jade Pomelu was horrified upon hearing this. Huang also feels incredible. My martial spirit is a black turtle. I can absorb the water energy, dust and other natural energy here, and return it to my body. I won't be hungry, even if I don't need to eat. Now that I have one less mouth, I can eat this food sparingly, and I can eat it for a long time. Huang Wei said lightly, with an indifferent expression. The reason why he eats out every day is just to satisfy his appetite. Besides, food is the most important thing for the people, and he is not wrong. The situation is special now, so there is no need for him to eat. Chapter 103. Kyandeolu's delusions. The deepest part of the star forest. Dishan's figure had returned to the lake of life, and he felt the appearance of this dragon's power. Everything around him fell into silence at this moment, as if to express his surrender. Its majesty cannot be shaken by them. The world became quiet at this moment. My lord. Chen saluted to the lake in front of him with a respectful expression. After a while, ripples rippled on the quiet lake surface, but the jade stone did not emerge. How's it going? The cold female voice slowly sounded at this moment. Chen truthfully told everything that happened there. After a moment, the voice in the jade stone rang out. Just seal that piece of land. The bones of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King cannot be destroyed. Send people to guard them on time. Chen nodded and accepted the order. Yes, Mr. Bear. Chen shouted, and a huge bear appeared. Here is Mr. Xiang, who is also ranked among the top murderers and is very powerful. But compared with Chen, it pales into insignificance. However, Mr. Xiang is actually not very powerful. Convinced by Chen, he has been looking for opportunities to challenge him, waiting for him to call him boss. Chen, Lord, I wonder what's wrong, Mr. Xiang looked at Chen, then looked at the jade in front of him, and complimented the jade. This is a true compliment. Even such a powerful Emperor Chen is so groveling to him, let alone it. Chen said, I will tell you something. Let you go to the Sunset Forest while you search for my key. Guard that place. I will replace you in a month. I will convey this news to the other ferocious beasts and keep going. If this is the case, wouldn't it delay my cultivation? Mr. Xiang frowned, a little reluctant. After all, his own cultivation is the most fundamental. Chen also understood what the other party was thinking. It was indeed not a good thing to delay one's cultivation. He wanted to say something, but at this moment a voice came from the jade stone. The guarding is only temporary. When my injury is almost recovered, it will be over. During the guarding period, you can also practice. When Mr. Xiang heard this, he was too embarrassed to say anything more even after the other party said so. So he nodded. I understand. Let's set off now. Go ahead. So Mr. Xiang left here. Head directly towards the Sunset Forest. Chen, you can go down too. Yashi said. Yes. Chen handed over his hands and left here. The jade sank into the lake again. At the same time, in the Wuhan Hall, Shilong's figure returned here at an extremely fast speed and hurriedly ran towards the worship hall inside. There was no way he would have escaped if it wasn't for the ban on flying here. He was such a victim. He looked at the enshrinement hall. At this time, only Golden Crocodile Douluo was in the enshrinement hall, and the others were gone. Long, why are you back? Why don't you stay by your lady's side? Did something happen to the lady, Jin? Crocodile frowned, looked at the man who hurriedly ran back, and suddenly felt Shilong wiped his sweat and said, Dear worship, something big happened, but this big thing has nothing to do with the lady. Then why are you in such a hurry? Hearing that it was not Kan Ringsu who was in trouble, Jin Crocodile suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, It's the Holy Sun and the others who are in trouble. Shilong said. Jin Crocodile's eyelids twitched, his pupils glared, and he said, What did you say? Long spoke quickly and gave an overview of the situation. A soul beast that is not weaker than Peerless Douluo has come out. The Holy Sun, Nihong and Jade Pamilu are trapped under the entrance of an abyss in the Sunset Forest. That place we cannot open the sealing barrier, that is even more powerful than the Peerless Douluo soul beast, and we dare not act rashly, to avoid disturbing the situation. The Peerless Douluo's soul beast, upon hearing this, Jin Crocodile's complexion suddenly changed, his pupils shrank, and he turned pale with shock. Let's go with me to see the great worshipper. It's been a long time since Golden Crocodile's face looked like this. This time, he changed instantly after hearing these words. Naturally, he could see the seriousness of this incident. Yes. Shilong nodded. Immediately followed the Golden Crocodile and entered the main angel hall where the big worship was in the angel main hall. Kind Liu is cultivating his spiritual power and wants to try to move forward a little bit, but he has not done anything at all. It is really sad. His cultivation was also unable to progress. Although he already understood this and had already prepared in his heart, after so many years, he still couldn't let go. To become a great worshipper of angels, his mission is to wait for the people of the angel bloodline to appear in the 9 examinations of angels. He missed it. Qian Zunji also missed it, but Qian Rinxu got it. When Qian Rinxu takes the final test, it is also when his life reaches its end. This is also the case for his mission. So he kept waiting. The angel god promised that, as long as a new successor appears and succeeds, his sacrifice will be perfect. It can make the soul immortal and travel throughout the world. This is a true representation of freedom. He has selfish motives. If possible, he wanted to get Huang Wei to Poseidon Island, to inherit the Poseidon deity point with Huang Wei's talent. There is a 90% chance of being recognized by Poseidon point with the opponent's talent. He didn't have to worry about failing the exam point. Wait until the last test is over. It also represents that the high priest Basasi will offer sacrifices at that time. They can stay together and fly together. This has also been his dream all along. He loved Basasi deeply. Zixi, that old Tang Chen guy is still lagging behind me. My descendants are already qualified to become gods. Wait, I want to be so selfish. I will send Huang Wei to you when the time comes. Come and stay with me too. Qian Daoliu had an obsessed smile on his face and murmured in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. His face immediately became serious under the mental perception. The visitor is a golden crocodile, and one of them is. Why? Is that boy Shilong back? Qian Daoliu frowned. He was a little dissatisfied at first that this little brat didn't stay with Zua and ran back alone, but what? Suddenly it occurred to me that this guy couldn't come back for no reason. Something big must have happened to Qian Rinxu. With a wave of his hand, the door opened ahead. Jin Crocodile came in quickly with Shilong. I've seen a big offering. The two immediately bowed their hands. Forgive me. Tell me, Shilong, what are you doing back here? Qian Daoliu said calmly. Shilong immediately said everything he had just said to Jin Crocodile's on point. Qian Daoliu's face changed drastically after hearing this. The barrier set up by the peerless Douluo soul beast. What are they doing there? Qian Daoliu looked strange, but he didn't expect that the soul beast could have such a cultivation level, which was very terrifying. He must be fully prepared. I don't know. I know. But it should be related to the two eyes of ice and fire. This is what the Holy Sun told me. Now is not the time to talk about this. Great worshipper, please get out of the mountain quickly. Now they have fallen down, and their life and death are unknown. If it is later, something may really happen. Shilong looked anxious. Chapter 104. Sneaking out of the mountain for rescue. Qian Daoliu sighed and said, it seems that I can't do anything if I don't come out of the mountain this time. If that's the case, then let's go out secretly. Golden Crocodile, you guard the enshrinement hall. Just now, he was thinking about getting Huang Wei to Poseidon Island to take the exam for the Poseidon position. Then he and his Bosexy would sleep together and fly together. Now that he finally saw the hope, since he fell into danger, I have to go out and save it myself. And he also wanted to see who the soul beast that Shilong said had a cultivation level comparable to that of a peerless human Douluo was. Golden Crocodile nodded. Yes. Shilong, lead the way. Qian Daoliu said, yes. Shilong nodded. Then the two people quickly left the worship hall and secretly flew towards the sunset forest. Chapter 86. Qian Daoliu, the most powerful being in the sky, had arrived in the sunset forest from the spirit enshrinement hall in just a few minutes. Where? In the sunset forest. Qian Daoliu looked at Shilong and said. Shilong pointed in one direction and said, that's where the big offering is. Qian Daoliu took him and flew over instantly. The poisonous mist dispersed by Dishan condensed again. However, Douluo, who was scared away by Dishan, also secretly returned at this moment, wanting to see what was going on here. Just like this, the two sides met each other. Feel the terrifying pressure in front of you. Douluo instantly became frightened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and on his palms. What level of powerhouse is this? This breath alone has such terrifying pressure. In front of this person, the opponent seems to be a flash flood and tsunami, and he is the ant below that is about to suffer disaster. He cannot shake the opponent. The opponent, it can easily drown him. Douluo, what are you doing here? Shilong recognized the title Douluo in front of him at first sight. This guy refused to join the spirit hall, but ended up joining the Xiandao Empire. This is equivalent to becoming their enemy in the future. Shilong looked at the other party, sneered, and then said very proudly, haha, it really took no effort to come here this time. By the way, I will destroy you, the only titled Douluo in the Xian Dao Empire. Dao Empire becomes even weaker. The great enshrinement is here. If you want to crush Douluo to death, it is as easy as farting. Hearing this, Douluo did not dare to show any slightness and immediately summoned the Jade Phosphorus Snake King, carefully keeping a safe distance from the two people in front of him. Douluo glanced at him and saw that the other party did not pose any threat to Wuhan Palace. It should be said that he was not qualified to be such a threat at all, so he was too lazy to kill him. The most important thing now is to rescue the son and the others. The main thing is important. I give you two options. The first is to die, and the second is to leave here. Douluo looked at Douluo with contempt for all living beings, and said lightly point. Although Douluo was unhappy, because the opponent was too strong, if he really wanted to fight, he would definitely die without any hope. So he said, I'll leave now. With that said, Douluo turned around and left quickly with a dark face. He glanced behind him. He cursed in his heart, damn, this is clearly my secluded territory. Why are so many people coming here now? In the Douluo recycling room, all the poisonous mist will be purified. I saw the barrier in front of me. He felt an aura that was no weaker than his from above. His expression condensed and he said, he is really a peerless Douluo, but he is not as powerful as this god. The addition of this period was not as awesome as the later Douluo films. Douluo is a powerful demigod. Although he is also a peerless Douluo, his realm is different. He can use the power of gods. As long as the opponent does not have the power of god, he can easily crush him to death. As soon as Douluo Wuhan came out, the huge seraphs towered over the sky. 6 huge wings enveloped the sky, and the sacred angelic light bloomed. In the center, that tiny figure is none other than Sendo Ryu himself, Angel. Holy Sword. Douluo waved his hand, and with a thought, terrifying demigod power erupted from his body, and the condensed huge golden sword flashed across his sky and slashed towards the barrier. Bang! The huge impact spread quickly. Ripples rippled in the sky. Click. The next second, the barrier tore. The cracks spread quickly and then exploded with a snap. The protective barrier set up by Dishan was easily broken. HMPH. It's just a barrier, nothing to worry about. Douluo said calmly. His eyes stared into the abyss-like cave below. Let's go down with me. Followed to find someone. With that said, he took the lead and rushed down, and Shilong immediately behind. Looking into the dark abyss, Douluo showed disdain, and the power of light bloomed in his body. The nemesis of darkness is light. The nemesis of light is also darkness. The two complement each other. But it was obvious that Douluo was stronger and had the upper hand. However, at the moment when the barrier was broken, Dishan, who was about to practice in the Stardao forest, sensed this scene and suddenly opened his eyes. Now that the barrier set up by the Emperor has been shattered? How is this possible? Xian suddenly lost his composure. No, this matter must be reported to the Lord. Wait a minute. Because of what happened before, I have disturbed the Lord one after another. The Lord is still in the critical period of recovery. I can't disturb him anymore. Let me go and see for myself who did it. Xian's eyes were fierce. He stood up and planned to fly directly to the front not far away. But at this moment, a woman's voice came to my mind. It was the Lord. Xian's body quickly fell from above. Yes. He saluted in the direction of the Lake of Life. What the Lord just meant was, don't go. She could feel that that person was very powerful and a demigod. If he was not injured, she could easily defeat him. But now she can't. Now she definitely doesn't want to alert the snake in the grass. And now they have already alerted the snake in the grass. If their existence is discovered by human peerless Douluo, maybe they will join forces to destroy them. Especially if the other party is a big worshipper of the gods, then their fate will be even worse. They finally managed to hide in Douluo continent. If those guys from the god realm come down and insist on killing them, they now have no ability to fight back. But Dishan asked what to do with the bones of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King. The Lord replied, as for the skeletons of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King, we can only put them away for now. There is no better way than this. Dishon now flew up and traveled through the void to see Mr. Xian and call him back. At the same time, in the dimensional space, Huang Wei didn't know how much time had passed. But after talking to the system, Huang Wei discovered that time in this dimensional space passed much faster than the outside world. They have passed more than 10 days now. But it seems like only half a day has passed outside. The proportion of this time is really huge. However, at this moment, Huang Wei, who was constantly looking ahead, felt the water hyacinth shaking. Chapter 105. The water hyacinth falls off. Is this going to fall? Huang Wei, who was practicing in the lake, felt the swaying on the good vine under the irregular swing of energy point. So he opened his eyes and looked at the water hyacinth on the good vine in front of him. The thing was really shaking. It's shaky. It seems that, as the system said, this thing is going to fall very quickly. There is a fierce light rising in the sky, which is caused by the neon phoenix rising and then falling. Huang's injury has not fully recovered, but he has recovered roughly. After all, her internal foundation was not damaged. Huang has been flying for so long, but has never been able to fly out of this space, like a bottomless dark abyss that will never see the light of the sun. This made Huang very desperate. With his current strength, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to simply fly out, and it is impossible to do it. The recovery from her injuries could not last long, so she had no choice but to land. And after flying for so long, there was no result at all. It was like sinking and being covered up in the endless abyss of darkness. Over time, the whole person will become a goalless search point, and what you think is a straight flight may turn into a curved flight point. After she came down, she saw the good on the good vine below constantly shaking, and she frowned slightly. This thing had given her a very unusual feeling before, and it had very powerful power in her impression. Only soul beasts have this kind of thing, but there is no soul beast's breath on this good. Because Jade Pomelo is not strong enough to fly, he cannot explore the sky, so his mission these days is to try to dive and explore the water and the ground. See if you can find another way out. But it never had any effect. At this moment he also rose. Just like that, the three pairs of eyes saw the water hyacinth shaking constantly not far away. Holy Sun, Your Majesty, what is going on? Because Huang Wei didn't inform him of the news about the previous system. They didn't know about it. Huang narrowed his eyes and said, it's probably going to fall off. What will happen if it falls off? Jade Pomelo asked. Huang said, perhaps this is our only hope to get out. Huang Wei said, Elder Huang is right. This is indeed our only hope to get out. Holy Sun, do you know? When Huang and Jade Pomelo heard this, they immediately turned their eyes and said, the other party usually speaks more rigorously, so since it's all about this, maybe there's something to be said for it. Huang Wei nodded and said very calmly, well, this is not only our only hope to get out, but also an opportunity for this Holy Sun. My black turtle martial spirit told me that this good is called water hyacinth, and it is my fifth the most suitable target for the soul ring. Hearing this, both of them were shocked. Is the Holy Sun serious about what he said? Huang's eyelids twitched and asked what the Holy Sun said. Could it be that this thing called water hyacinth is a kind of soul beast? Huang Wei nodded. You can understand it this way, Huang Wei said, but it is very different from other soul beasts. Jade Pomelo was stunned. Big difference? What difference? Chapter 87. Huang Wei said, this good is unconscious, but it has actually survived for 90,000 years, and the same is true for the vines. When the water hyacinth falls, the vines will combine with it to become 100,000-year water hyacinth. So what I'm waiting to absorb is also 100,000-year soul ring. Hearing Huang Wei's words, Jade Pomelo and Huang were shocked. 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul beast. This was their most terrifying shock. Holy Sun, is this too dangerous? It is not 100,000-year soul ring for sacrifice. It is very dangerous. As the elder of Wuhan Hall, Huang still knew something about Huang Wei's 400,000-year soul ring. Huang Wei said, don't worry, Elder Huang, this Holy Sun will not make fun of his own life. Jade Pomelo stood beside Huang Wei, nodded immediately and said, the Holy Sun's martial spirit is somewhat special. Since the Holy Sun said so, let him give it a try. Huang said, "Let me declare in advance that, if I find something is wrong, I will immediately stop it." Huang Wei said, "Elder Huang doesn't need to be in a hurry to take action. I can control some situations. Maybe if you take action, it will destroy my absorption. If I really can't, I will show it immediately and ask you to stop. Absolutely, there won't be any delay. You can just take action when the time comes." When Huang heard that the other party was talking about this, he nodded. "Don't worry, I know." At this moment, the water hyacinth in front fell off directly, fell down, and landed on the lake, with layers of waves rippling. Immediately afterwards, I saw the long vines leading to nowhere fell directly at this moment, turning into countless energy particles and blending into the water. The next second, a scene of the gods appeared, and the aura on the water hyacinth quickly became terrifying, rising to an extreme aura point. The water hyacinth has a 100,000-year level deterrent that spreads and bounces away. Huang Wei immediately used his turtle shell to defend himself, and arrived in front of him. Huang and Jade Pomilu defended together. This scene happened so fast that they didn't have time to react. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. The water in the lake quickly forms a tornado. The water waves kept rolling up, forming a scene of a dragon raising its head. The water quickly poured into the mouth of the water hyacinth, just like pouring into the river in the sea. Very sharp. It actually absorbed all this water. Jade Pomilu was extremely surprised. The three of them quickly moved away from the water area and walked towards the open space behind them. Watching the water disappear is like a super crazy water pump. The water hyacinth can release water and absorb all the water. It's really awesome. At the same time, Douluo and Shilong had arrived at the bottom of the abyss and saw the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in front of them. However, he did not know that this was the Ice and Fire Dragon King. He only knew that these were two very powerful dragons. It was possible that it was the Dragon King god who fell in the war between the gods. After all, as a high priest, he could still learn about this matter from the angel god. Douluo used the power of demigods to spread his voice. They called out the names of Huang and Wei, but they never recovered. So he used his mental power to find it. Still nothing found. Finally, after searching for it, we came to a section of the cliff. His nose moved, and he smelled the flames of war here, and the rocks, and so on here were obviously destroyed. Great sacrifice. There must have been a big war here not long ago. The Holy Sun and the others may have fallen off this cliff. Shilong immediately analyzed it and said. Douluo looked at him and nodded. "That's right. Let's go down and search." With that said, he immediately headed downwards. Wherever the seraphim passed, darkness was directly shrouded in light. Chapter 106 The Awesomeness of Mysterious Runes. Douluo continued to move downwards, and Shilong followed. I don't know how much time passed like this at Douluo's speed. He has not reached the point. As if he has not reached the point at all. The darkness here is a golden holy light emanating from the angel of light that can envelope him. Douluo paused. Looking up, he saw that the area he had just crossed was now completely swallowed up by darkness again. The only light was in his small area. With Shilong next to him, it might not feel that big. Shilong looked extremely surprised and said, "The Great Enshrinement. This seems to have no bottom at all. It is really an abyss. If the Holy Sun and the others fall into it, they may be in serious danger." Although Douluo didn't like hearing these words. What Shilong said was probably true. His brows were furrowed, the tightest they had ever been, since he became a great priest. He didn't want the unfortunate thing Shilong said to happen. "Look. Again. Keep going down. I don't believe it. There really is no bottom here." Douluo's voice was low, and he seemed to have already made up his mind to fight the bottomless abyss in front of him to the end. He didn't believe that this cliff was really that bottomless. In this way, he came into conflict with this place. After finally coming out once, he didn't believe that he would return without success. It was really embarrassing to tell him. So he wore Shilong to speed up and continued to sprint downwards. However, at this moment, in a different dimension, Huang Wei looked at the water hyacinth in front of him. Suddenly he moved, summoned the black turtle, and grabbed the water hyacinth directly. The water under the water hyacinth has basically been sucked dry. The bottom of the lake is so deep that you can't even see the bottom of it. In the past few days, Jade Pomelu has been tried with a lot of results, nothing gained at all. Just when Huang Wei was about to catch the water hyacinth, there was a distant sound from the water hyacinth, which was the sound of burping after being full. But even so, the impact is huge. The 4 yellow, purple, and red soul rings on Huang Wei's body quickly filled up. It was even more incredible to envelope him, especially when the 400,000-year soul ring appeared. The black turtle's power came out, and the mysterious runes on his body quickly emerged. A huge runic barrier was formed in front of Huang Wei, offset the impact of water hyacinth. Then, as the black turtle let out a deep roar, the mysterious rune transformed into a huge green hand and grabbed the water hyacinth in front of him. Huang Wei's hand was also pulled up at this moment, and he grabbed it forward. Press on the water hyacinth. A grip. The water hyacinth is resisting desperately, but it's no use. The body is invaded by all the runes as time passed. Mysterious runes enveloped the water hyacinth. At this time, the black turtle opened its huge fangs and swallowed the water hyacinth. The water hyacinth finally calmed down. It should be said that no matter how hard it struggled, it was of no use at all in the end. All became nourishment for the yellow Welizuan turtle. Huang Wei suddenly felt very excited and sat cross-legged. Tide like water emerged from the black turtle's body and filled his body, allowing it to float in the sea and prevent it from falling. This scene was very shocking to both Huang and Jade Pomelu. They couldn't figure it out. As time passed, terrifying soul power fluctuations emerged from Huang Wei's body. A 5th red soul ring appeared on his body. His current configuration is yellow, purple, red, and the effect of the 100,000-year-old soul bone suppressed in his body and the current 100,000-year-old soul ring emerged. It directly raised his cultivation level from the 50-level soul king to the 60-level soul emperor. Now, Huang Wei, who had just mastered the 5th soul ring, should have troubles again. Huang Wei can now withstand all attacks from ordinary low-level titled Douluo. This is also a huge improvement. No matter what, it's all worth it, because he got what he wanted. But it was a pity that this water hyacinth had no soul bones left for him. What a shame. Time passed quickly, and he slowly opened his eyes while thinking silently in his mind. The character panel on the system appeared instantly. Host, Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity lifespan. 10,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 60, 5 ring pseudo soul emperor, soul skills, defense, bring self-inflicted critical hit level 1, turtle shell strengthening level 3, turtle shell saving, armor spirit space, turtle void destruction, infinite black turtle cannon, possessing extremely powerful water control energy, creating water out of thin air. Infinite. It transforms into a huge water cannon and shoots towards the enemy. It has the power of a mountain torrent, a huge roar, and the power of shattering the sky and the earth. It is a powerful attack method to kill enemies at a higher level. It can be fired in bursts or in succession. The direction and position are not fixed. It all depends on the user's thoughts. Soulbone. 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit rhino bone, turtle version, can grow. Skills, teleportation, invincible golden body, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil. Abilities, aura of a superior person. Immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10%. Chapter 88. In this way, Huang Wei officially became a 5-ring pseudo-soul emperor. His own defense has also been greatly improved. The 200,000-year red soul rings on his body appeared. Very cool, domineering, and shocking. Very awesome. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled rapidly. Then it started to tear. It seems that water hyacinth and vines are the only spiritual and physical pillars of this place. Now the pillars are gone, broken, and absorbed, so this dimensional space has completely collapsed, because there is no backbone. Moreover, Huang Wei also gained a passivity, and seemed to be able to control this extra dimensional space. Although this space is not large, the abyss-like bottom of the lake is just a reflection. But being able to control a dimensional space is a very incredible thing. When the time comes, when you encounter danger, just dive into this space. Holy Sun, how are you doing? Huang and Jade Pomelo reacted, and they immediately rushed up and asked point. The scene just happened so fast that they didn't even react, so Huang didn't have time to take action. Fortunately, nothing happened to Huang Wei. This was enough, and Huang was completely relieved. But when he saw the 200,000-year soul rings on Huang Wei's body, he was also deeply shocked and speechless. Is this planning to have all subsequent soul rings absorb the 100,000-year level? After arriving at the title Douluo, wouldn't he have 500,000-year soul rings? Thinking of this, Huang couldn't help but feel envious. It's a pity that she has already obtained the 9th soul ring and there is no hope point. But 100,000-year soul beast is not that easy to find. Finding it this time was a complete coincidence. Huang Wei said, I have nothing to do, but I'm very good. I have found a way out of here, and I will take you out now. Chapter 107. The Divine Bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. As soon as Huang Wei finished speaking, the 5th soul ring on his body appeared, and the power of the majestic runes emerged in an instant, and the turbulent power came in an instant, which was very terrifying. This extra dimensional space quickly condensed in the middle of the front, and began to tear out a long gap. At the same time, the black turtle let out a deep roar, communicating its power. Seeing this scene, Jade Pomelo and Huang were instantly shocked and speechless. The space is cracked, son. It can actually open cracks in this space. The two of them stared at each other, feeling extremely unbelievable for a moment. Huang Wei said to Jade Pomelo and Huang, I never do anything that I'm not sure about. This is the only way out. Let's go. You go in first. I need to stay for stability. Stay in this crack, and be the last one in. Huang nodded. That's it. Then we'll round outside this space. Jade Pomelo also said, in this case, the subordinate of the Holy Sun will take the first step. Huang Wei nodded. Well, let's go. Round outside the space. After saying goodbye, the two of them rushed directly towards the crack. After the two of them entered, Huang Wei paused. There was no rush to get out. Because the flow rate in this different dimensional space is faster than outside. So he planned to absorb the fused left arm bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King before leaving. Although the level cannot be improved, his level will be suppressed. When the subsequent soul rings are obtained, they will also rebound, which is very scary. Now he has seen the scene in the future where he will reach a great level after obtaining a soul ring. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. So he quickly took out the fused divine bone from the armor spirit space. If it weren't for the fact that the soul skill given to him by the soft bone rabbit was very suitable for him, he wouldn't have needed to fuse it like this at all. He could just break off the soul bone of his right arm and replace it with a brand new one. It also saves you the trouble of fusion. However, after the fusion, this soul bone became very terrifying, and the ages of the two bones were added together, making it extremely powerful. Ice and fire are incompatible, and the damage dealt by the two together will be even more violent. Stronger geometric multiple improvement than single use. After taking it out, Huang Wei felt the powerful power of the dragon's breath spreading. The shape is one red and one ice blue. The ultimate flame on one side, the ultimate frost on the other. Now that the system has done this, it has completely stabilized. There is a gap between them formed by two layers of ice and fire. The two sides are in balance and are on an equal footing. It's beautiful. Looking at the Dragon King divine bone in front of him, Huang Wei's pupils were filled with colorful light, and in his eyes, they were covered by the Dragon King divine bone. The next second, the soul bone is immediately absorbed. The absorption of soul bones is easier than that of soul rings, because the opponent no longer has any consciousness, and there will be no mental confrontation. Otherwise, with Huang Wei's current level, his mental power would definitely collapse. Come on, Origi. Huang Wei began to absorb. The mysterious runes spread and quickly enveloped Huang Wei's body. pulling the sacred bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in front of him into the direction of Huang Wei's left arm. Then the pain of fusing the bones began. It was a huge ups and downs in the beginning. Huang Wei couldn't help but scream in pain. Hot sweat breaks out all over the body. But soon, the mysterious rune power was quickly released. Help him offset the pain. With the injection of power and the passage of time, the left arm sacred bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King soon merged into Huang Wei's left arm. He had the breath of the Dragon King lingering on his body. Just when the violent Dragon King's breath wanted to lose control, it was suppressed by these mysterious turtle shell runes. Light of ice and fire flashed and moved on Huang Wei's left arm. The halo is splashing everywhere, so terrifying and powerful. Huang Wei's clothes were torn. At this moment, shackles formed by green runes sealed the Ice and Fire Dragon King's divine bones in his left arm. It seems to be the same as the soul bone of the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, which has been infected and corroded. It became the black turtle version. Although these two Dragon Kings have fallen, their gods are broken, and they no longer have the status of gods. They are still ancient Dragon Kings and gods, very terrifying and powerful. Although the current one is just a fused soul bone, it cannot shake the mysterious talisman of the black turtle. The power of Wen is really incredible, very mysterious and magical. Nobody knows. Time passes very quickly here, and a long time has passed unknowingly during the process of fusing the soul bones at the same time. At this moment, Nihong and Jade Pomelu passed through a very long tunnel, and the next second they appeared under a familiar, but unfamiliar canyon cliff gap. They didn't expect that coming out would not be as fast as they imagined, and they would have to go through such a long tunnel. They were all worried about another accident, and they were completely relieved until they saw this familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of them. They are fine and everything is normal. Our task now is to wait for the sun to come out. There must be no more accidents, otherwise we don't know what to do. Nihong and Jade Pomelu looked at each other and sighed. During these trap days, they had no idea how much time had passed. Because there is no time to refer to. But only Huang Wei kept telling them. They still don't believe it. If the flow rate inside is faster than outside, then how long has it been since they disappeared outside and came out now? This is also a major question that their doubts want to answer. However, at this moment, they felt that there was a super powerful force rushing down from above. The speed is very fast. They looked left and right, and then they realized that the place they came to was actually at the bottom of the cliff. At night, they saw a dark abyss, which was very scary. It's like being completely immersed in darkness and unable to extricate yourself. But soon, they raised their heads and saw a ray of light like the sun. Although the holy light of the sun was also condensed by the surrounding darkness, it could not touch their excitement and joy of seeing the light again. In the darkness, they were already afraid. Now I just want to go out and see the sunshine. But Huang Wei is still in the dimension space and has not come out. Maybe it's coming out of the tunnel in the dimensional space now. At the same time, the transmission message that was blocked by space quickly headed towards Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace. At this moment, Bibi Dong was startled and received a distress signal from Jade Pomelu. He stood up immediately. Isn't it an accidental touch? No matter what, she still planned to go and see. It was very likely that something had happened to Huang Wei. She quickly flew up and headed not far ahead. At the same time, in the deepest part of Death Canyon. At this moment, I have gone through such a long period of practice. Platinum Bishop Salus, Holy Dragon Sect Leader Tuobazi, and Elephant Armor Sect Leader Hu Yansen, who joined later. Under the training of the worshippers, the three of them continued to make breakthroughs and finally became 90 level titled Douluo. And all at the same time. It has to be said that Salus's talent is still very good. He is one level lower than them, but he still catches up from behind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. The big offering arrives in the different dimensional space. Huang Wei's aura, which had been absorbed at this moment, became even stronger. There is a red and ice blue tattoo engraved on his left arm. There is even more powerful dragon breath revealed on his body. Huang Wei controlled the rapidly rising aura, restrained it, and his whole body became softer, changed back to what it was before. But the aura on him now is even more terrifying. The already terrifying aura of a superior person on his body became even stronger at this moment. That kind of overwhelming shockwaves. Huang Wei habitually checked his character information. Host: Huang Wei, martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity, lifespan 10,000, identity, holy son of Wuhan palace, soul power, with built-in strengthening effect 60, 5 ring pseudo soul emperor, soul skills, defense, with level 1 counter damage critical hit, level 3 turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void annihilation, and infinite black turtle cannon. Soul bones. 1. The right arm bone of the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit, turtle version, can grow, skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King divine bone, turtle version, ice, and Fire Dragon King attack, absolute 0, absolutely annihilated, magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil. Abilities, aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 10% seeing this scene. Huang Wei was very satisfied and excited. He became really fierce. Now not only does it have super defense power, but it also has attack power. Although there are no tasks and rewards in the system now, with his luck, he can become very strong. Thinking of this, Huang Wei raised his head and asked directly, "Why haven't you reported any tasks or rewards to the system recently?" The system said, "If the task is not triggered, there will be none." Huang Wei frowned. "That's not right. I have resisted titled Douluo before. Why didn't I absorb the divine bone this time?" Divine bones are naturally more powerful than titled Douluo. Of course, it will have different effects on different people. A higher level soul master who prefers melee combat would naturally use more power than Huang Wei, the pseudo soul emperor. The system said, "The mission is triggered randomly, don't look at these. It depends on luck." When Huang Wei heard this, he was immediately confused. "Well, I can't tell you anything, so I won't say it anymore. Damn system. That's all. Let's take it one step at a time." He took a deep breath and murmured, "The soul bones have been absorbed. It's really time to leave this hellish place. There may be a chance to come back in the future. After all, your time flow rate is still very good for a practitioner. It's a pity that there are some missing exercises, but maybe I can imitate the spiritual time room in Dragon Ball. There is no other advantage there, except that time passes quickly. People can go in and fight and practice together." This sudden thought brought a lot of inspiration to Huang Wei. If he could combine this place with the Jialing space, would his fairy grass grow to the 100,000 year level more quickly? Thinking of this, Huang Wei was extremely excited and couldn't hold himself back. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Wei's figure quickly poured into the space that was once again opened up in front of him. At the same time, outside the dimensional space. At this time, Jade Pomilu and Nehuang had already met with the great priest and elder Shilong who had arrived. Nehuang was very excited when he saw the great enshrinement Kai and Daoliu coming, and he was in awe of the human angel in front of him who was emitting golden light. Nehuang's soft voice sounded, "I've seen the big enshrinement before. I didn't expect you to come in person." The great worshipper said, "As for such a big thing as the Holy Sun, if I don't come here in person, I'm afraid no one can break through the barrier." When Nehuang and Jade Pomilu heard this, their pupils shrank suddenly, because the only one who could set up a barrier that could only be broken by the Grand Priest himself was the powerful human soul beast that suddenly appeared before. After passing the opponent, they might not be sure before, but now they are all sure that that guy is really a peerless Douluo, and the lowest level peerless Douluo is also level 99. I took a deep breath. When I thought of this, the great minister actually spoke in person, so the matter was confirmed. The great worshipper asked, "How long have you been down here? Why don't you come up? And where is the Holy Sun?" Huang immediately said, we were chased by that peerless Douluo level soul beast. I was injured, and Jade Pomelo and the Holy Sun fell together under the cliff here, and were sucked away by an unknown whirlpool. When we woke up again we were in a strange space. In this way, under the judgment of the Holy Sun, we entered a different dimensional space. Calabash. Vine. Water hyacinth. Time flows very fast. In the end, the Holy Sun absorbed the 100,000-year-old water hyacinth into one, and became the 5-ring Soul King. That's not right. To be precise, he should be a 5-ring and 60 level pseudo soul emperor. And he is also a pseudo soul emperor with 2 red 100,000-year-old soul rings. Huang was extremely horrified. Although this was his first time seeing him, he was still horrified enough. Looking back now, it's still very fantasy. The Holy Sun has obtained the 5th soul ring. Haha, okay, it's really God's will. I am still worried about finding that 100,000-year-old soul beast to sacrifice for him to make his 5th soul ring. It seems that all the problems can be solved now. No, you just said he was level 60? Yes, great offering. Huang nodded. It seems that this trouble will continue. This boy's soul power has improved too fast. Now that he is only 7 years old, he has reached the level of the 60th level pseudo soul emperor. We cannot let him rise any further. We need to wait a while to allow him to completely consolidate his current cultivation level. Although the great worshipper was shocked, he was also extremely worried about the 100,000-year soul ring point. Even his great enshrinement only has a 100,000-year soul ring point, and there are 2 pseudo soul emperors on the other side. How can this be compared? It's just people comparing people to death. Each generation is not as good as the previous one. Why hasn't the Holy Sun come out yet? Asked the great worshipper. Huang shook his head. I don't know. Maybe the Holy Sun has come out now. After all, the tunnel is very long. Just as she finished speaking, the tunnel behind her was opened. Huang Wei's figure floated out from inside. Standing quietly in front of the 4 people. Sun, except for the great enshrined Kai and Aoliu, the other 3 people all addressed him, especially Jade Pomeru, who showed special respect. Grandpa Kyan, why are you here? Huang Wei looked at the man in front of him who was exuding the radiance of holy light, shrouded by an archangel, and had the stature to subvert all darkness, and said. The great worshipper said, if I don't come, even if you can get out of that dimensional space, you will never be able to get out of the above ground area blocked by the barrier. Chapter 109. Going home. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Wuhan Hall first. Kai and Aoliu said. He can't be out for too long. If he can go back as early as possible, he can go back as soon as possible. Good. Huang. Jade Pomelu nodded. As for Huang Wei, of course he nodded. After all, he had gotten what he wanted no matter what. In this way, under the leadership of Kai and Aoliu, everyone quickly flew towards the top of the cliff. The speed is extremely fast. This cliff is already so deep. After passing this cliff, there is an abyss waiting for them above. However, Kai and Aoliu, the continent's #1 flying martial spirit, was not a fool, and he easily got off the cliff. Arriving at the site of the great dragon king's body, Huang asked, Great enshrined one, what should I do with these 2 dragon skeletons? Kai and Aoliu narrowed his eyes, looked at it carefully, waved his hand, and a powerful demigod power emerged. He headed towards the strongest parts of the dragon's body, and got a bunch of more useful bones. These bones are the strongest parts of the 2 dragon skeletons. I will make arrangements for them when I return. As for the rest of the keels, your soul guide can hold as many as you can. Kai and Aoliu said, then thought about it and spoke. These things can be used to build some awesome things when returned. For example, knives for auxiliary soul masters or general armor for soul masters. These are all good things. Very useful. Yes, great offering. Huang, Jade Pomelo and Shilong heard this, and immediately took action. But Huang Wei did not move, because he had already obtained the 2 most precious soul bones. At present, he looked down upon these corpse bones at all. The great worshipper looked at Huang Wei. Aren't you going? Huang Wei shook his head. I focus on defense. Although these corpses and bones have been dead for a long time, I may not be able to get them down. What's more, Grandpa Kyan, you have already obtained the best pieces. The great priest smiled slightly. Yes, these pieces are yours. This time we encounter such a dangerous thing, and your defense is not enough to fight against it. Do you want to build weapons or armor? Huang Wei said. Grandpa Kyan, if you build armor, how many levels of the strongest blow can it defend against? Hearing this, Kyan Daoliu took out the bones again, and said after roughly predicting, it's probably a lower level titled Douluo, but if it is continuously attacked by a titled Douluo, it will break into pieces. Huang Wei did not rush to say anything, but asked, how big or heavy would Grandpa Kyan be if he were in armor? Kyan Daoliu said, like me. Huang Wei frowned, can't you put it away? Kyan Daoliu shook his head, the current technology cannot reach this level. Chapter 90. All right, Huang Wei concluded, if this is the case, then I don't need the armor. It's too bulky and inconvenient. Huang Wei looked at Kyan Daoliu. Grandpa Kyan, please help me make a big sword. It will have stronger defense and attack power. In this regard, Kyan Daoliu didn't say much. Well, as long as you like it. Watching those people in action, he asked Huang Wei again, by the way, now that you have entered the Pseudo-Soul Emperor and have 2 rings for 100,000 years, can you resist the attacks of titled Douluo? Huang Wei said, it can resist the attacks of low-level titled Douluo, although this was not the first time Kyan Daoliu was shocked. When he heard this from Huang Wei, he was very shocked when he heard it again. Kyan Daoliu said, when I get back, I will give you a try myself. Huang Wei nodded, very happy. Okay, Kyan Daoliu suddenly asked, I heard Huang say that you can control that space now? Huang Wei said, the power of space is not so easy to control. I can only forcefully open the cracks in that space. Naturally, he will not expose his true situation. I won't be stupid enough to tell the other person directly that I have taken control of that extra dimensional space, and I'm trying to figure out whether I can integrate it into my armor spirit space to help my fairy grass grow. If this plan is successfully realized, my next 100,000 or even 200,000 year soul ring will be available. So there is no need to worry. With this dream in mind, Huang Wei plans to go back and give it a try. As time passed, Nihong and others also got the bones they wanted, so everyone started to set off. Go back quickly towards the other end of the abyss under the leadership of Kyan Daoliu. They quickly emerged from the abyss. It was already dark at this moment. Kyan Daoliu went back to the worship hall first. As for Huang Wei and the others, he didn't need to worry. That guy didn't come out, so he was naturally afraid of him. And after he returned, the first thing he did was to think about which soul beast had peerless Douluo cultivation. If you can't figure it out, then just use your spiritual thoughts to communicate with the angels and gods. Let the other person come over and give an answer. At night, Bibi Dong had arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest and happened to meet Huang Wei and others. Immediately asked Jade Pomelu what happened. Jade Pomelu knew that he had crushed the thing before. The other party had never come before, and he thought that the signal could not be sent out. But now that he saw the other party coming, maybe the signal was really sent out. But Pope Bibi Dong, I can't find the intersection. It is also possible that fluctuations in dimensional space affect the orientation. So he told Bibi Dong what had just happened. After the other party heard this, he frowned immediately. He didn't expect it to be a peerless Douluo level soul beast. Even if she comes, it will be completely useless. The only way to do this is by the old guy Kyan Daoliu. But fortunately, I heard Kyan Daoliu coming in person later, and I was relieved to see the 3 young safe guys in front of me. No matter what, it's a near miss. What surprised her the most was that Huang Wei had obtained the 5th soul ring, and it was still at the 100,000 year level. While she was shocked, she was also overjoyed. This was the blessing of her direct disciple. There was destiny in this. Help him. Everyone rested for the night and set off quickly back to Wuhan City the next day. It's dangerous outside, but it's still comfortable at home. This is how Huang Wei feels in the days to come. He also plans to practice in Wuhan City until he reaches godhood point, or wait for that guy Tang Xin to come out. After returning to Wuhan City, he was not in a hurry to find the big offering, but was tested by Bibi Dong on his current attack power titled Douluo's. Attacks at level 91, 92, and 93 were all easily resisted, and he also got a new anti-injury energy ball. This is a great result. As for the next 94 levels, I can only do so reluctantly. Unknowingly, Bibi Dong's cultivation had reached the level of a peak 95th level Douluo. I have to say that this has something to do with the fairy grass and the Rakshasa god in her body. Teacher, I will go into seclusion next to stabilize my cultivation. Huang Wei said. Bibi Dong agreed. Huang Wei left and returned to his villa. Be a salty turtle again and mess around. Soaking in the big lake, I began to seriously study that dimensional space and my own armor. Spirit Space Chapter 110. Five Fingers Mountains in the huge artificial lake. Huang Wei practices here. The huge black turtle on his body symbolizes his identity. The five rings that appear on the body, yellow, purple, and red, are a symbol of strength and status. The smell of terror is intimidating. The rising airwave spread quickly. At this moment, the world was like a well-behaved cat that was frightened, and its hair exploded. The power of the surrounding space slowly takes on a fierce power. It has been 3 months since I came back. In the past 3 months Huang Wei didn't go either. He just stayed in this artificial lake to practice. When you are hungry, you absorb the energy around you to replenish your energy. As for his cultivation, his soul power itself has the effect of strengthening his foundation and cultivating his strength. So the floating soul energy has been completely stabilized. Now the 60 level soul power is his real soul power. In the past 3 months, Huang Wei has been trying to connect that dimensional space with the Jialing space. But all failed. He also asked the system and wanted help. But it didn't have any useful effect. Just tell him that everything is within the mysterious runes. So he kept trying. I finally figured out the meaning of some mysterious runes today. At the same time, that space is gradually integrating into the Jialing space. As he was promoted, the armored spirit space became larger. Now he can enter the dimensional space at any time, and he will enter it occasionally. It was dark inside except for the water, and there was nothing to see. After he finished doing this, he could naturally go in and practice. When the time comes, practice and cultivate at the same time. Following this rhythm, Huang Wei continued to work hard. These days, everyone is doing their own thing. Bibi Dong was anxious to take the exam. Jade pomelo is good for cultivation. The grass jelly has improved his current body and increased his height by leaps and bounds in just a few months. He felt that breaking through to level 85 was close at hand. On the other side, within the Haotian sect, Chen Xin continued to practice hard for revenge. Except for his uncle and aunt, no one in the sect liked him very much. It doesn't matter to him, as long as there are resources to give him, just a little less. At worst, he can go search for it in the old forest in the mountains in Tang San's eyes. As long as these people can help him obtain the soul environment breaking realm, that's all. He wants to become stronger and avenge his father killed Huang Wei, the holy son of Wuhan Palace, and then destroyed everything in Wuhan Palace. He hated everything when it came to Wuhan Palace. Marshal, Soul Hall, Holy Son, please wait for me. A gentleman will take revenge. It won't be too late in 10 years. I will definitely grow up and destroy you. On the cliff towering into the clouds, Chen Xin opened his eyes with purple light. He sat cross-legged and was practicing. Those eyes were filled with endless hatred. There is murderous intent permeating the body. Over the past many months, he has met Master Uzayada Gang several times. At present, the other party has gone to the academy called Shrek in Soto City. Now he has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. He has not made any progress since he broke through level 23. He also plans to go out. Let's see if he can join this academy early. Maybe this can accelerate his growth. He is also 7 years old now. The 7-year-old 23rd level Great Soul Master is already a very talented candidate. But in his opinion, it was not enough, and it was far from the strength to seek revenge from Wuhan Palace. His strength is still very lacking. If you stay in Haotian sect all the time, your progress will be very slow. He couldn't wait to get out. When he went to find his uncle Tang Xiao to tell him the matter, Tang Xiao decisively refused. Are you kidding me? The whole world in Wuhan Palace is looking for you. We finally rescued you, so naturally we won't let you go out now. But Chen Xin pursued him relentlessly and expressed his desire to go out. Finally, feeling helpless, Tang Xiao put forward a condition. That is, before the age of 13, his cultivation reaches level 40 soul sect, and he can meet the other party's needs for going out. Upon hearing that the conditions are good, most people will decisively refuse. This is completely impossible. Level 40 soul sect before the age of 13. Who in this world can do this? Chapter 91. If Huang Wei heard this, he would definitely stand up and shout, I can. And I've gone above and beyond. I'm now level 65 ranked pseudo soul emperor. Who can compete with me? Tang Xin had no choice. He was too weak now and had no right to speak at all, so he gritted his teeth and nodded directly in response. To this end, he continues to work hard towards this goal. Before the age of 13, so there are still 6 years left for him. In these 6 years, he must use all available resources to improve quickly. The first thing he needs to do now is to break through to level 30 Soul Master first. No matter what, this requires him to keep working hard. If he is not even a soul sect, then where will the soul sect come from? Now that I'm level 23, I'm still 17 levels away from the 40 level soul sect. But now that I'm at level 23, what should I do next? Tang Xin sighed. Suddenly, for some reason, he felt something in his heart and raised his head to look in one direction. That location is the back mountain of Haoshan sect. This back mountain has its own name, called Wazhi Mountain Range. But there is a soul power over there. It would be very dangerous if he got close. But the feeling in the body is very involving. Tang Xin hesitated for a moment, then used the Tang sect's magical footwork of ghost shadow tracking, and quickly moved in that direction. His eyesight was good, as was his perception. The closer he got, the more he felt a huge threat posed to him by the Five Fingers Mountains ahead. That kind of intimidation and shock caused hot sweat to break out on his forehead. However, at this moment, a figure appeared not far ahead. To be precise, this figure has been here for a long time. Looking at this figure, Tang Xin frowned and murmured, Uncle, why is he here at this time? Then he looked at the mountains and said, what unknown story does the Five Fingers Mountains in front of me have? His pace quickened, and at this time Tang Xiao also felt someone coming behind him. He had been deep in thought just now, otherwise he would have discovered it long ago. Turning around, he saw that the person coming was a familiar figure. Tang Xiao's wrinkled face showed an angry look, and he said, why is Xiao here? It's just nonsense. This place is very dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Tang Xin and stood in front of him. Uncle. Tang Xin called. Tang Xiao looked solemn and said, Xiao-san, go back quickly. The Wazhi Mountains can't come. It's very dangerous for you. Tang Xin asked, Uncle, is there any story about this Five Fingers Mountain range? He hoped that the other party could talk to him. Seeing that the other party was like this, Tang Xiao did not rush to say anything, but pulled the other party to leave first. After arriving at a safe area, he stared at the Five Fingers Mountains and said, a very powerful soul beast was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountains, which for the last time has exceeded the 100,000 year level, and this Five Finger Mountain range was left by the gods of Afishan, but we have no way of knowing whether it is really there, because no one from our Haoshan sect has entered it, except for your great-grandfather Tang Chen. He told us all this information. There is a message imprinted on the mountain. Hearing this, Tang Xin was extremely shocked, and then asked, Uncle, what is the name of the spirit beast that was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain range? Lingshan. Holy Monkey. Chapter 111 Purple Soul, Holy Dragon, Celestial Phenomenon. Lingshan Holy Monkey. Hearing this, Tang Xin's face was extremely shocked, and his mind was trembling. Tang Xin took a breath and said, what a terrible name. Just hearing this name makes me feel frightened. If I met the soul beast himself, wouldn't it mean that I would become a piece of meat? The name has a very strong connection with the Holy Monkey of the Holy Sky. When Tang Xiao said this name just now, the space of the Wazhi Mountains in front of him was undulating. The terrifying power rose up and then fell again. Tang Xiao, well, it's very strong. This spirit heaven Holy Monkey made trouble in the god realm 100,000 years ago, so it was suppressed here by the Afishan god. If the seal is released, the current Douluo continent can suppress its people. I don't know if there are any more. Tang-san, is the god of Mount Athos gone? Tang-Zio, I went to the god realm, but the problem shouldn't be big. The god realm needs to maintain the balance of the lower realm, so the seal cannot be broken. Tang-Zio said, let's go, mistress, let's go back. Tang-san followed back silently. He didn't say his purpose of coming to this place. He didn't know what the feeling that led him was for, in his opinion. Even saying it would not be of much use. He looked at the sky. It was still daytime. He might come over at night to see what was going on. With this idea in mind, the next time is waiting. Returning to the safe area, Tang-san used the remaining time to start practicing. On the other side, Platinum Bishop Salus, Elephant Armor Sect leader Hu Yansen, and Holy Dragon Sect leader Tuobazi have returned to the Pope's Palace in Wuhan City from the Death Canyon. The rest of the worshippers have returned to the worship hall after completing this training task. At this moment, in the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei had returned to their seats, looking at the three people in front of them. I have seen His Majesty the Pope. Salus, Tuobazi, and Hu Yansen saluted respectfully to the woman sitting on the supreme throne in front of them, holding a gem scepter in her hand. Yeah. Bibi Dong nodded coldly. Congratulations to all of you for living up to expectations and reaching level 90 title Douluo. Bibi Dong looked at the four people below and was very satisfied with their cultivation. She nodded. At least she was not disappointed. These three people have also successfully hunted their 9th soul rings. Although they are all black, this is very normal. But not everyone can obtain 100,000-year soul ring. The three people immediately bowed their hands humbly, nodded and swore, all this is given by Wuhan Palace. I swear to serve Wuhan Palace to the death, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Bibi Dong said, very good. Salus volunteered, His Majesty the Pope, is there anything we need to do next? Bibi Dong said, since you have become titled Douluo, you are the elders of my spirit hall. These 3 tokens come from the Elder Hall and are hereby awarded to you and the other 3. While speaking, 3 tokens representing different colors and symbolic images appeared in Bibi Dong's hands. 1 token is a mammoth, 1 is a white armored earth dragon, and 1 is more special, a circle of purple soul rings. These 3 pieces represent the martial spirits of the 3 of them respectively. The mammoth is naturally Hu Yansen. The white armored earth dragon is naturally Tuobazi. The purple soul ring is naturally Salus. 3 of them are 90 level 9 ring title Douluo. Yes, even the 9th spirit ring didn't allow them to advance by 1 level. It can only be regarded as reaching the level of the 90 level peak Douluo. No matter what, the combined attack power of these 3 people cannot break Huang Wei's current tortoise shell defense. This is an extremely cruel reality. But no matter what, they are all real title Douluo. And they truly have status and voice within the spirit hall. In the past, contra level figures might have been very awesome outside, but in the spirit hall they were incomparable trash. If nothing really happens. However, in fact, even if you become a titled Douluo, as long as you are not an invincible peerless Douluo and a demigod level being, you are still not a being who can cover the sky with one hand in the spirit hall. At present, the only person who can cover the sky in Wuhan Hall is Kandaoliu. The second is the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. But soon, Bibi Dong will become the 3rd one, and even surpass the 2 of them to become the strongest one. This is just something that takes some time. The 3 of them collected their own tokens. The 3 of them all showed very satisfied smiles and almost laughed out loud with excitement. Bibi Dong said, you can get a title. Wuhan Palace will help you authenticate. His Majesty the Pope, I have already decided on a title. My name is Holy Dragon Douluo. Tuoba Z took a step forward and spoke. His eyes were looking at Bibi Dong, a beautiful woman, intentionally or unintentionally. Her hot figure really made him extremely horny. As a grown man, I can't wait to change what happened with the other person right now. It's just a pity that it's not possible now. Maybe later, as long as he practices well and improves his current level quickly, then maybe he will have this hope. After he becomes stronger, he will pursue Bibi Dong. The other party didn't even know that Bibi Dong was no longer a woman, but a woman. Had a baby. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to do this, even if he had 100 courages, because the fate that awaits him is death. But it's different now. He can say that he is innocent. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Okay, from now on you will be called Holy Dragon Douluo. At this time, Huang Wei immediately stepped forward to express his position. His Majesty the Pope, then let me call you Celestial Elephant Douluo. Okay, Celestial Elephant Douluo. Bibi Dong nodded. At this time, Salus, who had been thinking about his title, suddenly realized, immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands and said, His Majesty the Pope, let that subordinate be called Purple Soul Douluo. Okay, then you will be called Zehan Douluo from now on. Bibi Dong nodded. Now the titles of the 3 new Douluo have been decided. Then the title sealing ceremony will be held directly in Wuhan Hall. As soon as this news came out, it attracted the attention of many people. There are people from both inside and outside Wuhan City. Very lively. Now, I announce that Salus is titled Purple Soul. From now on, he will be the Elder of Purple Soul Douluo of the Elder Hall of Wuhan Hall. 2 Oba. Z is titled Holy Dragon. From now on, he will be the Holy Dragon Douluo Elder of the Elder Hall of Wuhan Hall. Hu Jansen is titled Celestial Elephant. From now on, he will be the Elder of Celestial Elephant Douluo of the Elder Hall of Wuhan Hall. Chapter 92. As Bibi Dong's cold and unparalleled voice fell, the whole place was filled with passion again. Salus, Tuobazi, and Hu Jansen were in high spirits at the moment, feeling that they were the only ones in the world. At this moment they are invincible, in front of a golden power. 2 more words appeared behind the tokens in their hands. The word Purple Soul appears on Salus' Purple Soul ring token. To Obax's white armored Earth Dragon token appears with the word Holy Dragon. The word Celestial image appears on the Huayamsan Mammoth token. Everyone below saluted and saw the 3 Douluo. Just like that, the matter was settled. Chapter 112. Half a year has passed. Time flies, and it's 9 o'clock at night within the Haotian sect. A black figure is appearing below the 5 Fingers Mountains. The place where the black figure stayed was the outermost part of the Wazhi Mountains. The front cannot be illuminated by the moonlight, and the darkness exudes the soul-stirring pressure of the ferocious beast. It made it difficult for Tang Xin to breathe. Just now as he kept getting closer, now he was even more sweaty and looked embarrassed. Unexpectedly, even after being suppressed, the spirit heaven holy monkey had such a terrifying power that other spirit beasts around it did not dare to approach. Soul beasts are similar to humans, in that they will not approach dangerous things. Naturally, no soul beast without eyes would dare to come here to die. Tang Xin looked slightly and whispered solemnly, then suddenly frowned. Frowning, he immediately walked forward, and an invisible barrier appeared on the outermost edge. In front of the mountain, there is a huge stone with 4 familiar characters carved on it. Wazhi Mountains. This stone is covered with moss and there are many weeds and vines. At this time, the pressure became even stronger, directly making Tang Xin kneel down. He was shocked in his heart, but after all, he was a human soul in 2 lifetimes. He quickly calmed down and closed his eyes to comprehend what was in his heart. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes again with a look of sudden realization. Although this pressure is very strong, it makes me feel uncomfortable, but it allows me to temper my body and mind, break through my own limits, and improve my soul power. The pull in my heart is this pressure, and this is my great opportunity. As a result, Tang Xin's eyes became extremely firm and solemn. Then use this pressure to help me break through. Wuhan Palace, Holy Sun, just wait for me. I, Tang Xin, will rise soon, and then you will be the one to take the lead. At the time of death. Father, rest in peace. I will take care of your life, my son. He made up his mind not to think about other complicated things. He sat cross-legged under the pressure and began to practice Zhuanshan Gong. At this time, on the Douluo continent, in the Xiandao Empire section, and in the Star Luo Empire section, all forces are surging undercurrents. The spies they sent to the Spirit Hall all brought back the news of the new Douluo. What's more, Wuhan Palace has no intention of hiding it, otherwise it would not announce the matter of the 3 titled Douluo in such a large public, in full view of the public. This is also an external deterrent, putting a lot of pressure on people like them. At the same time, a message is also revealed in the escort. The Wuhan Palace can train new people to rise to the realm of titled Douluo. Conspirators who are willing can quickly join the Wuhan Palace and serve the Wuhan Palace, and you will not suffer any disadvantages. Of course someone is really interested late at night. In the Xiandao Empire's royal family, Emperor Zhuai had asked all the high-ranking members of the royal family to come and hold a secret meeting in the underground secret room. They all understood why Emperor Zhuai summoned them here at this time. Of course he doesn't look like a fool, but he is still very smart. Your Majesty did not expect that the Holy Dragon sect and the Elephant Armor sect of the Western sect have secretly joined and completely become members of the Wuhan Palace. This is really bad. Maybe the other two sects will be recruited soon. No, Your Majesty, we take action first. Not only that, there were also 3 sects on the way, the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect, and the Haotian sect, which had been hidden from the world, also quickly received the news and started a meeting. The same is true for the lower 4 sects and the 2 gold sects. There is no way this news is too sudden and shocking for them. Most people can't stand it. However, one of their guesses was correct. That is, the target of His Highness Wuhan's attack was the Windsword sect and the Fire Leopard sect of the remaining 4 sects. But their geographical location does not lend themselves well to first come first served recruitment. Try to test the other party. If the other party does not know what is good and what is good, then the only solution is to use force. This is the Wuhan Palace's etiquette first, then attack. Still very polite inside the Wuhan Hall, Huang Wei's residence, in a large artificial lake. Huang Wei ignored what was happening outside and in Wuhan City, and he didn't know anything other than the unexpected things happening around him. Now he is concentrating on studying dimensional space, armor, spirit space, and the power of mysterious runes, using the power of mysterious runes as a bridge, constantly trying to combine the former 2. There is already a successful case. Now he only needs to copy its template and use it in other locations. In this way, he is getting closer and closer to getting the entire dimensional space. Time passed, and another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the new year, half a year has passed. There is still half a year left. At this moment, Haotian sect, in the Five Fingers Mountains, was unusually quiet late at night. However, at this moment, at the entrance of Wazhi mountain range, Tang Xin was sitting cross-legged alone. There is a kind of pressure on him, which while allowing him to slowly adapt, tempers his body, and enhances his soul. In the past 3 months, his level has rapidly increased from level 23 to level 26.3 months. 1 level improvement in 1 month is really terrifying. For others, it is already very difficult for others to reach level 20, 1 level a month. But Tang Xin did it. During these 3 months, Tang Xin always came here at night. Because he knows that, even if his uncle Tang Xiao knows that this place is good for him, the chance of being approved is very low. What's more, he can temper his body and improve his soul power, but that doesn't mean others can. Otherwise, how could the Haotian sect not have discovered this after moving here for so many years? Those people had nothing to do with him, and he didn't bother to pay attention to them. As long as he can improve his cultivation and become stronger, that's enough. He doesn't care about the others at all. Now he is extremely eager to improve his cultivation and seek revenge from Wuhan Palace. Once the seed in your heart is planted, it will quickly take root and sprout, reaching an unprecedented level. Now he wants to become stronger and take revenge. The current level is still too slow for him. He needs to be more advanced and practice faster, but at the same time, he must also stabilize and consolidate his cultivation. Otherwise, the soul power he has worked so hard to cultivate will become garbage. However, on the other side, Wuhan City is within the artificial lake of Huang Wei. After half a year of hard work, Huang Wei finally used the power of mysterious runes to combine the different dimensional space and the armored spirit space. Now he uses the bug of strength and time to specially cultivate that strange antler tree. Those people had all their strength drained out and were already dead. After those people die, the seal will be automatically released and brought out. Already a white skeleton. There are 10,000 in total, all of different sizes. It was later cleared away. Now Huang Wei has no one who can squeeze energy for him. But it's not a big problem, because the year of the strange velvet blooming chrysanthemum has already reached 99,999, or it can become a 100,000-year-old fairy grass in just 1 year. When the time comes, he will slaughter it, and there is a mysterious force in this space that will absolutely suppress it. Chapter 113 The 100,000-year-old strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum. Although those people are dead and there is no other energy intake to cultivate this strange antler flower, the problem is not big. The flow speed in the armor spirit space itself is much faster than outside. Now, under the pull of the power of mysterious runes, the space of different dimensions has been merged, and a new type of space has been obtained. And the unexpected joy is that the area of this space will continue to increase, and the flow rate will continue to be according to the current space. Very fast. And he can divide it into two areas. One side is dedicated to cultivating grass jelly. One side is used to train the people of Wuhan Palace. Especially his confidants. He can make some changes here later. At present, the layout is based on the spiritual time and the house. Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes and said, at that time, I will probably go to the killing city. There are also beasts at the 100,000-year level there. It's just a pity that the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, now it's not its opponent yet. Soon, another few days passed. Under his hard work in the past few days, finally, he cultivated that strange velvet blooming chrysanthemum to a 100,000-year level. The entire flower became different, becoming more vigorous and powerful. Under the suppression of mysterious runes, it gradually formed spiritual intelligence. In fact, spiritual wisdom can appear within 10,000 years. But unfortunately, if it is suppressed now, it will only start to appear after 100,000 years. Staring ahead, Huang Wei immediately communicated with him. Be polite before fighting. Let the other party take the initiative to sacrifice. If it doesn't work, he can only cut it off at that time. The newly formed 100,000-year-old fairy grass and a newly emerged spiritual intelligence are also at the level of low-level titled Douluo. Currently, Huang Wei's the threat is almost 0. Of course, this was him after turning on the martial spirit possessed state. Although his defense was very strong, before he was possessed, he could never resist a titled Douluo. Not to mention a titled Douluo, even a spirit Douluo was very weak. I can feel that you are the one who nurtured me. Soon, a soft voice sounded from the strange antler chrysanthemum ahead, and then a very young and weak golden figure gradually condensed on the chrysanthemum. After receiving the reply from the other party, Huang Wei nodded slightly. Yes, it was me, and I was the one who transplanted you to this space. According to the normal line, it will take you at least many more than 10,000 years to reach the 100,000-year level. Now, it is so many years ahead of schedule. It's also my masterpiece. Kiran Tongxianju said, I can feel that you have a very strong desire and possessiveness for me. Huang Wei said, yes, I have cultivated you for 100,000 years, just to make you take the initiative to sacrifice to me, and become my 6th soul ring, to keep your soul immortal. When I become a god, I can promise you, I will resurrect you in the god realm, and then you can directly become a god. Qirang Shan Jiu. Is bitter. Am I going to be sacrificed just after I was born? Huang Wei said, you can leave the rhizome and I will cultivate you again. When you sacrifice it to me, I will release your soul to see the outside world. What will happen if I don't sacrifice? Qirang Xianju suddenly asked. After all, there is no biological reason to die automatically. Although the sacrifice is not direct death, it is very similar to death. When the body is gone, and only the soul is left. Freedom is completely restricted. Huang Wei was not surprised that the other party would ask this question, and said calmly, you should be able to feel the oppression of this space on you, and with my current strong defense. You as a newborn cannot break through my defense. When the words rang out, a powerful soul power emerged from his body, and 5 soul rings appeared on his body. Yellow, purple, red. Chapter 93. Hello. Intimidating turtle roar sounded. The next second green armor was attached to his body. For a brief moment, the newly born Qirang Shan Juling Zhi's complexion suddenly changed drastically. His face was extremely pale, and he was very frightened. It can clearly feel that this force is constantly suppressing it, and the same is true in the space. Qirang Tongxianju struggled to speak. Then how can you guarantee that you can become a god? The only practical guarantee at the moment is my age and the level of my martial soul. Now I'm only 7 years old and half a year old, but now I have become a 60 level 5 ring pseudo soul emperor, and you are still a pseudo soul emperor with 200,000 year soul rings. As long as you sacrifice them to me as the 6th soul ring, then I will have 3. Now do you still think that with my incredible qualifications, I can't become a god? Worst case scenario, even if God doesn't choose me, I can still create my own godhood and become a god if I live for 1,000 years. Huang Wei looked at the strangely velvet Babel chrysanthemum in front of him, his calm face and tone even more calm. Qirang Tong Xianju said, "You are a human being, not a spirit beast. You cannot live for 1,000 years." Huang Wei didn't care. As I said, I'm an anomaly. An alien must not use the lifespan of an ordinary person to talk about things. Qirang Tong Xianju was silent. This question was actually unnecessary, but he really saw the opportunity to become a god in this person, and the possibility was very high. Okay, I can promise you. In the end, Qirang Tong Xianju nodded in agreement. After all, no matter what, this is the only way to go now. There was a powerful and mysterious force above its head suppressing it, and most of its strength was lost. And it can feel the defensive power of the opponent, which is definitely not a joke. Huang Wei's face did not show happiness, because the other party agreed, because everything was destined. If the other party did not agree, he would immediately kill him. In this space, he is invincible. There is a saying that goes well, I can feed you and cultivate you, but I can destroy you after so long. Huang Wei said calmly, don't worry, time will prove that your current choice is the most correct. I hope so. If it wasn't forced by the situation, it wouldn't want to become someone else's soul ring. It looked at the celestial beings around it, which all had the same origin as it. In a sense, they are all its brothers and sisters. Qirang Tong Xianju asked, are these immortal grasses also used for your sacrifice later? Huang Wei said, if you can't find another 100,000 year level soul beast, or another way to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring, then this is it. I will not kill you all, but I will leave the roots and continue cultivating them. When I become a god, all of you brothers and sisters will become gods together and enter the divine realm to receive better energy for cultivation. After you become a god, you will no longer need to make a god ring. You too can be free. Qirang Xianju sighed. This is indeed our best path. Then, he asked, when shall I sacrifice to you? Huang Wei said, it's okay now. I've been waiting for more than half a year. I don't want to wait any longer. Within this space, the owner of a different dimensional space can tear open the cracks and enter that area with the strange velvet tongue. Xianju, come on, let's get started. Huang Wei's yellow eyes were quietly staring at the strange velvet giant chrysanthemum in front of him. Chapter 114 come on, let's get started. In the dark space, Huang Wei's voice sounded. In front of him was a pool of water. This is the origin place, where the extra dimensional space is divided. Now Huang Wei has the ability to control water, and can turn this water into the energy needed for cultivation to assist him. Huang Wei took off his clothes, and entered the middle of the water. He took out the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum. In an instant, the dark space was illuminated by golden light. The 100,000-year-old strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum is even more awesome than I imagined. Looking at this strange environment, the Qirang Tong Xianju said in a voice, I have left my stamens and rhizomes in that space. Huang Wei nodded slightly and said, well, don't worry. The reason why they let the other party perform the sacrificial ceremony here is because they don't want to attract other people's attention and attention outside. Anyway, he himself has selfish motives. Qirang Xianju closed her eyes and began to use her own body as a sacrificial tribute based on the memory in her mind. In an instant, a red magnetic field bloomed in this area. The red pillar of light continued to attack upwards, but was swallowed up in the darkness. It seems that these lights are not enough to affect this space. The strange velvet tongue Xianju that was being sacrificed also felt this scene. After being slightly surprised, everything about it, except its soul, was sacrificed. Huang Wei used the black tortoise shell to resist the impact of this powerful energy sacrificial magnetic field point. The next second, he became the person at the center of the magnetic field point. The huge black turtle roared, and the densely packed mysterious runes quickly fell off the turtle shell and came to surround Huang Wei. The sacrificed velvet giant chrysanthemum landed instantly and merged into Huang Wei's body. Feeling something coming, Huang Wei instantly sat cross-legged, activated his soul power guidance technique, and began to pull and absorb it. For Huang Wei, the soul ring was the key to unlocking it. It didn't matter if the soul ring was strong or weak, as long as it was 100,000 years old. Anyway, the soul skills were given to him by the black turtle, not the soul beast that provided the soul rings. He is also looking forward to what kind of soul skills the 6th soul ring can provide him. So I tried my best to absorb it. Because he already had the adaptability to absorb the 100,000-year-old soul ring twice before, and because it was relatively weak now, Huang Wei's absorption became smoother and smoother as time went by. In less than a stick of incense, the surrounding magnetic field disappeared, replaced by the third red 100,000-year-old soul ring on Huang Wei's body. The 300,000-year soul rings exude supreme power. Yellow yellow purple red red. Now he has become the true 6th ring soul emperor, but just after he absorbed the key of the soul ring, the ice and fire dragon king soul bone on his body began to move. The soul power that would have been enhanced by absorbing it was replaced by those souls that had been suppressed and unable to improve due to insufficient soul rings. The force rebounded instantly. Huang Wei's body was suddenly filled with dragon roars, entwined by dragons of ice and fire. But there was also the power of the mysterious runes on his body. Both dragons are headed by the black turtle. The black turtle exudes powerful dragon power. Huang Wei was radiant, and his cultivation level continued to soar from level 60 to level 70. The speed of this upgrade really comes naturally. This is level 70. It's really fast. The combination of soul ring and soul bone. If the soul bone is not a divine bone, it may not be possible to reach level 70 soul saint. Now, I can only be regarded as a pseudo soul saint. What am I going to do with this 7th soul ring? If we continue to cultivate the second hidden 100,000 years immortal grass, it will require a huge amount of energy and time. I have time, but I don't have that much energy. Huang Wei muttered to himself. Naturally, the energy he needed was extracted from others. Wait a minute. I remember the Cheyenne Meng ice silkworm under the cave in the far north. According to the current timeline, that guy should have been absorbing those 10,000 years of ice marrow to continuously improve his cultivation. He may have reached 100,000 years. As for the million-year-old, there is no need for it. Anyway, the soul ring of the million-year-old guy is also white. It is not powerful at all. It is red or golden or something that looks good and domineering. Huang Wei groped his chin, thinking about the 7th soul ring in his mind. He is now very curious about what the black turtle under his 7th soul ring martial soul is like. Now, I should be able to withstand the following attacks, including level 96 titled Douluo. But it's strange. Why didn't the soul bones drop this time? Is it because this is not natural maturation but accelerated maturation, and the soul bone has not yet formed? Thinking of this, Huang Wei felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. But the mood is not really too uncomfortable. If it is not there, it will not be there. It will be used to install more powerful soul bones in the future. As soon as I thought about it, I asked the system to bring up the character panel to take a look. Host: Huang Wei martial spirit, black turtle talent, turtle longevity lifespan. 20,000 identity, holy son of Wuhan palace soul power, with built-in strengthening effect. 76 ring pseudo soul saint, soul skills, defense, comes with level 1 counter damage critical hit, level 3 turtle shell enhancement, turtle shell savings, armor spirit space, turtle void annihilation, infinite black turtle cannon, black turtle gravity field. This skill is released centered on the person and outwards. A terrifying gravitational magnetic field is formed within a radius of 1 kilometer, and the gravity will become stronger depending on the level of the enemy. Soul bones. 1. The right arm bone of the 100,000 year soft bone rabbit, turtle version, can grow. Skills, teleportation, invincible golden body. 2. Ice and Fire Dragon King Divine Bone, Turtle version, Ice, and Fire Dragon King attack, Absolute Zero, absolutely annihilated, magical power, Golden Turtle Mask equipment, Thorn armor, defensive version of Static Electric Blade, Armor Veil point abilities, Aura of a superior person, immune to the might of a titled Douluo, immune to water and fire, immune to all poisons, super water control. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10%. Now he already has 2 soul bones in his body that are over 100,000 years old. He had a bold fantasy. If he collected 6 partial soul bones that were at the 100,000 year level, could he make a soul bone suit? This idea is good, but it needs to be obtained first. After all, the soul bones of the parts are not that easy to obtain. Especially the torso. It would also be nice if we could get a mental soul bone from the head. It's time to go out. He left space. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at Salus below and said, Salus went to ask the Holy Sun to come to the Pope's palace and said that I have something for him to do. When Salus heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and handed over his hands. It's His Majesty the Pope. I'll go to the Holy Sun right now. After saying that, he left here immediately. There are currently 3 titled Douluo who are actually on Bibi Dong's side. Soon Huang Wei, who happened to come out from the other side, was chatting with Jade Pomelu. The 2 of them had a clear purpose. Chapter 94. Huang Wei planned to let him enter that dimensional space to practice. Achieve rapid improvement. Half a year has passed. Jade Pomeru's cultivation level has also reached the peak contra level 85. Chapter 115. Teacher, I have a dream. Do you want to listen to it? At this time, Salus' figure quickly appeared from a distance and rushed towards this side. Why is he here? Huang Wei was a little curious. At this time, he still remembered that he had planned to give the other party fairy grass before, but he hadn't given it yet. That's the case anyway, so let's just not give it a try. By the way, I haven't seen Sister Nana and the others for a long time, and I don't know if they are still in Death Canyon. Huang Wei frowned. He planned to go to the Killing City after he absorbed the 7th soul ring. Although the Killing Capital cannot use soul skills, he does have soul bone skills. This is not restricted, but it may be favored by some people. So, after he has the Soul Saint, his physical strength will be able to resist the titled Douluo, and he doesn't need to be too afraid. Moreover, Dao Liu is building a weapon for him, and will take it with him. When the time comes, it's very satisfying to kill the opponent while defending. What's more, he also has Bibi Dong, the god of killing, as his backing. Even the king of killing needs to take the face of Wuhan Palace and the god of killing Bibi Dong into consideration, and not dare to do anything too extreme to him. Otherwise, according to Bibi Dong's character, he would definitely take revenge on her. He hadn't seen Bibi Dong for so long, and didn't know what level he was at now. He hadn't seen Bibi Dong for so long, and didn't know what level he was at now. Was also very curious. Salus hurriedly came to Huang Wei, and the Jade Pomelu immediately raised his hand to him. Elder. Salus nodded quickly in response. Bibi Dong may not know the recent changes in Wuhan Hall, but Jade Pomelu does. Elder? Bishop Salus, have you been promoted? Huang Wei asked directly. I have been in seclusion, and I don't know what is happening outside. What the Holy Sun said is absolutely true. I have been promoted. Thanks to the cultivation of Wuhan Palace, I'm now a 90 level titled Douluo. Salus immediately handed over his hand and said, although the Elder and the Holy Sun have the same status, the other person is still Bibi Dong's direct disciple. No matter how he is human and worldly, he still needs to be careful and must not be too proud. As he said that, in order to show off his cultivation, he created his own martial soul and the 9 soul rings. Now he looks like he has 10 soul rings, 9 ring. Titled Douluo, Elder Ceres' spirit is quite special, so it still looks like it's 10 ring. Huang Wei smiled and said, congratulations to Elder Salus for being promoted to titled Douluo. From now on, our status will be the same. You don't need to be so polite to me. Salus immediately said humbly, don't dare, it's just status. The Holy Son is extremely talented. He has achieved so much at such a young age, and his future achievements are even more limitless. I cannot compare with him. Okay, Elder Salus, why did you come to see this Holy Son? Huang Wei gave up slightly, finished his polite words, and now went directly to the topic. Salus immediately said, His Majesty the Pope, please ask the Holy Son to go to the Pope's palace and give you some instructions. Okay, let's go. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Holy Son please. Salus immediately led the way. Huang Wei followed, and Jade Pomelu stood behind him. Soon, the three of they came to the Pope's palace and saw Bibi Dong crowned on the supreme throne, holding a gem scepter in his hand. Your Majesty the Pope, the Holy Son has arrived. Salus held his hand and stood aside. You all go and do your work. Bibi Dong waved his hand and ordered to Yuguan, Gui Medi and Salus. Yes, the three of them immediately retreated. Jade Pomelo is now in an awkward position and is in a dilemma. You also go out and wait. Huang Wei said, yes. Jade Pomelu nodded, then turned around and left immediately. Teacher, why did you ask this disciple to come here? Huang Wei looked at Bibi Dong. He didn't know how to explain his sixth soul ring. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei was taller and straighter than half a year ago. And his whole aura became very unusual. Her eyelids twitched slightly and she said, have you obtained the sixth soul ring? This is just her guess. Huang Wei's heart skipped a beat. What was supposed to come had finally come. If it doesn't work, I can only tell the story about the different dimensions. Huang Wei nodded slightly. Yes, the disciple has obtained the sixth soul ring and is now a sixth ring pseudo soul saint. As he said that, he did not hide it and directly summoned the martial soul black turtle. The huge black turtle was even bigger than before and could now cover the entire Pope's palace. Bibi Dong was shocked by this. Huang Wei's body was yellow, purple, red, and these six soul rings exuded a very unusual aura, very ferocious. When did you get it? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were shocked, and she was very confused. Huang Wei slowly told what happened in the extra-dimensional space, saying that he had also found another water vine that was more than 90,000 years old under the abyss of space, which was just right for him, plus the special characteristics of time and black turtles. After half a year of training, he became 100,000-year soul beast and reached an agreement with the other party, and the other party took the initiative to sacrifice it and became his sixth soul ring. That's all he said. It was completely made up. As for whether the other party believes it or not, that is the other party's business, not his. After Huang Wei finished speaking, Bibi Dong looked at him. She was not a fool and heard some of the meaning, but she didn't ask any more questions. She was an unusual disciple and had such good luck in everything. But what concerned her was the flow rate of time in different dimensions mentioned by Huang Wei. Suddenly she asked, Zio Wei, can people enter your space? She had a bold idea. The flow rate was very fast. 1 day outside and 1 year passed inside. Yes, this flow rate ratio was like this. Therefore, Huang Wei cultivated the Qian Tang Xianchu in a different dimension for 3 months, which is equivalent to a long time. As for how long it will take, you figure it out yourself. After all, he had been integrating space in the first few months, and the next 3 months were the real training. Okay. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, only 7 can enter at once. This is not false, because every outsider who enters needs to consume his own energy to maintain it. If he was alone, it would be easy, but if there were more people, it would be different. What's more, when he becomes stronger in the future, more people will enter. That's fine. I'll let Nana and others come back. There will be a continent-wide Soul Master Elite competition in a few years. Let the 7 people we gather go in and practice, Bibi Dong said. But you are now 6th rank pseudo soul saint. In a few years. Thinking of this, she was shocked. Will her disciple really be titled Douluo in a few years? Isn't this too scary? If he comes on the court, then he will be able to kill everyone in an instant. Teacher, I don't want to participate in the competition because it is completely meaningless. However, I have a great dream. I wonder if the teacher is interested in hearing about it. Huang Wei said. Bibi Dong was curious. Tell me about it, Huang Wei said, my disciple wants to completely unify the entire Douluo continent and become the world of the Wuhan Empire. Only in this way can the world be peaceful, the common people can be truly happy, and the economy and technology can develop rapidly. And disciple, the first sect that needs to be destroyed is everyone in the Haoshan sect. Speaking of this, Huang Wei's calm face showed a cold and stern expression. The aura of a superior person came over him instantly. Chapter 116 Level 97 Super Douluo. Hearing this, Bibi Dong never expected that such a question would come from a 7-year-old child. Although the 7-year-old child in front of him didn't look 7 years old at all, he was still extremely frightening. Bibi Dong actually didn't want to see Huang Wei like this, so she said, it's good that you have this intention, but these things are not what you should consider now. You are still young. You can't control these things. The water is very deep. Your first priority now is to practice well and grow up well. You are only 7 years old now. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Huang Wei suddenly woke up and thought to himself, yes, these things should not be considered by me at this age. Time passes so slowly. I'm only 7 years old now. He sighed secretly. No teacher, I can practice and improve my level, but I can only get older year by year. Huang Wei looked helpless. Teacher, why did you bring this disciple here? Then he looked at Bibi Dong and asked curiously. Bibi Dong said, unification is indeed a big matter, and it is not something you should consider now, but you can still do some small things. For example, the teacher now has a task for you to complete. When Huang Wei heard this, his eyes flashed with interest, and he was very curious about what kind of tasks this guy Bibi Dong would arrange for him. Bibi Dong said slowly, now the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect of the lower 4 sects have become the forces of my Wuhan palace, but there are currently 2 other sects that have not received any reply, namely the Wind Sword sect and the Fire Leopard sect. Huang Wei was not a fool and immediately understood the meaning of Bibi Dong's words. So, teacher, you want me to go over and subdue the other disciple? Huang Wei said. Bibi Dong nodded. Yes, you are the holy son of Wuhan Temple, so it is natural that the outside world is nervous about you. Anyway, your defense power can now block the attacks of titled Douluo, and these 2 sects only have Soul Douluo. There is no threat to you. I allow you to bring people over, and there is a team. This is also a training for you as a teacher. He added later, as someone who has been through this for 2 generations, Huang Wei always feels that Bibi Dong's words are a bit like trying to paint a bigger picture. Huang Wei said, teacher, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Disciples don't need to bring an army, they just need to bring Jade Pomeranians. Then, he said. Bibi Dong nodded after hearing this. That's right, teacher, this is the 8-petal fairy orchid. It has been cultivated by me. You can take it and take it. It will be of great use to your body. Suddenly, Huang Wei moved his hand, and a purple soul ring appeared on his body, from which floated an 8-petal flower exuding strange colors. After the 8-petal fairy orchid was absorbed by Jade Pomilu before, he cultivated it again, and it has become the stage when Jade Pomilu absorbed it. After all, the ice and fire eyes have been transplanted here. Although it is just an empty shell, it is not a big problem. Moreover, he can use the soul skill ability of the Ice and Fire Dragon King Divine Bone to simulate an energy magnetic field of the ice and fire eyes. With the power of runes, the flow rate and other energy in the space will also undergo different major changes. After all that energy was used to cultivate the Kaiantang chrysanthemum, and the rest of the celestial grass absorbed less energy, but fortunately the flow rate of space became very fast. Okay, I won't be polite to you anymore. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately took it over and asked, the method of eating is the same as before. Chapter 95. Yes, this time, teacher, you can just eat them all. I have left the rhizomes. Huang Wei nodded. Okay. Bibi Dong said, and immediately ate the Narcissus jade muscle and bone in the same way as before. Finally started practicing. Because of this first experience, Bibi Dong will definitely digest and absorb it much faster this time than the first time. Huang Wei took this opportunity and immediately tried to ask the system to see if it could detect Bibi Dong's cultivation level point. In the end, the answer given by the system was that Bibi Dong's current cultivation level, that is, his cultivation level, before digesting the fairy grass, was a 96th level peak Douluo, if nothing unexpected happens, after absorbing this 8-petal fairy orchid. It is very likely that he will break through to the 97th level of Super Douluo. Huang Wei thought to himself, the inheritance of the Rakshasa god has indeed brought about great changes in her cultivation. If this rate continues, it seems that it won't take long for Bibi Dong to become a level 99 ultimate Douluo. At that time, all she had to do was to endure it and continue to hide deeply so as not to be discovered by Kai and Aoliu. This meant that at that time, the power that Bibi Dong could normally use would also be carefully suppressed. Time passed little by little. Bibi Dong quickly absorbed it. Sure enough, the aura on Bibi Dong's body became stronger than before. However, the other party also realized this and immediately restrained himself and did not dare to let it out. Huang Wei asked the system again, and the answer he got was that Bibi Dong successfully broke through the peak of level 96 and was promoted to level 97. But it's okay, the stronger the other party is, the safer I will be. Huang Wei thought to himself. Teacher, have you made a breakthrough? Huang Wei's voice was very low. Bibi Dong opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the young man in front of her gently. She was able to reach this point so quickly because of the 2 fairy grasses of the young man in front of her. Moreover, the power of the 8-petal fairy orchid has not been fully refined. She will continue to refine it, and it has brought great changes to her body, which is permanent. Well, thank you very much, Xiao Wei. Bibi Dong nodded. No, you are my teacher, my second relative in this world besides my grandfather. Huang Wei said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong's heart trembled, and she remembered again at this moment. Yes, he is an orphan. It seems that at this moment, I feel the same. His eyes became gentler. Don't worry, Xiao Wei, your grandfather's teacher will arrange for someone to take care of him secretly. Nothing will happen. Huang Wei nodded. He knew Bibi Dong had good intentions. Well, thank you teacher. In that case, then I won't disturb the teacher and go down first to complete the task you assigned me. Huang Wei said. Bibi Dong suddenly stopped Huang Wei and said softly, wait a moment, my teacher told you not to tell the others about the fairy grass. Now you can tell the 3 elders about it. Both of them are mine. A confidant will never rebel, although Yu Guan and Ji Ui may both assist the Pope but they are still human beings after all. Since they are human beings, they can be bribed. As for Salus, there is no need to say anything. This guy is absolutely loyal. Huang Wei nodded. The disciples have already prepared their own fairy grass for the 3 elders. After the disciples go out, the teacher can give it to them to take. This is a disciple of the holy sword bamboo specially selected for Elder Jew. Although his martial spirit chrysanthemum can turn into blades, it is still a plant after all, which is also a disadvantage. It can complement each other. This was chosen by Netherworld Shuanglan for Elder Ghost. It matches his martial spirit very well. As for the last one named Duoluo Lan Shen selected for Elder Sap, I prepared it after studying his martial spirit. The foreshadowing has been laid in the past. The celestial grass of the ice and fire rise is not just what is written in the original work. As for what else, it is whatever Huang Wei comes up with. Don't pursue it so much. Chapter 117. The excited 3 people. Bibi Dong held these 3 kinds of fairy grass, and suddenly she found that these 3 kinds of fairy grass had a faint turquoise light. The function of this layer of green light is to preserve the survival rate of the fairy grass. If the light disappears then the ambrosia will die. And Huang Wei had already informed Bibi Dong of this situation. Teacher, where are the Wind Sword sect and the Fire Leopard sect? Huang Wei asked. The location of Fengjian sect is in Star Luo Empire, 400 kilometers east of Star Luo City. The location of the Fire Leopard sect is in the Fire Leopard Mountain in the northwest of the western border area between the Xiandao Empire and the Star Luo Empire. As Bibi Dong spoke, she moved her jade finger and the 2 scrolls floated directly towards Huang Wei. Bibi Dong continued, their addresses have been recorded in these 2 scrolls. Huang Wei quickly took it. I understand, teacher. He turned and left the Wuhan hall. After going out, he said to Jade Pomilu, let's go do the task. Yes. Jade Pomilu followed immediately. The 3 people from Yuguen immediately entered the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong looked at the 3 people who came in and said, you 3 have devoted your whole life to Wuhan palace and me. I intend to give you something. I hope you will not forget this kindness in the future. At the end of the month, both Giang and Salis looked confused. But Yu Guan's pupils shrank because he discovered that Bibi Dong had the scent of 2 kinds of fairy grass. This is the breath of the 8-petal fairy orchid. Why does His Majesty the Pope have it on his body? It was clearly not there just now. Is it because the Holy Sun came in? At this moment, in Yu Guan's heart, various possibilities kept appearing, which were very absurd and incredible. Naturally, he did not dare to say these words in his mouth. But now that Bibi Dong said what he just said, judging from the meaning, he seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the thing His Majesty the Pope said to reward us has something to do with the fairy grass? Although it was just my own temporary fantasy and speculation, I already had a whim in my heart at this moment. This is definitely a big deal. Zion KO. How he loves it. Who in the Wuhan hall doesn't know that Yu Guan likes flowers the most? The 3 of them also understood the meaning of His Majesty the Pope's words and responded immediately without any hesitation. They raised their hands and saluted. Yes, we understand, and we will serve His Majesty the Pope, Wuhan Palace, to the death. Hearing this, the group of people understood what she meant, and Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. These 3 flowers are called fairy grass. The Holy Sun asked me to absorb them for you. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and 3 fairy grasses fell from her hand in the direction of the corresponding owner, Ambrosia. The 3 of them were stunned at first, and then shocked. Gui Medi and Salis both looked puzzled, but when they heard the name, they felt that it was very unusual. But Yu Guan's heart was beating wildly at this moment, and he knew that he had guessed correctly. It's really grass jelly. He looked with fiery eyes at the fairy grass falling towards him, which was shaped like bamboo. What kind of fairy grass is this? Although Yu Guan knew a lot about fairy grass, he did not understand and see it 100%. This was the first time he had seen the bamboo-like thing in front of him. Elder Jew, yours is the holy sword bamboo. It was carefully selected by the Holy Sun for you. You can take it directly into your mouth. Bibi Dong said. Yu Guan caressed her with both hands, carefully, with a look of care on her face. He was reluctant to eat it. This was the legendary fairy grass. His Majesty the Pope, can I take it later? Yu Guan asked. Just take it before leaving the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong's words already had a relaxed tone. Yu Guan is not a fool. He naturally understands the importance of the fairy grass. It would be good if the other party can give it to him. So he nodded quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stroked and kept looking at the holy sword bamboo. Then, Your Majesty the Pope, what are we? Gui Medi and Salis asked immediately, holding the fairy grass in their hands. Yu Guan's eyes also turned from the holy sword bamboo in his hand to the fairy grass in their hands. Then I remembered, yes, there is more than just holy sword bamboo and immortal grass here. There are 2 others. As for the one in the old ghost's hand, he had never seen it. He was also curious. As for the one in Salis's hand, he seemed to have never seen it before either. It's really weird. What are these 2 fairy grasses? The one in your hand, Elder Ghost, is the ethereal double orchid. Elder Sap, the flower in your hand, is Douluo lotus ginseng. These are selected by the Holy Sun for you, and are most suitable for you. You can take them now, and see the effects. Bibi Dong said calmly. She was also curious about what the jelly grass would bring to these 3 people after taking it. Good. Ghost and Salis don't have the form of moonlight, and they can't wait to try it. So they took it according to the method Bibi Dong taught them. Seeing this, Yu Guan could only secretly say that it was a pity. Salis and Ghost sat cross-legged separately. After all, this is the first time that I have begun to digest the medicinal power of the fairy grass, so I need to feel the mysterious power in my body and become familiar with the process. When will Elder you plan to absorb it? Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan, who was still studying the holy sword bamboo obsessively, and asked, I plan to take it now. Although Yu Guan was reluctant, he still had to face reality. Before going out to the Pope's palace today, the other party would definitely require him to take it before he could leave. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. So he gritted his teeth, felt cruel, said sorry to Xing Jianzhu, then took it, and sat cross-legged beside him. Whether you can break through your current realm depends on your luck. Bibi Dong looked at the three people and murmured, now Yu Guan and Gui Mei are both level 95 title Douluo point, and it has been at this level for many years and has not moved forward. If she can get the opponent to break through level 1, it will be of great help to her in the future. As for Salus, the opponent was a title Douluo who was just at level 90. He had a very high chance of breaking through 1 or even 2 levels. However, each level of title Douluo contains very terrifying energy. This kind of gap is as unpalatable and extremely difficult as the gap between heaven and earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. No matter what, everything is left to fate. After leaving, Huang Wei left Wuhan City. After the mission was completed, he planned to go to the far north to see if he could find the Xian Meng Ice Silkworm. If not, he would see if the two soul beasts there were willing to join his big god-making family. Although it is still 10,000 years away from the era of Huo Hao, the second Douluo, these two soul beasts must have existed beyond 100,000 years for a soul beast. 10,000 years is a very short period of time. Although the cultivation level of some soul beasts may not really live for 10,000 years, it is almost the same point among the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor in the far north. At this time, the Ice Emperor is relatively weak and should be at level 94 or even 95. If it were this, he wouldn't be afraid. But the Snow Emperor is very cool, and he should be at level 97 or even 98, no matter what point. If he were to face him, with his defensive power and the divine bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, he might be able to give it a try. If you obtain the 7th soul ring, then this won't be a problem. Chapter 118. The transformation of three people. Holy Sun, where are we going? Arriving at the entrance of Wuhan Hall, Huang Wei was enjoying the titles of people around him, but he was interrupted by the voice of Jade Pomelu. The teacher gave me the task to go to the Wind Sword sect and the Fire Leopard sect and accept them as my younger brothers. Among the two, the Fire Leopard sect is closest to us. Let's go here first. With that said, Huang Wei took out a sheepskin scroll directly from the soul guide and handed it to the Jade Pomelu. Jade Pomelu immediately took it and opened it to take a look. It marks the location of the Fire Leopard sect. The area where the Star Luo Empire and the Shandao Empire meet. In the northwest, the Fire Leopard Mountains. Although this location is somewhat remote, it is closer than the Fengjian sect in the Star Luo Empire. Soon, the sound of horse hooves appeared, followed by a carriage. The car is a familiar carriage, and the person pulling the carriage is a familiar groom. The relationship between the two is already very familiar. Holy Sun, where are you going? The groom showed a long-lost smile after seeing Huang Wei and asked respectfully. Jade Pomelu threw the sheepskin scroll in his hand to the groom. Go here. The groom took it and took a look. With his familiarity with the route, he could understand the route of the map in an instant. Moreover, people from their class participated in the painting of this thing. Everything is crystal clear. This road is also the only shortcut. The groom nodded and said, come up, we'll set off now. The two of them quickly got on the carriage, and Huang Wei asked, how long will it take to get there? The groom replied, we can arrive in about 2 hours. 2 hours, that is, 4 hours. After hearing this time, Huang Wei calculated it in his mind and felt stupid. Sitting in a car for 4 hours would have made him sick, even if he was riding in a car in his previous life. It was boring to death, let alone a horse-drawn carriage now. But there was nothing he could do. If he could fly, he would have to ride in a carriage. Therefore, he must become a titled Douluo as soon as possible, or obtain a soul skill that allows him to fly for a long time, or give him wings like the 8 spider spears on the back of tanks and point the carriage set out. Huang Wei looked outside through the carriage window, looking at the scenes that kept changing due to the rapid movement of the horse chasing the wind. I cursed in my heart. I wonder if I can get a soul bone attached to the wings. Flying. Black turtle? This seems to be a very good direction. Let's see. It's hard to say now. Closing the window and door, he fell into sleep. No, it should be said that the spiritual consciousness and the physical body were briefly separated and entered the dimensional armor spirit space to continue to comprehend the mysterious runes. He has never seen so many mysterious runes before. Now he has not fully understood even one of them, only a trivial understanding point, but even so, this trivial part has already brought such an awesome effect to this space. If we continue to understand the truth of a rune, how awesome will it be? He felt that, now that the rune was there would be no problem without the system point anyway. The current system has not rewarded him for a long time. Forget it. It's better to have it than not. Keep it for now, and then make plans later. The groom moved forward as time passed bit by bit. Wuhan City, inside the Pope's palace. At this moment, Yuguan, Gui Mei and Salus were gradually waking up while absorbing the fairy grass. The first person to wake up was Salus. He absorbed the turmeric ginseng jelly. Surprisingly, the medicinal power of this jelly was easier to absorb than he thought. Moreover, the transformation of his body by the grass jelly was unprecedentedly huge. His soul power successfully broke through from the 90 level titled Douluo to the 92nd level titled Douluo. This was another unexpected surprise. Salus, congratulations on your promotion to level 92 titled Douluo. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. At this time, Bibi Dong, who had been staring at Salus from above, heard a familiar and cool voice. Salus immediately reacted to the joy in his heart and looked at Bibi Dong above. He immediately raised his hands and saluted and said humbly, "All of this is given by your majesty and the Holy Sun. I will never forget this kindness and will always keep it in my heart." His voice is very strong, decisive and determined. "Yes, I'm interested." Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Salus was indeed one of her specially trained confidants. Then he asked, "What benefits has Douluo ginseng brought to you?" Salus immediately said, "Let my body and martial soul be improved, and my cultivation level will break through 2 levels, which will make my future cultivation smoother." Bibi Dong immediately handed over the mission. "Okay, Saras will let you go secretly to protect the safety of the Holy Sun. He must be heading towards the location of the Fire Leopard sect. You should rush there now." The reason why she knew it was because she knew the other party and must have chosen the one nearby. Yes. Salus nodded, very excited. So he quickly retreated from the Pope's palace and rushed towards the Fire Leopard sect. He naturally knew the location there. After Salus left, the person who woke up again was the last Yuguan to be absorbed. The aura on his body bloomed quickly. Reached the 96th level of titled Douluo. Very powerful. It is countless times more powerful than the previous level 95. No wonder others say that there is an insurmountable gap between each level. After titled Douluo, especially after level 95, it is even more terrifying. A very terrifying sword energy appears on Yuguan. The edge is sharp to a very extreme level. If he faced Chen Xin now, he should be able to draw a close tie. After all, the opponent is a peak level 97 Douluo, very powerful. Yuguan summoned the Qirang Xianju. The Qirang Xian chrysanthemum is still the same, but now it is more powerful. After each petal is turned into a sharp blade, the power it explodes is even more powerful. He was very happy and even more excited. Bibi Dong's voice sounded again. "Elder Ju, congratulations." Yuguan looked eager, looked at Bibi Dong and saluted. "I have finally achieved a breakthrough in the realm I dreamed of. All of this is a gift from your majesty and the Holy Sun. I will never forget this kindness." Holy sword bamboo was of great benefit to him. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, Elder Ju is interested." But, however, at this moment, a magnificent force was released from the ghost on the side. In an instant, the entire papal palace was shrouded in black ghost shadow. It's very much like the scene of 100 ghosts walking at night. The two were shocked. His eyes immediately looked over. The next second, he saw that the ghost's body was shrouded in layers of dark ghostly energy. GGG. The temperature was getting hotter and hotter wherever the carriage passed point, but it didn't reach a very scary hotspot point. It's just a dozen or 20 degrees higher than the normal temperature point. The current forecast should be around 40 degrees. Soul beasts like the wind chasing horse are not as heat resistant as imagined. If they continue to go deeper inside, they may not be able to withstand the high temperature and collapse. The groom drove toward a shady area. Chapter 119 Douluo Town. GGG. Old ghost, are you not possessed by evil spirits? Seeing the strange and hair-raising sound coming from him, Yu Guan immediately asked. The power that spread out from the ghost's body converged back to itself at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yu Guan in front of him, and showed an evil smile. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. This netherworld double orchid has brought me great benefits, and it fits me perfectly. The ghost also has an unusual aura coming out of him. Compared with before, it is only stronger, but not weaker. Yu Guan smiled happily. Congratulations, old ghost, you have also broken through the 95th level and reached the 96th level of titled Douluo. Gui Mei looked at Yu Guan and laughed. Old Juha, you are not bad either. The aura on your body is getting stronger and stronger, and you have also reached the 96th level titled Douluo. Same joy, Yu Guan said with a smile. Now that they have advanced to the next level, their martial souls have been greatly improved. If the spirit fusion technique is used again, the two-pole forbidden area will definitely last longer, and the people who can be trapped will be more numerous and higher level. Elder Ghost, congratulations. What did you get? As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong inquired, and found nothing wrong. He immediately raised his hands to Bibi Dong and saluted. All of this is given by your majesty and the Holy Sun. I, the ghost, will never forget this kindness. Chapter 97. Bibi Dong was satisfied and nodded happily. Elder Ghost, you are serious. She is still very good to her own people. Netherworld Shuanglan gave me a major transformation in my martial soul, and I gained a new natal martial soul skill called 100 Ghost Night Walk. After the ability of 100 Ghosts Night Walk is triggered, I will transform into another fighting ghost form. As he said that, the ghost summoned his own martial soul, but only the ghost shadow could be seen, but no soul ring. This is the power and weirdness of his martial soul. The next second, the huge ghost power spread rapidly like a shadow. The entire papal palace was once again shrouded in ghostly shadows. He is every ghost here, and every ghost is not him. He is it. It is not him. As long as all these ghosts are not killed, he cannot be truly killed. Then, a series of ghostly mist spread over his body and wrapped him up, forming an even more vast nether-colored armor. Very cool, exuding terrifying power. The eyes are a ghostly color. This is the war ghost form. The enhancement amplitude of all attributes is at least double that of the original basis. Don't underestimate this double. Now the 96th level ghost can fight with the 97th titled Douluo at a 37-30 draw. If he uses this fighting ghost form to fight. If it were a 97th level titled Douluo, there would still be the possibility of a counter-attack and a leapfrog kill. Disappeared quickly without a trace. Extremely fast. Then it appeared again. Both Bibi Dong and Yu Guan were shocked. The former asked, how long can you maintain this fighting ghost form? Ghost said, it can only last for 30 seconds. This is a fixed time, and cannot be changed at present, but the advantage is that it will not consume my soul power and physical strength. It will be forcibly lifted immediately when the time is up without any delay. Yu Guan said, 30 seconds sounds like a small amount, but 30 seconds is enough for actions that are performed as quickly as in battle. Gui Mei and Bibi Dong nodded, agreeing very much with this idea. This form is completely a powerful comeback card for Gui Mei. It is a real trump card, and currently there is nothing of its own that can replace it. That's very good. The other side. The northwest area at the junction of the Star Luo Empire and the Xiandao Empire plates. Although this is the junction of the two plates, it is actually very large. The carriage came to a standstill in the scorching heat, and was now enjoying the shade under a large tree. In front of it was a town called Douluo. Many people came and went, but they couldn't stop the scorching heat from spreading. High temperature is the characteristic here. There is basically no winter here, but it is very rare. This also has a great relationship with the geographical environment here. Holy sun, we have arrived at Douluo town. At this time, the coachman outside said to the inside of the carriage. Huang Wei nodded. I understand. Go in. Yes. The carriage entered Douluo town. The Fire Leopard mountain range is just behind Douluo town, and the temperature in that place is as high as 45 degrees for the Fire Leopard sect, and those who have lived here for many years, they have become completely accustomed to this temperature, and this temperature is the same as normal temperature for them. The people of the Fire Leopard sect all inherited martial arts spirits. Whether they were other martial spirits or the famous Fire Leopard. Douluo town is also one of the towns under the jurisdiction of the Fire Leopard sect. The people here are protected by the Fire Leopard sect, but they need to hand over a certain amount of agricultural products. Moreover, the Fire Leopard sect will also awaken martial arts spirits for 6-year-old children under its jurisdiction. If a martial spirit related to a leopard or a fire attribute martial spirit is awakened, it will be brought into the sect for training. In this way, it can be said that a monopoly has been formed in this area. Huang Wei's carriage was marked with the 3 characters Wuhan Palace. This was also the reason why Huang Wei specially asked the groom to drive over, and he had no intention of keeping a low profile. Sure enough, when their carriage entered Douluo town, it instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. This magnificent carriage has 3 big characters on it. This is the carriage from Wuhan Palace. Everyone immediately exclaimed and became excited. Wuhan Palace. This is a place that all common people yearn for. At this time, a man wearing fiery red clothes and long red hair walked out of the crowd. He came to the front of the carriage and stopped it. Seeing this, the groom narrowed his eyes and said, "How dare you stop Wuhandian's convoy?" He looked at the red man in front of him, with a fire leopard pattern on it. No need to look, he must be a disciple of the Fire Leopard sect. Seeing this person's behavior, this person immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood, and quickly said, "Master Wuhandian, I have misunderstood. I stopped you to ask where you are going. I can lead the way for you. I'm very familiar with this place." Familiar, although the Fire Leopard sect is powerful and its leader is an 88th level Contra. It is just a Contra no matter what, not even a titled Douluo. However, the Wuhan Palace has many soul Douluo and titled Douluo, which are not players from the same dimension at all. He was naturally afraid. Moreover, even if the Fire Leopard sect had a titled Douluo, they would not dare to go against the Spirit Hall, as they would simply seek death. Our Holy Sun is here to find your Fire Leopard sect. Please take us there, the groom said calmly. Son, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. The man's pupils narrowed, and he looked into the car, suddenly showing a look of horror. I didn't expect that the person arriving today would be such a big shot as the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Why is this guy here now? Could it be what happened between the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect? Come here to recruit their Fire Leopard sect. After all, their Fire Leopard sect, like these 2 sects, belongs to the lower 4 sects. That's a lot of nonsense. Just go away without taking it with you, the coachman said. No, sir, you have misunderstood. I will lead the way now. Sir, please come with me, the man immediately said in panic, and then quickly led the way. Chapter 120 Fire Leopard sect. Seeing that the other party was so knowledgeable, the groom didn't say much. Who would call a loser? This is what he is now. The groom nodded. Well, lead the way. In any case, he is also a level 71 soul saint. Yes, not long ago he broke through from the 69th level soul emperor to the 70th level. After absorbing the 7th soul ring, he moved up 1 level and became the 71st level soul saint. So now his status in Wuhan Hall has been improved again. Although he still manages horses, he is very happy to do so, just because he loves horses, and because his martial soul is horses, so he has a soft spot for it. The red-haired man relaxed and nodded immediately. Sir, please come with me. The groom the carriage quickly drove towards the Fire Leopard sect. I, Huo Guangrong, am the son of the leader of the Fire Leopard sect and the young leader of the Fire Leopard sect. Do you know your name? At this time, the red-haired man walking in front said with a flattering smile. He wanted to take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace in the carriage point of course. He was also interested in the coachman in front of him point after all. The groom who can pull the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace is definitely not an ordinary person point. Now the other person's face is revealed, so let's establish a relationship with the other person first point, and the pressure from the person in front of him was very strong point. Not a soul saint, but also a soul emperor, right? No matter what, it is not something that a small soul sect like him can resist point. The groom was also surprised. What a coincidence. I met the son of the leader of the Fire Leopard sect. He really didn't expect to meet the real owner in a casual encounter. No, it should be said that he is a half-right person. My name is Ma Xianshan. The groom said immediately. Huo Guangrong immediately turned around and held up his hands. It turns out to be Mr. Ma. I have admired you for a long time, Ma. Xianshan naturally understood that the other party was speaking politely, so he just smiled and nodded in response. While walking, Huo Guangrong asked, I don't know why you came to my Fire Leopard sect this time. As long as I can make the decision, I will definitely handle everything. Ma Xianshan said calmly, I'm just the Holy Sun's groom. I don't know why the Holy Sun came here, and I can't lie. Huo Guangrong saw that the other party had said this, so naturally he would not pursue it further. However, at this time, Huang Wei in the carriage slowly opened his eyes, walked out of the carriage, looked at the guy leading the way quietly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said, I, the Holy Sun, represent the Wuhan Palace. My teacher, Your Majesty the Pope, come here inviting your sect to join the Spirit Hall. I wonder if you, the young master, can make the decision. Huang Wei asked with a playful attitude, and the other party would definitely answer no matter what. Holy Sun. Ma Xianshan respectfully addressed him. Huang Wei nodded, then continued to look at Huo Guangrong in front of him. When Huo Guangrong saw Huang Wei for the first time, he was thinking, is this guy the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace? At this moment, Huang Wei was wearing clothes unique to Wuhan Palace. Only the Holy Sun could wear them, and no one else was qualified. There is a green jade pendant on the waist, with 3 characters engraved on it. Wuhan Palace. There are 2 words engraved on the back. Sun. There is also a majestic and invincible black turtle portrait on it. Sun. Although he didn't quite know how this guy became the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, but to be chosen to be the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, this person must have special abilities that no one else has. He quickly raised his hands and saluted. Chapter 98. Huang Wei said, yes, you can answer my questions. Huo Guangrong was not a fool. His eyes moved slightly, and he thought in his heart, they really came to the Fire Leopard sect with this purpose. What should come will still come, and they can't run away. My father's 18th level soul Douluo may also become one of the training targets for titled Douluo after joining. As long as his father can break through titled Douluo, he will also have a certain high level status in Wuhan Palace, and can become an elder exist. Thinking of this, he felt that joining Wuhan Palace was not a bad thing. Huo Guangrong handed over his hand, and said with a wry smile, Hui Shengzi, I am really ashamed. I don't have the ability to decide this issue. Huang Wei was not in a hurry, and said leisurely, then let's make a decision with your father and the others, after we get to your house. Huo Guangrong nodded, okay, Holy Sun, continue. To lead the way point as time flows under the leadership of Huo Guangrong, Ma Xianshan quickly pulled the carriage to the front. They unexpectedly discovered that the temperature here was not as hot as they imagined. Instead, the temperature was over 20 degrees. There seems to be some kind of force here that is changing the temperature difference around here, making it not so hot. After the carriage stopped, Huang Wei shook his head and got out of the car and asked directly, why is the temperature inside here different from outside? Huo Guangrong immediately replied, reply to the Holy Sun, because this is Fangyuan and the most special place in the entire Fire Leopard mountain range. After the founders of the past generations found this place, they discovered the unusual temperature here, so they settled here permanently. Come down. Huang Wei nodded slightly and said, I see, that's really a good place. At the entrance of the Fire Leopard sect, the guard saw the other party coming back, bowed to Huo Guangrong and said, young sect master, you are back. After Huo Guangrang slightly, he immediately introduced, well, the carriage behind me belongs to the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Please let me in. The guard was not blind. Naturally, he saw the word Wuhan Palace's carriage and immediately said, everyone in Wuhan Palace, please come in. After being released, the carriage entered directly with Huo Guangrang leading the way. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. Huo Guangrang led the three people into the reception hall and regarded them as the most distinguished guests. Immediately asked the servants to pour tea and massage. However, Huang Wei refused the massage. The master Huang Wei refused, so Jade Pomelo and Ma Xianshan were immediately removed. After Huo Guangrang said goodbye to the three of them, he immediately retreated and went to contact himself and retreat to prepare for the breakthrough of level 89. In the secret room, Huo Rangbao, the leader of the Fire Leopard sect, was making a breakthrough in the secret room, but he had been unable to succeed. He retreated after failure, rested for a while, summed up his experience, and planned to try again. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the secret room, and the concerned voice of the father, I'm your son, came. Huo Rangbao frowned and said, why would Jaoa bother me at this time? Could it be that something happened within the sect? He immediately stood up, walked to the door, and used soul power to inject it into the door. After opening the door, what was revealed in front of him was Huo Guangrang's familiar face. Huo Guangrang immediately said, Jaoa, what's the matter? Huo Guangrang said, Father, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace brings people to our Fire Leopard sect. Huo Rangbao frowned. Do you know the purpose of coming? Although he said that, he also roughly guessed the reason why our store even came. After all, he had heard about the events of the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect before. Huo Guangrang nodded and said, I know, you are here to recruit me, the Fire Leopard sect, to enter the Spirit Hall. Huo Rangbao smiled slightly, as expected. What is supposed to come has come. Chapter 121 Recruitment looks easy. When Huo Rangbao spoke, there was no ugly look on his face. His current face seemed to give people the impression that everything was as expected. He wouldn't be surprised at all that Wuhan Palace would send someone here, and he wouldn't be surprised if they came here to recruit. The Fire Leopard sect is all members of the lower 4 sects, and the Wuhan Palace wants to take over all the lower 4 sects now that the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect have joined. The Contra Master has become a 90 level titled Douluo, a realm that many people dream of. Without enough guidance, it would be very difficult or even impossible to comprehend the secrets on his own, based on his current qualifications. But if he joins Wuhan Palace, there are so many titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace, and with their guidance and experience, his chances of becoming a titled Douluo will be even closer. This is extremely good news, and he also yearns for the strong points. Seeing his father's expression, the smart Huo Guangrang understood instantly. It seems that his father agreed. Father, do you mean you agree? Although he already had a guess in his mind, Huo Rangbao still asked. This was also a kind of test. After all, the previous ones were just his guesses. Everything still needs to be said by Huo Rangbao himself. Coming out is the real thing. Huo Rangbao nodded. Yes, I agree. But we can't be too obedient. We need to pay for some benefits. He is not a fool either. Okay, let's go. The 3 people from Wuhan Palace are already waiting in the guest hall. Huo Guangrang nodded and said, well, let's go. By the way, have you contacted those elders? Huo Rangbao nodded slightly, walked a few steps and suddenly stopped to ask. Huo Guangrang was stunned and shook his head. I haven't yet. Naturally, I will come back to inform my father about this news first. I will ask the elders to come over later. There are 3 elders in the Fire Leopard sect. Those 3 elders are also at the Contra level, but they are 2 low level Contras and 1 intermediate Contra. They are level 82 Contra, level 83 Contra, and another level 85 Contra. This is a very awesome lineup in these places, even if it is not here. But in the eyes of Wuhandian, it is nothing but rubbish. It is just a dimensionality reduction attack and cannot be compared. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction and then quickly moved to the reception hall. In this way, the two people quickly arrived at the guest hall. Guangrong immediately asked his servants to inform the three elders to come quickly and discuss important matters. Huang Wei first dealt with the three people from Wuhan Palace. When he just came over, his son Huang Wei had already told the most important people here. He is the holy son of Wuhan Palace. This is a very terrifying existence. If the other party gets angry, you can easily mobilize the strong men from Wuhan Palace to come over and annihilate them. And with his level 89 contract cultivation, he could easily sense the cultivation of the two people on the left and right of the holy son in front of him. 1 is a level 71 soul saint, so there is no problem for him. 1 is a level 85 peak contrast. The opponent's aura is already approaching level 86. Even if the contrasts that came out of the spirit hall were a few levels apart, they wouldn't necessarily be any weaker in a real fight. Letting the three elders come over has two uses. Firstly, the issue of the ownership of the Fire Leopard sect naturally requires their presence to discuss. The second is to support him. This second point is the most important. After all, conditions need to be put forward. Of course these conditions cannot be excessive. Holy son, your visit to my humble residence of the Fire Leopard sect really frightens me. As soon as Huang Wei came up, he took the initiative to hand it over and said modestly, but he is an old fox after all. He thinks that, although the opponent is the son of God, he is still just a teenager. He is confident enough to deal with the opponent. Let me start by saying some nice words. Huang Wei picked up the teacup, took a sip slowly, nodded slightly, and said calmly, compared to you, you are the leader of the Fire Leopard sect. Huang Wei said, yes, it is me. My son has told me the purpose of the Holy Sun coming to our Fire Leopard sect. I can agree, but there are conditions. Ma Xianshan and Jade Pomilu narrowed their eyes, and after hearing this, they both felt that the other party was a little ungrateful. Jade Pomilu knew Huang Wei best. This guy in front of he really couldn't break through the Holy Sun's defense. I wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Huang Wei's voice, and he said calmly, Master Huang Wei, please tell me. As long as the conditions are not too excessive and our Wuhan Palace can meet them, we will definitely not refuse. Huang Wei was very satisfied. This was what he wanted. The young man who could become the Holy Sun indeed had two qualities. He immediately said, Holy Sun, then this sect leader has the courage to say it. First, we need a lot of supplies and some cultivation resources. Of course, there is no problem in distributing this every month or every 3 months as an extreme. After saying that, he paused and looked at Huang Wei. In his opinion, as the holy son of Wuhan Palace, and Wuhan Palace was extremely rich, there was no way he could refuse. The next second, it was just as he thought. After Huang Wei took another sip of tea, he did not immediately nod in agreement, but looked at Huang Wei quietly, with the aura of a superior person emanating from him invisibly. Instantly locked onto Huang Leopard. Being enveloped by this inexplicable aura, Huang Wei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. His expression suddenly changed, and before he could speak, Huang Wei was the first to speak. That's right. Huang Wei's voice was very relaxed, without any pressure. This is really a very trivial matter for Wuhan Palace. Seeing that the other party agreed, Huang Wei's smile suddenly became even brighter. So he said the second condition. Holy Sun, this second condition is, I hope that, after I join the Wuhan Palace, I can be trained by the Wuhan Palace's titled Douluo, so that my level can be quickly improved. Titled Douluo realm. As he spoke, he raised his brows carefully, and looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei also nodded slightly. That's right, don't worry, you are an 88th level soul Douluo, and you will get the chance to become a titled Douluo, but this also depends on your contribution to Wuhan Palace. After all, we are not here. It's not a charity, and there's no such thing as a free breakfast, so you need to fight for it yourself. As long as the Fire Sect Master can lead the Fire Leopard sect to join the Wuhan Palace peacefully, the Wuhan Palace will give you a satisfactory answer. Huang Wei said lightly. Huang Wei and said secretly, it is indeed the case. but it does not exceed too big a limit. Are there any conditions? Huang Wei asked lightly. No. More for the time being. Huang Wei shook his head. In that case, Master Huo will go directly to the Wuhan Palace to report and take the token I gave you. I will not go with you if I need to go to the next place. Huang Wei said, throwing it from his hand, and a token fell directly into Huang Wei's hand. Chapter 122 Departure for Star Luo Empire. Huang Wei took the token in his hand and nodded. Okay, thank you Holy Son, we will give it to you. Huang Wei nodded, turned around and walked behind him. It was troublesome every day. He had just finished his work here and had to go to the next place. The conditions that the Holy Son just mentioned to us can be explained directly to His Majesty the Pope after we go to the Wuhan Palace. After leaving the living room and coming to the carriage, Huang Wei asked. Huang Wei nodded. Yes. Good. Huang Wei nodded. The carriage continued to move forward, and it was really busy every day. Holy Son, walk slowly. Huang Wei and Huo Glory waved at the door and watched the carriage go away. Dad, do you know what the cultivation level of that Holy Son is? He looks younger than me, but I also have a soul sect, and I can't see through him. Is it because there is some big treasure that blocks my own breath? Huo Guangrang turned to look at his father, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked point. Moreover, he felt that his father was a little strange today. He obviously did not have such an easygoing temper. Although the Wuhan Palace was very powerful, and it was not the Fire Leopard sect that could offend him, he would not have agreed to the other party's edicts so smoothly, right? Chapter 99. It's so weird. Hearing this, Huang Wei took a deep breath and said slowly, of course you can't see through it, because that kid has the cultivation of a soul saint. When I said this, I was filled with horror and fear. He remembered that the Holy Son was not that big, at least not as big as his own son. The Holy Son was only powerful when he ascended the throne. How long has it been now? Is this the soul saint? It's really terrible. Such a person is guaranteed to be a titled Douluo and is absolutely valued by Wuhan Palace and must not be offended, so the request he made just now is very reasonable. And he knew that the aura that he vaguely sensed was probably deliberately released by the other party. It was also a silent warning to him not to go too far, otherwise there would be no need to talk. After hearing this, Huo Guangrang's pupils suddenly shrank, cold sweat broke out, and he said in horror, what? Question mark? Soul Saint? Dad, how is this possible? How old is he? Absolutely impossible. Dad, are you wrong? Or maybe someone from Wuhan Palace did it to him on purpose? Hearing this, Huang Wei himself felt that it was very unusual and ridiculous, and immediately said in a low voice, what you said is not unreasonable, because while I was sensing it, I found that the power of the Soul Saint was a bit ethereal, and it seemed that it was not there yet. Being timed, if it's not a 7th ring Soul Saint, it's probably a 6th ring pseudo Soul Saint who hasn't obtained the 7th Soul Ring yet. Hearing his father's words, Huo Guangrang frowned and felt something was wrong. His father seemed to have misunderstood the main issue in his words, so he immediately corrected him. No, Dad, did you understand it wrong? No, they say there is something wrong. This cultivation level is definitely not his. It is fake. Huang Wei shook his head and said, no, Roger, that cultivation level is his and cannot be faked. Soul Masters cannot cheat in this regard. Besides, your father and I are not fools. Naturally, we cannot decide just by sensing it. It was only after I sensed his departure that I was completely sure. Huo Guangrang was extremely shocked, and his mentality was a bit explosive. He felt that all his training over the years had been on dogs. If it is true, then this kid's talent is too great. How on earth did he practice this? Huang Wei glanced at his son and said speechlessly, how do I know about your father? No matter how good a person's talent is, it is impossible to reach that level in such a short age. This is also the same as Wuhan Palace's treatment of him. The upbringing has a huge impact. Huang Wei put his hands behind his back and said, no matter what, now your father and I can join the Wuhan Palace. I have put forward the conditions and the other party has agreed. This may be an opportunity for my father and me to become a titled Douluo. Huo Guangran asked, this is a good thing, Dad, when will we go to Wuhan Hall to report? Huo Rangbao shook his head and said, it's not us, but Dad and I. You will continue to stay in this sect. Go tomorrow. A meeting will need to be held later. After all, this is not a small matter for us, so. They went back. Three elders have arrived at the meeting hall. Start the meeting. On the other side, Huang Wei's carriage continued to set off, heading towards the Xingluo Empire. The next place is Fengjian sect, Ma Xianxun said, after holding the new map in his hand. Riding the wine-chasing horse, he continued to move forward. If you want to enter the Star Luo Empire, you must enter the Star Luo Empire continent. There are 3 ways to go. The first is to cross the towering border mountains, but there will definitely be a large number of Star Luo Empire soldiers guarding there. Moreover, the roads in the mountains are not easy for carriages to travel. The second is to take a boat from the sea. The nearest sea area is the Star Dao Sea area, which is named after the leading names of the Star Luo Empire Plate and the Xian Dao Empire Plate. This is the nearest sea area and the smallest sea area. The world's maritime domain is too vast, and there is no basis for it. The third is to be more rough, and fly directly over. This is generally something that only titled Douluo can do. After all, only those who have reached level 90 have the ability to walk in the air. In addition, there are some special flying martial solonas. Although the sea area is small, this is only the range that exists on the map. It is actually very large, so which one do you want to choose between the Holy Sun's waterway and land? Ma Xianxun stopped the carriage under the shade of a shady tree, and Huang Wei and Jade Pomilu got out of the car. Jade Pomilu is to survey the surrounding and front terrain. As for the third type of flight, he didn't say anything about it. After all, none of the 3 of them could reach the sky. Huang Wei said, it's no problem for me to swim there by myself, but I can't bring you with me. I can only take a boat. After a pause, he said, let's wait until Milu comes back, and then take a look. Continue to lie on the lawn, eating bread and other food, feeling happy. Soon Jade Pomilu came back. Tell the surrounding situation. Although it is a junction, if you want to enter the Star Luo Empire, you still need to walk 100 kilometers and climb no less than 10 towering mountains of 100 meters, and there are no roads in many of those places. After all, the 2 countries are still in a tepid strategic state. However, the Xian Dao Empire also has a dedicated road to the Star Luo Empire that can be taken, but it is relatively far away from them. Put the horses in the nearby Wuhan Palace, get a boat, and we will go there by water. After Huang Wei heard the report, he didn't think much, and gave the order directly with a wave of his hand. No matter what, such a journey is too hard for the horses. He is also a conscientious owner, and will not let the 2 wine-chasing horses be so tired. Okay, Holy Sun went down to execute it soon. Contact the nearest Wuhan branch and ask them to find the boat. It took 10 minutes for the news to arrive. Take them into the nearest sea dock. What caught the eyes of the 3 people was a huge wooden ship. Chapter 123 Cannon launch. Everyone boarded the ship, started the ship, and headed directly towards the Star Luo Empire. This ship is exclusive to Wuhan Palace because there is no shortage of money. The ship already has a pass certificate and will not be intercepted by the Star Luo Empire's customs. How long does it take to arrive? Huang Wei asked the boatman. The boatman said, Holy Sun, it will take at least 3 hours. Okay, I'm going to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Huang Wei waved his hand and first looked at the surrounding seascape. There was nothing interesting to see. After all, it is a blue sea, as well as blue sky and white clouds at worst. There will occasionally be seagulls flying overhead. The water is very clear and you can see the fish and coral reefs below. Time passed little by little. Huang Wei had nothing to do in the room. His consciousness entered the space and continued to do his things. Suddenly, the distance between the ship and the ship shook, and the surroundings undulated. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the door. After opening the door, the person was a crew member. Sweating a lot. What's wrong, Jade? Pomilu and Ma Xianxun frowned and asked. When the ship suddenly moved in such an unusual way, the 2 of them realized that something was wrong. No, we encountered pirates. At this time, Huang Wei's consciousness also came out of the space and happened to hear the crew's report, so he said calmly, "Don't panic. Don't the other party know that this is a ship of Wuhan Palace and they dare to rob it?" The crew member smiled bitterly and said, "There is no order and regularity in the sea. These people are not from the Star Luo Empire and the Xiandao Empire, but are people like Sea Soul Masters. The sea is their world, and they are not afraid of the Wuhan Palace. Let's go up and have a look. I want to see who is so stupid that he dares to rob me and hit me on the head." Huang Wei sneered. Then he stood up and headed directly upward. At this time, the crew was a little worried. After seeing this, Jade Pomalu said, "Don't worry, the power of the Holy Sun is beyond your imagination. Besides, there are us. I am a level 85 peak contract. He is a level 71 soul saint." Jade Pomalu said, "Good." The crew nodded. Now I can rest assured. Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, if something happens on their ship, it will be very terrifying. But they may not still be alive by then. In front of his own life, the life of the Holy Sun is not that important. This is all very realistic. What's more, they don't have much to do with the Holy Sun. Soon everyone came to the boat deck. I saw that the front, rear and left, and right were surrounded by pirate ships. These 4 pirate ships all have the same logo, so they belong to the same unit. Use artillery to hit this side from a long way away. The captain had already led other crew members to fight back with the ship's cannon. The water is constantly shaking, which is a kind of torture for first timers, making them dizzy and uncomfortable. Even Jade Pomalu and Ma Xianshan can't stand it. As for Huang Wei, it's the same. Damn pirates. Huang Wei's expression turned stern as he heard the evil sounds of laughter and excitement on the pirate ships. With a thought, a terrifying soul power surged through him. The next second, a huge and vast black turtle stood upright from the sky. What the hell is that? Oh my god, what a huge turtle. What they saw from the first perspective were naturally the pirates on the 4 pirate ships. It was also the first time for them to see such a big turtle. That's a martial spirit. How can someone's turtle be so big? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Defense on the ship of Wuhan Palace. Huang Wei thought. 6 soul rings appeared instantly on his body, and his aura increased instantly. In addition, the aura of the superior person on his body became even larger, crushing everyone instantly. A green turtle shell instantly enlarged and enveloped the entire ship. The incoming artillery fire was instantly isolated from the outside. Even the turtle shell cannot be broken. Except for Jade Pomalu, everyone on the boat was shocked, and their focus was on Huang Wei's soul ring. This person turned out to be a 6-ring soul emperor, and among the 6 rings, there were 3 red rings, representing the existence of 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 100. How can this be? The boatman, crew, and Ma Xianshan were all dumbfounded and speechless in shock. How the hell could it be so scary? At this time, Jade Pomalu held his head high, with a proud look on his face, and said, "I have said before, the Holy Sun is more powerful than you imagine. What's going on? What happened to the other party's turtle? Why are there turtle shells on the boat? The artillery can't even hit it." At this time, the captains of the 4 pirate ships on the opposite side noticed something was wrong and immediately came out and asked, "Ship Captain Gilu, I feel like my eyesight is dazzled." At this time, when the watchmen of the 4 pirate ships looked at the Wuhandian ship through their binoculars at the same time, they all swallowed water, as if something was stuck in their throats. Hot sweat broke out on his forehead. "What's wrong?" The 4 captains all asked their watchmen. "Red, 100,000-year soul ring, and more than one." There are 3. The 4 watchmen exclaimed, with horrified expressions on their faces, as if they had seen something extremely dangerous. "What? 300,000-year soul rings are there? Nonsense. Get out of here and show me." The 4 captains said in unison, jumped up and pushed the watchman away, then took it for themselves to take a look. The next second, I was dumbfounded, and the dismissive face was instantly replaced by shock and a big mouth. Damn it, how is that possible? 100,000-year soul rings. 3. No, I must be dazzled. The 4 captains widened their eyes and exclaimed. On the other side, Huang Wei's 6th soul ring lit up. "How dare you, a mere pirate clown, Dare to take advantage of this holy son? He is really arrogant and unreasonable. Let this holy son use a cannon to teach you the principles of life. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a terrifying aura appeared on the huge black turtle, which represented 100,000 years of red soul rings covering the sea in this area. There are 4 different vortexes condensed on the 4 sides of the black turtle's body. Infinite black turtle cannon. Shoot. As the sound fell, the terrifying power turned into a huge water column and shot directly towards the 4 pirate ships. No. Defend quickly. The 4 captains immediately became furious and shouted. At the same time, the soul ring on his body came out. It was the 7-ring soul saint. He led the people on the boat and launched a soul attack and confrontation. Boom. The loud noise soaring into the sky illuminated the universe. But in less than a second, the attacks of the 4 ships were directly broken. In an instant, huge water columns flooded every pirate ship, and the pirate ships exploded directly. One after another, screams came from all directions. Boom. When the attack was withdrawn, there were thousands of waves on the sea. The waves hit the turtle shell with great force, allowing the Wuhandian ship to avoid being involved. Chapter 124 Star Luo Empire. After the cannon fire, the entire scene fell into an unusual silence. There are not only wooden branches floating on the sea, but also corpses and blood. The scene was extremely breathtaking. Gilu, everyone on the Wuhandian ship, including Jade Pomerol, were stunned by the scene in front of them and swallowed their saliva in shock. He was shocked and said, "How scary. Don't talk about them." Even Huang Wei, who looks calm as usual now, has ups and downs in his heart. Damn it, is it so scary, so powerful? After all, it was the first time to use a direct attack soul skill, so it took a while to react. But after reacting, the problem was no longer a big deal. Now he has used 5 of the 6 soul ring skills on his body. The next step is to use the 6th soul skill point, but in this current situation, I'm afraid it won't be usable. So we can only wait until the next time we encounter an enemy. Come on, let's keep going. Huang Wei's aura that belonged to a superior came up instantly, and his voice was extremely calm. He has regarded these as nothing. However, just when the ship was about to start moving, another big change suddenly occurred. The surrounding water surface was undulating and surging, with the aura of a group of powerful soul beasts quickly spreading towards this side. What's going on? The boatman was surprised. Blood attracts sharks. Huang Wei's eyes were calm as he looked at the sea outside the boat. There were a large group of sharks of different sizes around him, all of them smelling of blood and swarming towards this side. Then he said, "As long as they don't attack us, you don't need to pay attention to them, just leave." "Yes, holy son." Everyone nodded. The ship continued to set off, but the facts were not determined by humans. The ship was stained with blood as it moved forward and became the target of attacks by sharks. If it is besieged by so many sharks with soul skills and soul power, this wooden ship will be captured. Then everyone will fall into the sea. They are not sea soul masters. The sea will greatly weaken their combat effectiveness. On the contrary, sharks will have a huge natural advantage. Even the Jade Pomeroy, the only contract on the ship, could not gain the slightest advantage. I wanted to let you live, but why don't you cherish it? Seeing this, Huang Wei's face gradually became colder, and a red 100,000-year-old soul ring appeared again on his body. It is his 6th soul ring. The 6th soul skill is activated. Black turtle gravity field. When the skill was activated instantly, Huang Wei locked his target in the sea. The powerful magnetic field was like 1,000 jacks, directly pressing down on the shark attacking in the sea. At the same time, the sharks under the sea all felt that an invisible yet seemingly tangible force was exerting crazy pressure on their bodies to a very terrifying stage. The whole body is weak, and all those who are not older than 100,000 years are unable to resist. It's a pity that there is no 100,000-year-old shark at the scene. Otherwise it will become Huang Wei's 7th soul ring and save him a trip to the far north. Those on board were excluded from the target. Nothing feels. The next second, they saw a group of sharks rushing towards the sea, exploding collectively. Bang bang bang, the sound was very crisp. If he hadn't completely mastered the 4th soul skill, Turtle can't destruction, and was afraid that his own people would be sealed in and unable to be unsealed. He would also have the idea of sealing these sharks in as nourishment. It seems that I must understand the runes as soon as possible to find a way to unblock it. Otherwise I won't be able to receive many good nutrients from being with my own people. Huang Wei secretly thought. The fourth soul skill, Turtle Khan Destruction, is related to the rune space, and the rune space is related to the mysterious runes. So as long as you can understand it, maybe it won't be a big problem. He ignored the shocked looks of these people. Jumped directly from the boat into the sea. Because of the death of these sharks, he has a lot of soul rings. Absorbing these soul rings can increase the life of his own soul rings. Perhaps he could use this to make the first and second soul rings enter the purple millennium, and the third soul ring enter the 10,000 years. But the third soul ring is still a bit awkward after entering 10,000 years. After all, the final feedback period of the absorbed soul ring is calculated after being distributed. What is the Holy Sun going to do? Everyone's eyes turned to the Jade Pomelu. Jade Pomelu was a little confused by what he saw, but he still shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Their eyes looked under the sea again. Immediately afterwards, a magical scene appeared. Huang Wei's body was wrapped with mysterious runes, and the huge black turtle roared. All the yellow, purple, and even black soul rings on the sea turned into particle energy of the same color and entered the mysterious run soon. Huang Wei felt that his energy was extremely abundant, running through all the internal organs of his body. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it all. When he opened his eyes again, the terrifying soul power surged in his body. 6 soul rings appeared again. But there is a change. The first 2 yellow soul rings turned purple. Become a purple red. The third purple soul ring already has a trace of black aura wrapped around it, which is extremely close to the 10,000 year level soul ring. It's a pity that it has not truly reached the 10,000 year level. It should be at a level around 9,998 years. It's not bad. Almost 10,000 years. It's a pity that you can't give me all the years. Otherwise, if I kill the 10,000 year old soul beasts and absorb them, his third soul ring can quickly reach the 100,000 year level. According to this method, come here, I will soon be able to collect a 100,000 year soul ring. How handsome it will be then. It's a pity. It's a pity. Anyway, the age of the soul ring is not of much use to me. Just take it one step at a time. He was quite satisfied with the changes in his body and soul ring, but he was cursing in his heart and secretly thinking it was a pity. The soul ring converged, and he teleported directly back to the ship. Let's go. Hurry up, or it will happen again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.